I don't want to see your star running backs returning kicks, but that's a different story.
Well, if they're the best at it.
You know
how
when
about J-Mo?
How about this? You know when I will nitpick? If you're behind and you try to run it out and you don't, and you waste like 6 or 7 valuable seconds that you need to go down.
Well, yeah, it's the time. Well,
right.
yeah, and in that case, sure,
yes.
it's time management.
Yeah,
that's a completely different scenario.
That's where
the pop-up kick becomes an asset.
Right.
Hey, we're going to make you run this ball out.
So you're actually defending the rationale for the rule. We agree the rule is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But you think it's going to be used in an advantageous situation, and I don't.
Every rule will be used. I mean, if we talk about Mike Vrabel and the different ways that he manages the clock or knows these peculiar rules, Bill Belichick, and Belichick is one of the guys that doesn't want this one.
I know. He shouldn't.
No. I don't think this. I think they're trying to solve a problem that's just not there.
No red-blooded American should want this rule.
That's exactly right.
Right? I mean, seriously, it makes no sense.
No, it's just if they're going to continue to legislate, and they've done this for years, over legislate the game where they're trying to remove injuries. I get that. But you start impacting the game and the way the game is played to a point where it's going to become unrecognizable. You can't breathe on a quarterback.
They want to change these rules for safety reasons, but yet they schedule these ridiculous Thursday games where the athletes who play the game barely in some situations can be healthy enough to play Sunday to Sunday, let alone it's okay to go Sunday to Thursday.
As a
That's
player,
okay.
I'm in support of playing Thursday night games.
Okay, but a lot of players aren't. Would you agree with that?
Some aren't.
Okay,
some vocal ones aren't.
Okay, whatever. I think that is more of a safety concern than this, to be quite honest with you. 248-539-9797. Congratulations to Steve in Pontiac. He was the 7th caller, and he won a pair of tickets to see the Tigers take on the White Sox May 27th. He heard A.J. Hinch say, thanks a lot, Stoney. The first 15,000 fans who go to the game Saturday will get a Riley Green floppy hat presented by National Coney Island. For ticket information, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com.
Hey, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield knows that, and as we all do, we got a holiday coming up on Monday. It's Memorial Day. They want to celebrate, and they're doing it by giving you great offers and great deals. You want to celebrate with loved ones and get ready for summer in a new vehicle from now until May 31st. Stop by the Stellantis Memorial Day sales event at Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield to shop exciting specials on great vehicles just like this one. You can lease a 2023 Ram Bighorn starting at only $329 a month. And with over 350 vehicles in stock, you should have no trouble finding something that you want to impress your family and friends with when you roll up to the annual cookout this year. And if you're searching for something specific, can't find it? Try using CDJR of Southfield's convenient ordering process to customize your own vehicle online or in store. It's exactly what I did with the BBT. Through transparent pricing and incredible attention to detail, the team will go out of its way to help you order the vehicle you've been waiting for and make it the absolute best guest experience you've ever had. Stop by the dealership today at 11.5 and Telegraph, or you can visit them online at Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. That's Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com.
248-539-9797. We're discussing the NFL new rule, the trial basis, where you can fair catch a kickoff when the ball comes out to the 25-yard line. And John and I are both in lockstep, and we think it's a stupid rule. We disagree about the impact it'll have because I still think people are going to return them as much as they can. But because the average return goes to the 24.3-yard line, and I think when push comes to shove, when the guy sees the ball coming down and he's at the 4-yard line, he believes he can get over 21 yards. So I think the amount of fair catches is going to be minimal. But that's just
it's going to be irrelevant what he thinks. It's going to be what the coach tells him to do.
Right, but I think most of the coaches don't like the rule, so they're going to tell the guy to run it out.
Yeah, but now that it is a rule, you will use it in any way that you possibly can. You may not like the rule, but if it's going to be there, then you utilize it.
Exactly, John. How many coaches, quote, don't like rules, but will fairly take the advantage of them?
Yeah, every single one of them. They're smart.
On the ticket text, I'm not arguing, says Stoney, while arguing about whether or not they are. That's some Gilly work. No, we agree on the most important thing. The NFL should consider an uncontested punt. No return man. The ball is spotted where it stops rolling unless it's a touchback.
Mm-hmm.
That would be awful.
Oh, yes. But this is where we're headed.
What? You're right. It wouldn't stun me if they decided to do that.
No. I mean, if there's going to be an injury, all right, then they're going to have to legislate that injury out of the game.
Seriously, why even have kickoffs, as a ticket texter says as well? Why even have them if you're going to have these ridiculous rules?
That's where we're headed. That's the concern that I have is it's not necessarily this particular rule. I don't like it, but if it's going to be there, people will take advantage of it. They will use it to their advantage. We can argue about that as much as we possibly want, but it is what is next. What are we finally getting to? Are they going to just eventually say, you know what? There was another concussion this year on kick returns. We need to get rid of the play altogether. Let's just spot the ball at the 25-yard line.
A study has shown that the football that the National Football League uses is too tough on people's fingers. They would break fingers, so we are going to use Nerf balls this year.
Yeah. Or quarterbacks are throwing too hard. We're going to make sure that they you can't throw over 55 miles per hour.
It really devalues special teams. It won't always be used, but if you're playing a team with great coverage and a kicker who can place a ball where he wants, the other team will fair catch. Some returners will catch it around the 7-8 yard line in case the ball doesn't go into the end zone, not necessarily to return it. Yeah, I guess when the ball does, but those are usually bouncing situations for kickoffs, though, right?
Well, and if you feel like you have enough time, if you're going to let it bounce, 7-8 yard line would be a bit much for me. But if you're going to let it bounce, it's going to bounce one of two ways. It could bounce a number of ways because it's not a round ball. Into the end zone, touchback, or out of bounds, penalty.
Yeah.
But now, instead of making that gamble, hit the fair catch, 25.
Or you're going to see a lot more of those. A lot more of those kind of really sharp squib kicks that get down to the 10, 8, 5-yard line so that teams have to pick it up. They can't fair catch a ground ball.
Yep.
Right. So because a guy who's kicking the ball off the air who's trying to do a kickoff version of a coffin corner, you can't do that with a kickoff because it's going to go out of bounds most of the time.
Yeah, for a kick, the coffin corner kick is a punt.
Right, I know. That's what I'm saying. The kick.
Yeah.
So that you're never going to see a guy fair catch a kick by the sideline. I don't think.
Sure you will.
Really? Because I think most of them will go out of bounds.
Well, again, it's not a round ball. You would hope that it bounces and goes out of bounds, but now that's the risk that you're going to take. Do I want to fair catch it and know that I have it at the 25, or take the risk of it bouncing, dying on the 1 yard line, 2 yard line? Now I have to pick it up and do something with it, or is it going to bounce out of bounds? Ideally, so if you're that close to the sideline, then you place 1 foot out of bounds, you catch the ball, and now it's a penalty because it's technically kicked out of bounds because that's where you recovered the ball.
I don't think the team kicking off, the strategy will be to take a chance on it going out of bounds, though.
No, that's
Right.
not the point of it.
But that's why it won't happen.
The coffin kick only happens for punts.
No, I know. I understand that. But you were saying that somebody might catch the fair catch it if it was by the sideline. And I don't think
that never happens.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That would never happen.
Right.
All right, it's time for news, and here is Heather.
Well, the Oak Park man who fatally shot his ex-girlfriend at the car dealership where she worked on Saturday was arraigned Tuesday on charges of first-degree premeditated murder, assault with intent to murder, felon in possession of a firearm, felonious assault, and 4 counts of felony firearm second offense. Now, the 44-year-old man, Gregory Davis, is accused of following his ex to Legend Motors, where he then used his vehicle to block her vehicle in. So she did get out and tried to run away, and that's when this guy allegedly shot her once and then shot her again at closer range. And this story is tragic, but it actually gets worse because their child that they shared together, 10-year-old child, was actually in the mom's vehicle at the time and witnessed the entire thing.
It's awful.
Which is just absolutely devastating.
Yeah.
There's a new advisory from the U.S. Surgeon General that warns that social media use is a main contributor to depression, anxiety, and other problems amongst the nation's teenagers. So Tuesday's advisory states that there's not enough evidence to determine whether social media is safe enough for kids and teens when it comes to their mental health, and it is calling for more research into social media and the impacts on youth's mental health. And it's also calling for actions from policymakers and from tech companies. And the Surgeon General notes that social media exposes children to violent and sexual conduct, also to bullying and harassment. Plus, it compromises their sleep and valuable in-person time with family and friends. And there's a whole lot of data that was included in this advisory. It shows that up to 95% of teens between the ages of 13 and 17 say that they use some form of social media, one of the social media platforms. And a third say that they're scrolling, they're posting, or they're just engaged almost constantly. And there's some more data about how there could be a big impact on adolescent girls when it comes to body dissatisfaction, disordered eating, social comparison, low self-esteem. And there's so many more studies that have been done, but basically the advisory is calling on more studies to really determine how big of an impact social media has on young people's mental health. And I would imagine it has a great deal of an impact. And I always say this, but I'm so glad social media really wasn't around when I was in middle school, in high school. I mean, Facebook started when I was in college, and you had to be a college student to have Facebook. When it first came out, you could only access it with a college, email address. And it's changed so much since then, obviously, but
I'm just glad there weren't camera phones when I was growing up.
Oh my gosh. Well, you know what? There was, but even those, I don't know when.
There were camera phones.
There were.
Maybe
no, not for you.
Yeah.
But I don't even think that they were really around. Like when I was in high school,
No.
Because I got a cell phone. Like my first cell phone was one of those old school flip phones, and it was for in the car only for emergencies, like if I was in an accident or something. And then my first phone was like the texting that you slide it up and you can text on it. Those types
the BlackBerry.
of things. Like, I didn't have a BlackBerry, but I don't think there was cameras on them yet.
Yeah.
Anyway, in other news, Netflix has started cracking down on password sharing in the U.S. So from here on out, I know, I'm waiting to see what's going to happen. From here on out, anyone using your account basically needs to live with you because they're going to be charging an additional $8 for anybody living outside of your home to use your account. So they say premium subscribers can add up to 2 household members, and then standard plan subscribers can add 1. And basically, primary account holders have to set up a household location on their device. They do say you can still use your account when you travel, so you shouldn't be locked out there. So we'll see.
How big a house would you have to have for all those sharing the account that you share?
Oh, does that matter? I don't know. I
mean, it matters. If you want to keep sharing, then you have to be in the same household. So I'm just curious, how big a house would you need? Obviously, you, Colin, whoever you're sharing with. How many people are sharing the same account?
I guess that's more of the question, is how many people can share one household account? Like
Right.
with you have so many kids that if everybody had a tablet or went on and wanted to watch a different Netflix show, could you have all of the, like, could everyone in your family be watching their own Netflix show on their own device within your home?
Currently, they can, obviously, except Teddy.
He'll be doing it next year. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Just wait, yeah.
Yeah, he's watching on my or Lisa's account.
I think that's fine as long as they're within. I don't know. It's all too technical for me, but anyway, we're going to see what goes down for us. Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. There's a woman who claims that she is allergic to running, and she nearly died because of a delayed flight. So she had to run to catch her next flight because her first flight was delayed. This was at the end of April. She was going to the Dominican Republic with her sister, with her friends, and she had to run to cross the terminal to make it in time. And by the time she arrived at her gate, she basically broke out in hives. She was having a lot of trouble breathing, and of course, her
trouble breathing.
Yeah,
her sister recorded
sweating.
everything. Yeah, sweating, panting. But it sounds like this is not the first time it's happened to her. And doctors are still trying to figure out exactly what's happening. They did prescribe her an EpiPen, which she used at that flight. But she says she has not officially been diagnosed, but she believes she is suffering from exercise-induced anaphylaxis, which a lot of people chimed in on social media and said, hey, this is a real thing. You can get hives, itching, swollen lips, nausea, vomiting, difficulty breathing. Yeah.
This is something that I would not anticipate is a thing.
No. Maybe it's a mental thing that leads to a physical reaction. I don't know.
Like you get really because
idea.
you have trouble breathing, you get stressed out, and then you.
It's called being out of
anxiety.
shape.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm allergic to running.
But I'm kind of allergic to exercise in general.
Yeah.
But yet we do it.
We do it. All right.
We do, yes.
Thank you very much, Heather. Speaking of somebody who's definitely allergic to running, Wojo will join us next. 97 won the ticket. Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, allergic to running, and huge fan of what's going on in South Florida right now, as I was listening to their show yesterday. It is Wednesdays. It's Wednesdays with Wojo. Hi, Bob. How are you?
Well, I, like most of you, am allergic to running and most forms of exercise as well. But thank you. How are we today?
We're doing pretty well.
We're doing all right.
We're doing pretty good.
Okay, good.
I was listening to your show a little bit last night when I was in the car, and it was Rieger more than you, but you guys were kind of, upset that South Florida right now looks like, well, you know, the Heat lost last night, but so they lead 3-1. The Panthers can wrap it up tonight. We'll should have two teams playing for their respective areas championships in the sports. And Rieger was, that fan base doesn't deserve it. No.
They don't really. I mean, if we're judging fan base passion, I think it's pretty obvious, having lived down there and covered teams down there, that, Tampa Bay Rays fans and even Buccaneer fans before Tom Brady showed up, whatever. It's kind of nebulous, like which fans deserve it more. But I think it's safe to say that Detroit sports fans have been shortchanged in paying off for their passion, right? And Florida fans, state of Florida fans, are getting overpaid.
They're getting overpaid right now.
What is the criteria for a fan base to be deserving of what we're seeing in South Florida right now?
Well, however you want to measure passion, and it can be attendance at games, it can be, calling into radio shows, it can be buying merchandise. It, to me, speaks to a hungry fan base more so than in Florida. But my theory is that the more passionate fan bases in America actually hamper the ability to be successful. Like, nobody cares in Florida. Nobody cared in L.A. when Matthew Stafford went out there. Stafford squeezed by the pressure of people that wanted it for 12 years in Detroit, skips out to L.A., and wins a Super Bowl his first year. We're the places that have struggled to win championships for the longest period. For some reason, they have the passionate fans. Look at the Cubs for 100 years, the Red Sox for 100 years, the Lions for almost 100 years, the Browns for almost 100 years. I feel like the franchises that have loyal fan bases and maybe count on them to sustain them are the ones that don't win as much. Is that too simplistic?
Well, they're also the ones that have the longest history of teams because they started out in the Northeast and the Midwest and then, later went to the West Coast and places in the South. So it's embedded in them more. Like where I grew up, the fan base, the Philly fans can be disgusting at times, but they're certainly more passionate than most of the ones in the South. I agree.
Yeah, no, I know. And believe me, it's not like, John, how do you define passion? And it's hard to define, but if you've attended sporting events in Florida outside of college football, it's just different, and that's fine. They've got sunshine and beaches and palm trees and bikinis and everything else. Do we have bikinis in Michigan? Double check on that, would you, for me?
Well, we will for the next 2 months.
Okay, yeah, if that. So I get that it's for some maybe athletes or other people, it's a better, a funner place to live. But it's not like they're winning by attracting high-priced free agents who only want to play in Florida. Tampa Bay Rays don't get any free agents.
No.
The teams are well-run, but they're not just winning because they're attracting all the stars other than the Miami Heat a few years ago.
So we just need to create a pressure-free environment for our teams.
Yeah, treat them nicer and fix the weather here. That's what I would say.
Well, the print media definitely treats them nicer.
Oh, please. Fix the weather here. And it's not like treat them nicer. I don't think they're like, oh, people are mean to us.
Oh, don't apply as much pressure.
I mean, They feel it. Listen, you don't think Stafford and all feel it, hear it everywhere they go. Any member of the Tampa Bay Lightning could walk down the streets of Tampa the last 10 years and nobody would know who they were. Nobody.
But that's because it's hockey. I mean, let me ask you this: with the exception of Dylan Larkin, who's been here for a while, how many Red Wings would walk down the street and people wouldn't know what most of them look like?
Well, no, but you're talking about a rebuilding Red Wing team. I'm talking about a championship.
Okay, you're right. You're right there. You're correct.
But that said, what does that really mean? I don't know. You hear athletes talk about, and I think athletes love playing in Detroit because of that, the passion of fans. But I think some people, it kind of breaks to a certain degree, doesn't it? Yeah. Those Tigers teams from 06 to 14 that had to win a championship, when they got to the work, they didn't squeeze everything tighter. You didn't think they didn't feel the weight of all of it.
Well, they didn't have the week off or whatever. They would have been.
Oh, exactly. And the weather was bad too. Don't forget.
Oh, it always comes back to the weather, doesn't it?
Exactly. Hey, Wojo, are you
Ask C.J. Stroud. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say that out loud. I didn't. Did I say that? I didn't mean to.
So you mentioned this. All right, we haven't really talked that much about it, but with the holes that still need to be the T's that got to be crossed, the I's that have to be dotted in this supposed $1 billion broadcast deal that the Big Ten has, the November night games, whether it's in East Lansing, Ann Arbor, Columbus, State College, are you okay with having night games in November and freezing your giblets off?
Well, since I won't be in the stands with the frozen giblets,
right.
I'll be in the but I get what you're saying, and I think most fans wouldn't, although it means I think Ohio State won't win many night games in November going forward. And I heard people, and by people I mean I think it was Rico and the Man, the Valenti kid, talking about it's ridiculous to require Big Ten teams to play night games late in the season when it's cold. And I've just subtly said, well, Michigan's already required to play on the first Saturday in December in Indianapolis. I mean, every single
comfort
year.
of our dome.
Yeah, right. So that helps that it's a dome, and maybe eventually they'll get out of that contract where they have to play that game every year. But all kidding aside, the Big Ten they've done it before, but this time they've really done it. They sold their soul and everything else to the networks. They got all these networks competing against each other for different ambitions or whatever they want, and they'll move games till Wednesday at some point. You watch.
No, that's Maction.
That's true. Well, Friday is already, and you don't think Thursday at some point might be on the board? Probably not with the NFL, but
yeah.
The night game, to me, I'm a big fan of night games in college football when I have my big butt in my big leather chair in my living room.
Right.
Covering them or going to them or driving back from them at 3 a.m., not a big fan of.
Woj, is there any concern that the Pistons have not named a coach yet? I heard and I'm going to put this in quotes again, rumor that Troy Weaver is big on Kevin Ollie, but not too many other people in the organization are.
Well, I've heard that rumor too, and the Pistons either have a pretty good system of checks and balances where everybody, or they have way too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yes.
And I'm beginning to think it's the latter. And that said, there should be questions about Kevin Ollie, and Troy Weaver should have to explain that if that's who he wants. But that said, I'm not concerned. You don't even need a coach, to be honest. And to me, other than Eric Spoelstra, whoever you hire is not going to be a difference maker as a head coach in the NBA, probably. So go ahead, take your time. I am glad that they apparently are looking at more than just the three people that have been on the list.
I agree.
But I don't think that it's an earth-shattering hire anyway, either way. The roster is what is the issue right now, and somebody's going to inherit a roster where every key player is 22 years old or younger except for Bogdanovich. And that's a hard team to coach up by any person.
It is. But before we let you go there, Woj, we've got to ask you the tough questions because that's what we do in the morning. And I'm assuming you didn't hear our discussion earlier. When you have to tinkle, are you a stand-up guy or a sit-down guy?
Well, first of all, the proper word is piddle, not tinkle.
Piddle. Okay. All right.
Yeah, piddle.
Yes.
And okay.
You have to explain to Wojo why you're asking the question.
Okay, so
who sits down? I mean, as a male.
Hold on.
Yeah. Well, so there was a couple months ago. I think we had this in our news. We talked about the fact that hey, it's for some with medical issues, it is better and healthier for you to sit down. But there was a new study done in different countries about who sits down every single time, who never does. And in Germany, they're the world leaders in having to sit down every time or most times. 62% of their males sit down most times. Whereas in the United States, 10% sit down every time, 13% sometimes. So it's 23% sit down most of the time.
Well, first of all, when you tinkle outdoors most of the time, like Stoney,
yes.
I don't think he sits in the grass.
No,
or squat. That's a terrible visual.
And
Thank you.
I'm in favor in most cases in life of sitting. Like in almost any case, like sitting is fine. But I don't even get that. I don't even know I don't want to know what the medical condition is. But what is going on? Oh, in Germany, because they drink so much of that heavy beer, they can't stand when they piddle. Is that it?
I don't know. There are some people that say it's cleaner for the toilet because if you're sitting down, you're not going to miss.
Well, okay, that's probably true.
Yeah, but you're so close.
Yeah. And you got the great outdoors. There's nothing to miss.
This is correct.
That's
All you got
true.
to do is hit the tree.
Yes.
Now, did you figure out how many in the survey, how many women sit down and how many stand up?
No, it was just for men.
Yes. Women were not included, yes.
I don't think it would be very high in the other way.
No, exactly.
Just judging by humanity.
Yeah. Hey, Woj, I have to ask you, will Eduardo Rodriguez ever win another game?
Oh, Stoney. Oh, I saw you throw yourself at the mercy of the court on Twitter last night. And
it's my fault.
No. Will he ever win another game since Stoney declared he was unbeatable?
Not only he might not win another game, but what has he done to our trade value?
Oh, my God. First of all kidding aside, that's a cautionary tale that we all need to stop with the trade a guy immediately angle. And I know people will say, well, you should have. His value is at an all-time high. Other teams know something like that usually isn't sustainable if you don't have a history of it. So this is not surprising. It is surprising that Stoney got himself mired in another mucky situation. Good job, Stoney.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You trained me well.
I hope A.J. Hinch boxes your ears.
You trained me well, Woj. All right. We'll talk to you next week.
Woohoo!
Wednesdays with Wojo here on Stoney and Jansen, 97.1 The Ticket.
Detroit, say it with me. Spring is here. And with spring in the air, it's time to check your plumbing system. Don't wait for plumbing problems to beat you this spring. Call Carter's Plumbing today to get in front of the spring mess. Whether it's a backed up drain in your basement, outdoor spigots, sump pumps, or flooding of any kind, do what I did and go to callcartersplumbing.com, and their licensed technicians will come to your home and they're going to get you fixed up today, because nobody wants to have that spring morning where you wake up to a pond in your basement or crawl space. So visit callcartersplumbing.com today and mention 97.1 The Ticket for your 10% off coupon on any plumbing service.
The telephone number, 248-539-9797. John, I think you probably want to do this more personally, but
What's that?
the Livonia Police.
Yes.
We want to thank them.
Yes, I thank them. We support all of the first responders and all of the police departments, but they have provided us with a little swag, coffee mugs, and some different things that we have in our cubicle.
Mm-hmm.
And Doug Karsh, I know, is going to join us now. And if you'd like a new coffee mug, travel mug, they're in there for your taking.
Look, yeah, it's very nice of that.
Little footballs and
Little footballs.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Livonia Police Department. Yes.
They'll be used in the NFL soon because they'll prevent injury. Those little
Yes. They're squishy.
Okay.
It's very hard to
Teddy.
Oh yeah. Trust me. Yeah, Teddy's been playing. He played with them last night when they were dropped off, and that'll be a big thing for him.
Did John tell you about his softball experience last night?
No.
Oh, we had.
This is unbelievable.
So a quick quiz. Do you know where Willis, Michigan is? You've traveled around the great state of Michigan.
I do not.
Okay, so it's just south of what is
Belleville.
Yeah, Belleville. All right,
Okay.
and so last night, Ellie, they're starting league play. They got doubleheaders every Tuesday night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, you okay, Gator?
You're breaking chairs, taking names and breaking chairs.
I went to adjust the armrest in his chair.
Anyway, go.
Anyway, so have you seen the movie Field of Dreamers, or at least know
I
about it?
actually have, yeah.
Okay.
I've seen it.
So this is the Michigan version of it. I was driving down this dirt road, which is where this field was, and drove by it a couple of times. I called the coach. I'm like, hey, I can't find this field. Like, we've found some random fields. I know you have as
sure.
well. And so they said, it's behind this guy's house. So we go to the address that is actually the field, and it literally is on this guy's property. He built his own baseball field, softball field. There's 200-yard fences or 200 feet fences.
Okay.
Yeah. And right next to the field is a small barn in the shape of basically a batting cage. So kids can hit during the winter.
That's awesome.
He's a former Western Michigan baseball player, had 3 daughters, built this for them so they'd have a place to play.
Was it Marcus Snyder?
Yeah, Marcus Snyder was his name. And then behind the field, it's all fenced in, beautiful fences, well manicured field, lines, fresh lines.
It's a little bit of a guy's dream, right? To
hell
build this perfect.
yeah. I was sitting there with a couple of buddies, a couple other dads watching this game, and behind it is a little bit of a parking area for 50, 60 cars, and then there's a petting zoo.
Oh my God.
It is literally the best setup I've ever seen for a family going to watch their son or daughter play that has other kids. Got entertainment on one side of the field.
Well, tell these guys what kind of
what kind of
pets were there?
What animals?
they had emus, chickens, roosters, hogs. Oh, yeah.
He used the word
it.
had. You know why? Because he went in his truck and just started hunting them.
No, I mean, okay, so there was bacon there, and it's not turkey bacon.
That's unfortunate.
But it was an unbelievable experience. And the way that the field was set, now it's set a certain way because it has to fit on his lot,
Yeah.
but I was in the shade the entire time.
Were you?
It was perfect.
Oh, look at you.
Beautiful.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
there's something about finding the right venue, like an old barn in hockey. I've had a chance to play in some great places.
Yeah.
Pick up basketball in the city with skyscrapers around,
Yeah.
and you find this fenced in.
Mm-hmm.
And when by the way, those courts, when they're flat and maybe sometimes the perfect backboard, double rims with chains. Like I love that.
Oh, I love
Love the
chains.
chains.
Yeah.
Love the chains.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds like a classic setup.
Oh, it was a beautiful thing. The weather was perfect. It was one of those where everything came together.
What's on the extravaganza this morning?
And something surprising came out of the first day of OTAs. It's a subtle thing, but we didn't expect to see it in a video the Lions released. We'll get to that right out of the gate.
All right, Carson Anderson next. Have a wonderful day, everyone. 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hope you're doing great out there. Gator, how are you today?
I'm all right.
That's good.
Yep.
Anything exciting last night? Anything fun?
I took the boat out yesterday.
Oh, you did?
I did.
You thought about it and you executed. How was it?
It was really nice out on the lake. I mean, it was wasn't cold at all. Wasn't too hot, and sun was in and out of the clouds. It was just nice. It was really nice. Wasn't out there that long, maybe an hour and a half or so.
Okay.
Just wanted to get it out, get the vessel out there, get the remember how to drive the thing, and dock it and all that. So it worked out. Worked out well.
Coming up at some point today, we have a show announcement. We have a show announcement.
Okay.
At some point today.
Yeah, we do.
There's going to be a change, and we'll let you know about it a little bit later. Not to the lineup or anything.
I was gonna say,
I realize that sounded like implying that.
I think I know what it is. Wait a minute. Do I need to go talk to Jimmy?
It's nothing earth-shattering. It's just more ways to take in 97 on the ticket. But so what do we got? We got Tigers lose. Can't lose to that guy, and they did. Thanks. Vegas goes up 3-0 on Dallas. Dirty hit, Jamie Benn again. Boston stays alive in the Eastern Conference Finals. So the question is, can they make that interesting? But in the meantime, Lions start OTAs, and there was a video put out by the Lions. It kind of caught us off guard just a little bit. I mean, this isn't earth-shattering news, but after reading what I read yesterday about Tracy Walker, it was good to see him run out. They had video of the guys just taking the field, and there wasn't much shown, but they had video of the guys taking the field, and Tracy Walker coming back from a ruptured Achilles tendon ran out onto the field and didn't seem to have any limp or anything like that. And so, there's not going to be anything particularly earth-shattering other than health status of guys. And it was good to see because he could be a useful part of what is expected to be maybe one of the most revamped position groups in the league is the Lions secondary.
It feels like, yeah, absolutely. It's completely revamped. I think you hit the nail on the head with what people are looking for is to see how some players are coming back from injury.
Mm-hmm.
And he's certainly one of them. I think Anzarike is another one that I want to hear some stuff about. I don't know if we'll hear it in OTAs, but when the mini camp happens, which I think is just in a few weeks, that's when I want to see. I want to know about Anzarike. We talked a little bit about him yesterday and haven't given up on him. But I need to hear a progress report.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Vaitai was dealing with it back, and he seems like he's ready to go, which is great news. But Anzarike is dealing with it back, and we haven't heard anything about it. So let's hope.
Well, that's kind of like the different injury, of course, back injury for Levi, but he didn't play at all last year, and we don't know what's going on. He's still rehabbing. Tracy Walker got hurt during the season. And he's out there, throwing his helmet on and jogging onto the field. I had penciled Tracy Walker not even to be ready by week 1. And at this point, I'm like, he might be starting week 1.
Yep. And it'd be good to have a veteran back there next to Kirby Joseph. In the meantime, there's position flexibility with C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Brian Branch. I don't know, man. If you've ever wanted a group, if you ever wanted to know what a team thought of a position group, it's pretty clear the Lions thought their secondary stunk. With 3 free agent additions, a draft pick, guys released, and it could be an entire new group back there. So we'll see how it plays itself out. Now, Gator, the Detroit Lions with a classic Troy Weaver signing. And I mean that sincerely because they signed a former first-rounder in Jermaine Afidi, the offensive tackle from Texas A&M, who spent 4 years with Seattle and a couple years in Chicago and a year in Atlanta. Went in the first round, so feels like something Troy Weaver would do, but probably not going to start, I would imagine. I don't think unless somebody gets hurt. So you're talking about battling with Matt Nelson and Oba Azeni and dude from William and Mary, I guess.
Yeah, the guy that just drafted as well. And they did this before with Charles Harris. He was a former first-round pick too, right?
Yep.
So it's not foreign territory, but you're looking to add some depth and just take a flyer, this is the thing. This is taking a flyer.
Yep.
It's like if you wanted to bring Kenny Galladay in, it's taking a flyer.
Yep.
That's all it is. It doesn't mean he's going to stick with the team. See what happens here. I don't have a problem with it. It's good luck making the roster, and if he does, it means it's good news because he's better than some of the other backups that they have. And I actually like the backups. I think the Lions have some pretty good depth on offensive line right now.
I think they have good depth everywhere. We're going to do something. This is my prediction. This August, we're going to see the Lions release some players that we will project that they will rue the day. I think this will be
some ruining.
I think there will be some ruining, and it's not because I think they're going to make mistakes. It's because they actually have enough depth and talent that they're going to be some very difficult decisions to make out there at Allen Park. So I'm predicting, and I don't know that anybody particularly cares, but I'm predicting, and we will circle back to it, there will be ruining this August when players get released.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Some ruining.
248-539-9797. As always, open lines. Gator, we're going to do something right out of the gate. We're going to take 10 texts. Lions Insider did one of those mailbag, took email questions.
Yep.
Actually, it was from Twitter, and asked for questions. One of the questions that was asked, who do you think will be the most improved player this season? So the player, and I will give you an example of what it's not. It's not Jamison Williams. That's a player that we barely saw.
Right.
So this is a player that we saw, and who will be the most improved player this season. Let's take 10 texts right now at 248-539-9797. Gator, I want your answer.
Okay.
Kang, I want your answer. I'll give my answer. It's a player that we saw play last year, takes a big jump forward. And I guess if you think it's Jamison Williams, you can have Jamison Williams. I don't know why I singled him out. Do you think of him? Would he be in that category?
I think it's maybe an easy button to hit because he did play. He did play
Yep.
in 6 games, although was only targeted a few times. And I would expect people would think he would take a giant leap. So I think it's kind of unfair because he's the obvious answer. Somebody caught a pass last year, I think might increase that if he plays 11 games for the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
I think you might see north of 30 receptions done.
248-539-9797. Get those texts in. First 10 ones we'll read on the air. We'll get the guy's answer, and then we'll tell you who the Lions Insider says. Coming up today at 10:22. Also, a little bit later on, we will talk about something from the XFL and the USFL that is now going mainstream. And it's kind of interesting. So we'll get to some football, Tiger talk a little bit later on. And Gator, I have another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Oh boy,
I think you're gonna like a lot today.
Okay,
yeah. That in the noon hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. We said we'd take 10 texts. Lions Insider was asked, who will be the most improved player this year? Gator, who do you think will be the most improved player this year?
Well, I think it's going to come on the defensive line, and I think it's going to be Josh Paschal. Missed a good portion of last year, but did come and play around towards the end there. And I expect him to be, he's one of these guys that has this great attitude. Everybody says he's got a great attitude, and that's going to help him out. So I do think that he's going to get plenty of reps because he's versatile enough to play anywhere you want on the defensive line, basically. So he played in 10 games last year. He had 16 total tackles, including a couple of sacks and a couple tackles for loss. So I expect him to be more involved with tackles. I don't know how many sacks he's going to have, but I think he's going to be an improved player.
Kang, who do you think will be the most improved player this coming season?
I think, Gator, your answer probably makes more sense to the question because my answer is going to be Kirby Joseph, but he didn't get to play until basically halfway through the year. Improve, I think his stats are all going to be better because he's going to play, a full year as a starter, but I think this guy's got elite playmaking ability back there. He's a ball hawk, and that's what I love in a safety. Young, athletic with range. I'm going to go with Kirby Joseph.
He was fourth on the team in tackles.
Yeah, I know. Think about it.
I know.
And he didn't play the whole year.
Exciting.
Yeah.
He played all 17 games, but you're right, didn't start till later. Yeah. 82 tackles for a guy who really didn't get a ton of starts. He got plenty of starts there, but not the whole season. That's enticing.
It might be the answer to a great trivia question. Who caught Aaron Rodgers' last pass at Lambeau Field? Of course, he could go back there and play, but maybe not.
Well, as a Packer. Well, yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't think he's coming back as a Packer.
I doubt he's coming back as a Packer, but he could go back as a Jet. But feedback coming in. If he can overcome this injury, there's some details on that injury. It just makes me laugh. And I feel very bitter and mad about Aaron Rodgers.
You do, man.
And I don't know why. He's not in the division anymore. Maybe it's just years of torture, and then you add the diva-like behavior. But all right, here we go. 10 texts that came in. Brady at work says, Michael Badgley, he won't be playing for his job, and he wasn't that bad to begin with. Drew in California says, I think Glasgow will end up starting over Big V. From an unnamed texter, David Montgomery most improved. So better than he was with the Bears, huh? Greg in Detroit says Anzalone will be the most improved. Steven Swartz Creek says Rodrigo. Derek in Dearborn Heights agrees with you, Gator, and says Josh Paschal. Aiden Hutchinson will be a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. That's from an unnamed texter. Most improved line, Kirby Joseph. He will be an elite playmaker. That's from Will. Jamie in Ann Arbor says Aleem McNeil. Aleem McNeil apparently has come back lean and ready to go. Tom and Flat Rock.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you saying he's in the best shape of his life?
I'm saying Aleem is lean. Yes, he's in the best shape of his life.
All right.
Tom and Flat Rock's got my guy, James Mitchell.
I knew that was going to be your guy.
Yeah.
You love yourself some James Mitchell.
I really do. And
is it because he's a tight end? If only he went to Purdue.
You know what the funny thing is? When I look in the mirror, I'm afraid that the answer might be yes.
You gotta be honest.
Have I grown a mid-career obsession with the tight end position, or have you guys known this and I'm just realizing it? Am I the last? Am I the last to realize that I've got a problem?
I think we've known this for a little bit. Yeah, that you do enjoy the tight end a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said Alex Anzalone. Now, Anzalone led the team in tackles last year with 125.
Yeah,
and thinks he's going to improve off of that. I don't know. Do you expect him to? Or do you expect him at some point to maybe to cede some of those reps to other players because maybe they want to get a look at what with Rodriguez and Jack Campbell?
That's a great question. I would argue that one not because I don't think. I think the guy is an asset.
Yeah, I thought he had a pretty good season last year.
But I also kind of feel like at this point in his career, he's probably exactly what he is going to be, which is an asset.
Yeah.
But to be the most improved, I would be surprised because I'm not sure as the year goes on, there are some young linebackers that I feel like might take a few reps away from him. Rodrigo, Derek Barnes had a good second half of the season last year. You got Jack Campbell coming in. I don't know. But he's 28 years old. At this point, he kind of is what he is. But I suppose he could get better.
Yeah, and I wonder how much experimenting they're going to do with all the pass rushers that they have on this team.
Yep.
Are they going to find a way to get – are there going to be some sets where you've got Aquara and Hutch on the ends, but James Houston's in the game too, and Jack Campbell's in the game, or whomever, maybe one of Charles Harris, maybe just finding ways to get as many pass rushers as you can, and is that taking Anzalone out of it as well?
I kind of feel like Anzalone's most improved year was last year.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll take that and then move on, right? Because Jack Campbell, you're hoping is your Luke Kuechly type linebacker, Urlacher that really brings things together and stops the run. But Anzalone, if he can bring what he did last year, I'll be happy with that.
Yeah. Interesting answer. Chris in Traverse City is text 10. He says, I think the most improved player will be James Houston.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, if it's James Houston, Katie bar the door on what the Lions have here.
Right.
I mean, that guy was electric in the limited time that he got last season, with his 8 sacks in the 7 games that he played.
Mm-hmm.
If he's going to be improving off of that and be the most improved,
yeah,
then you're talking double-digit sack totals for a 7th-round pick.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not bad. Potentially. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John in Livonia. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, John?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon or good morning. I think Derek Barnes is going to be the most improved. He's got good speed, and he was thrown into the fire his rookie year because we had no depth. And then last season, it was a learning experience for him. I think this year he's going to really get on it, and he attacks. He's got good speed. That's why I like him.
Well, he's kind of in a weird place in his career in that you could say that he is being phased out in the last 2 years that they took linebackers, or they might suddenly have gone from it being a weak position group to a decent position group.
Yeah, I think he's going to get moved around because Jack Campbell is going to be the number 1 linebacker, I think. But then he's going to be awesome. So, all right, guys, thank you.
All right, thank you. 248-539-9797. I was looking, see if I can find this. Kirby Joseph snap counts. Last year, no defensive snaps in game 1, no defensive snaps in game 2, no defensive snaps in game 3. He did play in that time, 45 special team snaps. And then he just took off from there. These are snap counts week to week. 70, 57, 63, 68, 47, 61. 75, 77, 56, 65. I mean, he basically played full-time, almost 100% of the snaps after Tracy Walker went down. Because it was week 3, right, that Tracy Walker went down?
Believes it week 2 or 3. I forget which one it was. Yeah.
After week 3, it was all Kirby Joseph, and he was making an impact, which, it's extraordinarily useful and quite a find for them. I think I want to do the same thing with James Houston.
Well, he was just inactive.
Yeah.
For the first 10 games, wasn't he?
Yeah. I don't know why I'm not finding his name here. He's missing out. I'll get it here in a sec. But, yeah, I mean, these are players that when more was asked of them, boy, did they respond. The question was sent to a beat reporter of the Detroit Lions, who will be the most improved player. We'll tell you what their answer is. I can't find the snap counts for James Houston, but I will at some point. The question went for Tim Twentyman, and he answered as follows. For me, I think we'll see a bigger contribution from defensive lineman Josh Pascal in his second season. He didn't make his rookie debut until the end of October last year because of sports hernia injury that required surgery. Let's not forget he was a second-round pick last season. Pascal had 2 sacks week 17 against Chicago last year, and his impact down the stretch was felt outside the box score with an ability to set the edge and play the run. A healthy Pascal in 23 should be much more impactful.
Well, I hope he is. I mean, it's my guy, and didn't play for the first 6 weeks of the season, and then started getting some snaps, and then didn't play in weeks 11 or 12, and then had limited snaps the rest of the way. I'm excited to see what he can do.
Yep.
You asked about James Houston snap counts. He didn't have anything until week 12, and he had 5 snaps, and then went up to 12, 21, 25, 14, 33, and 30.
So I've got the totals here. 140 snaps. How many sacks did he end with?
8, I believe.
8 in 140 snaps. Okay, that's a decent ratio. That's a decent ratio.
Yeah, that's not bad.
All right, we got an announcement here at the station. We'll get to that today at 10:30. Then we'll get into some I'll mention that Aaron Rodgers story. I want to follow up with more details on his injury. We'll get to that at 10:35. Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, so we have an announcement here. 97 Won the Ticket is now streaming video on YouTube. So if you have thought about doing the Twitch thing and haven't, You can go to YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. So hello to the YouTube audience. There's
always hello to our Twitch audience.
Yes, and I don't want to neglect them either. Stub Nation. So we welcome those of you, 39 of you right now watching on YouTube before we even made the announcement. But yeah, go to 971 The Ticket on YouTube, search that up, and bam, there's myself, Gator, and Kang. So check it out. Another way to take in the station. So there it is. There it is. Twitch, and now an accompaniment of YouTube. Do you think a rivalry will start between those that prefer to watch on Twitch and those that prefer to watch on YouTube?
I hope not.
Yeah.
You know, we always, what is it you always say at the end of the show, Doug?
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect.
Yes.
Yep.
That's where I hope it is.
I mean, a fun rivalry. Like, where do the cool kids hang out? Do they hang out on Twitch or do they hang out on YouTube?
The cool kids hang out wherever they like to hang out.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I'm going to be diplomatic.
All right. Maybe I should ask my kids where the cool kids hang out. Do they hang out on Twitch or they hang out on YouTube? Because I me not being a cool kid anymore. I'm a decrepit dad.
Oh, wow. Decrepit, he said.
Kids make fun of me. I mean, it's constant barrage of being ridiculed. That's fatherhood, man. It's fatherhood. They get to an age. I hope they're going to move past that at some point. They'll treat the old man with respect, but I'm not counting on it anytime soon.
I think you're going to have a lull in the action for a while.
Is it all three kids, Doug?
Yes, when they get together.
Oh, it's when they get together, it's just bad. It's like joining forces.
It
like
really
one power group.
Yep.
So when the Power Rangers get together.
Yep. So anyway, it is what it is. So there you go. Welcome those of you watching on YouTube, up to 108. Welcome to the 143 that are watching on Twitch. And those of you streaming on the Odyssey app, which is a great way to listen to the show outside of the our listening area. So 248-539-9797. Tigers lost last night 4-1 at Kansas City. We'll get into that a little bit later on. But Gator, so I just saw this and it made me giggle. Aaron Rodgers hadn't used medicine balls or sleds to warm up for practice during his 18 years in Green Bay. According to Pro Football Talk, he may never do so again after injuring his calf during preconditioning on Tuesday. To which I kind of also asked the question, when's the last time he went to an OTA?
That's a great question.
But the sleds and the medicine balls apparently would have been blamed for Aaron Rodgers' calf injury.
I'm not sure what the hell a quarterback is doing hitting a sled, a blocking sled.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what that's about. That's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And injuring your calf while working the sled, I could see maybe your shoulder or, maybe you lean into it wrong or something, but.
Sounds like an excuse, really.
It does. It sounds like, I don't want to keep doing this nonsense.
Do you think the whole thing's big? He's a big faker?
No. I don't know.
If I know, do you mean yes?
Yeah, I don't. Medicine. What's he doing? This is an 18-year veteran, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if he's doing the stuff that he's never had to do before, is he only doing it because he's got to set the example of, hey, here's the future Hall of Famer, comes to this team. You got a young team, a young coach, second-year coach or third-year coach. Maybe that's it. That's all it is. Because it does seem like utter nonsense to have a quarterback go through some of these drills. And then this is just, all right, I don't have to do this anymore. And he probably goes into Salah's office afterward and says, it's in my contract.
Yeah. And it very well may be in his contract. Far be it for me to suggest he's having some prima donna type of behavior.
What?
Yeah.
I did notice he was wearing number 8.
Yeah, did somebody have his number? Somebody at the
Joe Namath.
Yeah, there was somebody pretty
that's
famous.
So he
you heard of him?
Namath didn't give him the
He did actually, and Aaron said, "No, I appreciate it, but I'm just going to pick a different number. No worries."
Okay.
And he gave him the approval before he even signed with the Jets. Like he was part of that. Like, come to the Jets, please.
You can wear your number if you come to the Jets.
Yeah.
Why'd you say damn it?
Because I respect that out of Aaron Rodgers.
I don't want to respect him at all.
I hate when players have to give up their retired jerseys or whatever. When somebody's a true legend, like Joe Namath is a true legend of the game, he doesn't need to come out and say, you can go ahead and take my jersey. He did, and I'm just glad that Aaron Rodgers like, yeah, thank you very much, but that's not, you're Joe Namath. I'm Aaron Rodgers. That's not happening.
Well, I mean, okay, check plus for him.
I don't care about the jersey number thing. I think it's totally overblown, retiring the jersey numbers. Like,
I only had one issue with any jersey number. Well, that's not true. I thought when Jeff Okudah got released and Jamison Williams asked for his number like 30 seconds after he got released.
Body wasn't even cold yet.
I know, right?
And then he doesn't even get it.
I know.
And then Okudah switching to number 1. I always feel like if you're a skill position player and you're taking the number 1,
you better be good.
You kind of got to be a badass. And I'm like, really, Jeff Okudah? Did he change his number 3 times in Detroit?
I think he did.
Yeah, he changed it a lot. He was 23, I think, at
then
one
30,
point.
and then 1. But
I feel like for you, Doug, you wouldn't even care about people's numbers. Like, you're the type of guy who cares, right? And then, but for some reason, you
this
care
might
about
sound
this.
weird. Well, this might sound weird to you, but I locked in on a number at a young age, and I still battle for it to this day if I ever am on a team. Still want the same number.
Not Doug-like.
I know, but
I respect it.
I got my number.
It's because it's a number no one wants.
That's not true.
You think?
I don't know.
Is my number?
I don't.
Well, your number's retired by the Lions.
Yes,
so.
it is. Yes, it is.
Your number's 22?
Yep.
I have no idea who the Lion retire at 22.
Oh boy.
Well, do you have a number?
Boy. It's Bobby Lane.
Oh. Okay.
It's okay.
I know who Bobby Lane is. I had no idea what his number was.
Yeah. Do you have a number? Okay.
Not really. I mean, I have a few numbers I can go for, but no, I'm not battling for any numbers. I have maybe ranked, I guess, but if it's taken, I just move on.
I'm thinking Gators' number is linebacker from the Cowboys, and I'm completely.
He was drafted as a linebacker, but
Randy
he wasn't.
White.
Yeah, but he wasn't a linebacker. Yeah.
Okay, he was out of Maryland, right?
Yes.
54.
Yes.
That's your number. Is 54.
That's my number.
I love it.
Yeah.
I just love it.
I have 2 though. 54 and 13 is my other one.
Why 13?
I just always loved the number 13 growing up.
It's funny because when you're a kid, I'm of the belief that you're more likely to lock in as a kid to whatever you're going to be in terms of your fandom. But I looked around and I'm like, I kind of like Clyde Drexler, kind of liked Ricky Henderson at the time, and Michigan a running back named Gerald White. I thought he was really versatile as a fullback.
Was Ricky 24?
They were all wearing. Ricky wore like 10 numbers, but they at the time they were all wearing 22. And I'm like, okay, and I got the number 22 and kind of stuck with it since.
I like 22 for Jim Palmer.
Is that what he wore?
I was Jim Palmer guy. Yeah.
Okay.
See, I think this is like era stuff. Because growing up, for me, 23 was the number for basketball. Like no one. If you wore 23, you better be damn good at basketball. Honestly, like if you're asking for 23, people are like, all right, so he thinks he's Jordan.
For us, it was if you wore 33, I think, for our generation.
For Bird?
Well, but it was Kareem at 33. Magic wore 33 with Michigan State.
But more well known for 32 at like.
But it was like Kareem and and then there were a bunch of running backs that wore 22. Set wore 33. Yeah.
Interesting story has just been posted on our website by the Birchie Kid about these guys coming into Detroit, all these new players, and what it feels like to have an expectation to get the primetime games to open on Thursday night against Kansas City. Here's some of what the players have said. I'm going to read these and we'll tweet out the story so you can see it. So Montgomery said to Gardner Johnson as they went in, they played that NBA 2K game streamed out of Lions Tuesday night. To play in prime time, super dope, bro. To be able to be like everybody's watching us. Gardner Johnson said, so it's like a Super Bowl feeling. Montgomery said, I ain't ever had that feeling. Montgomery says, losing was all I was used to. It got to a point where it really sucked the fun out of the game for me because I'm a competitor. I like to compete. That's what football's about. But it's so refreshing to be in a place where that's appreciated and that's what you get to do. It's just so weird to hear players talk about Detroit this way. Right?
Yes.
Remember the whole nobody ever wants to come here?
Right. Yeah, nobody wants to come here. Why would anybody want to come here to Detroit and play one of our teams? It doesn't make sense.
The non-negotiable is they have to win now.
Well,
they have to go out and win. It's all great talk, and it's cool.
And technically, they did win last year.
They did. They became a winning team, and they changed the perception of the team and the perception of what it means to be a Detroit Lion. But the non-negotiable is now go out and win big. Win big. 248-539-9797. We'll send that out via Twitter. You can follow us on Twitter at Doug and Gator 971. All right, got a follow-up on the poop ring story. I asked my wife about the poop ring. Yeah. If you missed that yesterday, we'll explain at 10:50 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Get some Tiger talk a little bit later on. NBA, NHL. There's a league that is experimenting with some rules. And the NHL is, I guess, taking a look. I don't know how serious they are, but, I want to get your 2 cents on this.
I'm curious about that.
The 11 o'clock hour. 248-539-9797. All right, so yesterday, if you missed the story, a woman in Minnesota lost her ring. Her husband got her a wedding ring, and I guess it upgraded a wedding ring, and the size wasn't right. It was too big, but she had it on her finger, and as she went to flush the toilet, it fell off her finger and into said toilet. It started to swirl. And the first question I have for my wife is, would you go in after it? Would you do the dirty dive to get the ring? And she said, yeah, unless you had just gone. And I'm like, that would be a unique scenario that I had just gone and you came to flush the toilet. But I'm like, okay. So the ring, she did the dive, didn't catch it, said she saw it swirling, but didn't catch it. They happen to own this woman and her husband own like a plumbing business. So they removed the toilet. They tried to find the ring somewhere in the toilet. Then they put a camera down there to look for it. Never found it. They chalked it up as a loss. 13 years later, they're watching the news and a story comes up about a ring that's found in the muck, as it was described, at a treatment facility. And they saw the story and thought, oh my God, that's a ring. They were able to match it up somehow and found out it was the ring, and it was returned to the owners 13 years later after spending 13 years, for lack of a better term, in the muck. So we asked the question yesterday, would you wear it? Would you disinfect it and wear it? Now, there's a lot of variables here, like how expensive it was to begin with.
Right.
Did you replace it since? Which obviously, there's a likelihood or a probability that you would have replaced it since. But would you wear the thing? And I said there was not enough disinfectant in the world after 13 years in other people's muck that I would even think about it. I was out completely. You and Kang were in.
Well, yeah, and you'd have to fix the ring part. I mean, the stone is what's the most valuable part, and it sounded like after 13 years that the actual band would be almost disintegrated. So I'm just fixing the diamond and putting a diamond on a new band. Of course.
So I was out, Gators in the of course camp apparently, and Kang said yes, he would take it. He would clean it and use it again.
It's expensive. And if you're going to, upgrade the ring, it's, probably quite expensive.
I did say that I would disinfect it and keep it as a memento and just like put it in a case or something.
Oh, and say this is from my first wife?
No, and just say
my first marriage.
Hey, has sentimental value, but I'm not putting this nasty thing back on my finger. So I asked my wife, because I mentioned out of the two of us at the home, I am not the clean freak, believe it or not. And I said, would you wear this? Disinfect it, clean it, et cetera, et cetera. And she said, no, I don't think so.
Wow.
Yep. So we're on the same page when it comes to that. That's the follow-up. Kang, you did not ask your wife?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
I'm thinking she's going to say, I think she might agree with your wife, is because she's the one who's got to wear it.
Yeah.
So, but I think the sentimental values, and plus now it's got a great story. I mean, yeah, it's kind of disgusting, but it's a story that adds to it.
Yep.
It's, you know what I think though, a lot of times, I think a lot of women want the upgraded ring.
Yeah, that's what this is about.
I'm not going to wear that. You have to get me a new one, that kind of talk.
A bigger one.
With that kind of attitude.
Excellent point. And I didn't speculate or ask my wife, is this because you want a new one?
Well, that's great, honey, but I'm going to fish this one out anyway because I'm going to need to use this one as a down payment on the next one, I guess.
Well, again, sentimental value, sure, put it in a case.
What about?
But I'm going to do my best to never touch it ever again.
What about just like getting a new band, but
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Reset the
reset
diamond.
the stone and all that.
Was the stone in the muck?
Yeah.
Nope.
Unbelievable.
I know.
Oh, seriously.
Hardest surface on Earth.
Right?
It's going to be impenetrable
Okay.
by forces of nature.
But do you remember yesterday when we were talking about this? And Kang said, but all these disinfectants remove 99% or 99.9% or 99.999. And I'm like, yeah, that 0.1 or that 0.01, I want no part of what it was.
You're ridiculous.
Perhaps I am, but also I'm not going to lie. I'm not.
It's so ridiculous.
Not interested. Not interested.
Just saving the diamond. Going to reset the diamond. The diamond's been in the muck, so you can't do it with the muck.
I can't. I don't know what to tell you. But hey, we're not married.
No, we're not. And
It won't be a problem in our household. And my wife and I are on the same page. So if just such an occasion happens, we'll know how to handle it.
now I feel like you need to give you need to let your wife know, and there will be no upgrade.
Well, but see, the thing about that is, I do think, I've lost a wedding ring. I told that story on air. So dumb. Was painting in the driveway, and was doing like painting some trim that I was going to put up, and I took the ring off and put it on the hood of the car while I was out there painting and never put it back on. And I need some more paint. Got in the car, drove away. Never saw that ring ever again. So we got out and got the same one replaced. But
And never told his wife.
no, I told him. Remember we ran the experiment? We put a quarter where I put, and we tried to drive until I saw the quarter fall off and hope that it was right there. Thought that might be a successful experiment. Didn't work. Gave it a shot though. But yeah, it's a ring. It's a ring that I would just say goodbye to. 248-539-9797. Hey, just a heads up. And I have nothing to do with this.
Interesting caveat right away.
Paul Gross, retired meteorologist.
Oh, here we go.
Tweet out there's a frost advisory coming up tonight from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. north of 8 Mile.
See, didn't Doug, what was it, like a week ago, Gator?
Yeah.
Just from the mountaintops. Done, guys.
Yeah.
Over. Won't see
Okay. What'd I say we wouldn't see?
snow, winter,
Snow.
or something.
I said we wouldn't see snow. No more snow.
I don't know. What do we count as frost, Gator?
Frost, to me, tells me it's going to be
Well, the temp's got to
frigid
get...
temperature's got to be below 32, right?
Yep.
Is that how you get frost? Got to be below 32?
Yeah, but that's not snow.
Thanks, Doug.
Yep. Yep.
Doug, Gator, did you see my tweet the other day with Paul Gross? I retweeted a Paul Gross tweet.
I did not, but I'm going to look for it now.
Yeah, go look for it. I took a shot at Doug when he was off. It was when he was off.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were going to be off.
No, but thank you. I appreciate that. Every time the weather's bad, I'm the one that gets blamed. But did you find it?
Read it, Gator.
First, Paul Gross tweeted this out 2 days ago. Today marks a big Detroit weather anniversary. 140 years ago, May 22nd, 1883, 2.7 inches of snow fell in Detroit. That's the latest measurable spring snow in recorded Detroit weather history. Kang replied to it and said, little known fact, Doug's great-great-grandfather, Jebediah Karsh, proclaimed winter was over on May 21st, 1883.
The day before.
Let's just retweet that.
You like that?
Like that, too.
I liked it a lot. Oh, I really like that. Give me 26 likes.
Hey, just a heads up, that story we had about all the new Lions talking about how the perception of the organization has changed. People want to come here because they want to play for a winner. That story's been retweeted from our account at Doug and Gator 971, so you can follow the link. All right, Tigers lost last night. Columnists put out a story about them being in playoff contention, and I don't always expect this guy to have a glass half full kind of view of things.
No.
We will get to that today at 11:02. Also next hour, interesting rule changes being experimented with in a European hockey league. From what I understand, the NHL's taking a look, see how this goes. Gator, I want to know if you would be in favor of any of these. Also coming up in the 11 o'clock hour here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Lions on the field for OTAs this week, but a couple of new additions opening up during a live streaming session of the NBA 2K video game as David Montgomery and CJ Gardner-Johnson played for fans tuning in and talked about their first impressions of their new squad. And Montgomery also throwing some shade at his former team, the Bears, saying that all of the losing in Chicago sucked the fun out of the game, and both, of course, had an amazing early impression of their new head coach, Dan Campbell. Michigan baseball will face elimination in the Big Ten baseball tournament tonight, taking on Illinois after falling to Iowa by 10 runs yesterday. It's a 7 o'clock start in Omaha, while the Spartans will try to stay alive in a game tomorrow morning with their opponent yet to be decided. Congrats to another U.S. PBL player who got a chance with a major league organization. Jake Wasinski is getting the call to Single A Fort Myers, a minor league team for the Twins, after his play at Oakland University and with the Eastside Diamond Hoppers in Utica. As for the Tigers, they're still 2.5 back of the Twins. Their rubber match versus the Royals will play tonight, with a win also giving them a 500 road trip before returning to Comerica Park tomorrow. It'll be Matthew Boyd on the bump for a 7:40 game at Kauffman Stadium right here on 97.1 The Ticket with Dan Dickerson. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Stream it through the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. It's free, and you can listen to The Ticket anywhere in the United States. You can take it Tiger Baseball in the state of Michigan and a few places beyond. Again, that's the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Also streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, where that Birchie Kid story is posted about what C.J. Gardner-Johnson and David Montgomery said about coming to Detroit. Kind of clear that the perception of this organization is changing. You can see that. Saw another quote here. Being a part of this, it was, and you heard the soundbite during the update, but here's David Montgomery. Being a part of this, it was really one of the main reasons that I came here, just because everybody around here, the coaches and the players, everybody's bought in already. Everybody around here wants to work. I haven't been anywhere where it's like that, and it's really good, and it's a really good team as well. Okay. Bears fans are going to start getting pissed. Or maybe he's telling something about what it was like to be a Chicago Bear. I mean, we read the soundbite earlier, read the quote, I should say, earlier about all the losing got to him, but he's never been anywhere where everybody just wants to work. This honestly sounds like the kind of crap that used to be said about us, doesn't it?
Kind of. I mean, that's what happens when you're part of a losing franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get away from it and you see something different, and it's the first time in forever that the Lions are offering that.
Mm-hmm.
Something that's, wow, wait a minute, this is a cool place to be right now, which was never said before about the Detroit Lions. So it's refreshing to hear. I don't know if I want to hear anybody trashing their old franchise that they played for, but
I mean, it's kind of a subtle trash. I don't know if he realizes he's doing it in the moment he says it.
Yeah,
maybe he does.
But we heard stuff going on behind the scenes that, with the coaching changes they've had over the years, and just people aren't on the same page, and you've got this dynamic quarterback, but what are you doing? It's just there's a lot there that just wasn't working, and now, I mean, it's interesting because I happen to think the Bears are one of these teams that are on the rise with all that they've changed on that team over the last year.
Yep.
And all the money they've been able to spend in free agency and in trades and the draft. I think they're going to be a vastly improved team. I don't know how sustainable it is for how many years, but maybe by the time that they have to reload, that Justin Fields is at that point is an outstanding quarterback. That's what they would be hoping for.
Anyway, you can read the whole story at DunGator971, or you can follow the link on Twitter. You can read the whole story at 97.1 The Ticket, or follow the link on Twitter at DunGator971. Also now streaming on YouTube. Go to YouTube and type in 971 The Ticket, and you'll see we are streaming live along with the Twitch feed With Twitch, search up 971 The Ticket. So 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Ariel, you're on 971 The Ticket. What's up, Ariel?
Hey, what's up? Long time no see. I think before I go to my topic, Michigan is going to be a top 2 or 3 team in the country starting out, and they're going to end that way because this team is just too talented and too deep. And I don't see them getting arrogant or falling off because this team is way too hungry and way too focused for that. Now going to LeBron James, I mean, I don't know what else anyone else wants from him. He's already one of the top 2 or 3 players of all time. That's a high accomplishment. And not only that, he broke Kareem's scoring record, which I personally never thought was possible. He's done that, and the impact socially he's had on his generation is second to none. And that's why I think that LeBron personally needs to put an end to this comparison between him and Michael Jordan for good, because
what do you
LeBron
mean? What do you mean he needs to put it
Michael
into
Jordan is Michael Jordan, because without Michael Jordan, there's no LeBron James. But at the same time, I am my own person. If LeBron were to do that, that would be so powerful, and LeBron would do it in a way which does not does not disrespect Michael Jordan, but yet will show that LeBron is his own authentic, unique person, which he already is. But LeBron needs to verbalize that, because that's the only way this whole nonsense as far as comparisons would end. Because
why is it nonsense?
What's that?
Why is it nonsense?
It's just it's silly, and it causes division between fan bases, which is really childish in my
yes,
opinion.
But who really cares?
I mean,
sports
that's
is
always
about
everything's about debating.
The game in the 90s was played so much different than today. And that's why even comparing Michael Jordan to someone like Jerry West is nonsense, because the game in the 60s.
Yeah, but you try.
Yeah.
First of all, I mean, it's not like a world hunger topic, okay? It's not that important.
No.
It's what sports fans do.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Ariel brought up a point from the social aspect.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron James, it feels like he's done light years more for social activism than Michael Jordan ever did.
Yeah,
and I think that's to be he needs to be commended for that, because I think people forget that. They see LeBron flopping. If people don't like LeBron, it's because he flops too much, or he complains too much, or it's because he took his talents to South Beach and he hitched his wagon to winners, even though he built a winner. He was building a winner in Cleveland and then abandoned it, and then came back and won the championship there. There's reasons he rubs people the wrong way when it comes to basketball, but off the court, he's fantastic.
The latest thing he did was classic celebrity behavior. I am not going to be in the NBA Finals. I am not going to be on the league's biggest stage. So when someone asks me about my future, how do I stay in the news cycle? How do I do the most celebrity thing where people are talking about me? He's vague about his future.
Well,
and Gator,
go ahead.
I whatever, to each their own. It's part of the marketability of a player. There's going to be a dead period here between the conference finals and the finals, and if there's NBA discussion, it very well may be filled with LeBron's comment, which is vague about his future. How many people around there believe LeBron just played his last NBA game? Anyone?
I don't think there are many people.
No,
but I mean, I can understand any player that's played as long as he has, that you go on this run and you've got all this momentum build up, and then you get swept in the conference finals. And he's whatever he is, 38 years old, and the question comes up, have you played your last game? Are you done playing? And he's like, I don't know. I got to think about it. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. I don't think it's diva-like behavior. I think he's being honest that he doesn't know.
Well,
he just gave it all. I don't know how much time did he play that game?
It's not something he's taking seriously. If nobody believes it, then it's not something he's taking seriously, A. And B, it's just what celebrities do to keep their names in the news cycle.
Well,
and I don't think it's that big a deal. I just think I think he just went all celebrity
I don't know.
said,
I think
keep my name in the news cycle.
I think it's quite possible. Do I think he's going to retire? No, I don't think he's going to retire. But
nobody does.
But do I leave open a possibility that maybe that this stretch run that they made was stressful enough on him where he's like, do I want to keep doing this? I mean, yeah, I can go wherever I want to go and play wherever I want to play, to go through another grind. Do I want to do that, or do I want to take the next step and do something else and get involved in ownership or something like that? Because he's built an empire, and he can take that next leap if he wants to take that next leap. We don't know when it's going to happen. Obviously, the season he had was fantastic, but you don't know how people change from day to day as they get older. We know that we definitely we change our minds all the time.
I will shoot the boo guarantee LeBron James has not played his last game in the NBA.
Okay.
He just hasn't. And I
think we're so jaded on LeBron that we're going to have this reaction to it. Like you're taking it and making it seem like he's seeking the attention. And I don't know if he's seeking the attention. I just think he's just trying to give a bland response to something and move on.
If you, I suppose I have no doubt that he has not played his last game, and so why even say it? But 248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback. All right, coming up, let's get to some Tiger stuff. Lost last night at Kansas City, and we got sidetracked a little bit there, but columnist writes about them being a playoff team as they continue to loiter near the top of the division lead. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Eduardo Rodriguez, last couple starts has been, yeah. And look, he was pitching at such an incredible level that a couple of comeback to earth starts actually feels about right. When we were talking about whether or not the Tigers should aggressively pursue trading him, I made the point that they should, and they should demand a lot. And if they stick around, and if people turn down their demands, that's fine. But if they're hanging around and continue to, like we say, loiter near the top of the division, I make the attempt to re-sign him, actually. But here's the thing. At 30 years old, he probably hasn't reinvented himself into becoming one of the best left-handed starters in the game. But it still doesn't mean he can't be an asset and be really good, so we shouldn't be surprised. That's why I made the comments last week. We shouldn't be surprised that he's come back to earth.
Well, keep this in mind, too, though. He didn't pitch poorly last night. He pitched really well last night. Yeah. He struck out 9 guys. He only threw 90 pitches. 64 of them were for strikes. He was throwing strikes. He gave up 4 runs, but 2 of them were earned.
Yeah.
So, and then you go back to the other start that he had, which was far worse than this one. And I think he gave up 4 earned runs in that one. But that shouldn't have been that way because Veerling made an error in center field. They didn't call an error. They gave the guy credit for the double that he should have had. So his defense has let him down each of the last 2 starts as well. And maybe this is something where he's got to tell himself he's got to be more mentally tough. You can't let it get to you. Somebody makes a mistake in the field, yuck, throw it in the garbage and move on. But nonetheless, it's 2 straight starts where he's given up this many runs.
The 200 runs is pretty good.
Yeah.
He just went through a stretch where he had 6 consecutive starts and allowed 200 runs. So like I said, he was pitching.
He was pitching well above his head.
Way above his head. We knew it and talked about it. And we'll see where he settles in. He's probably more like the guy last night than he was during that 6-game stretch.
I think he's a good pitcher, not a great pitcher. Now, he was my start, the player I thought before the year began. We did a bold-ass predictions. I said this is going to be the all-star representative for the Tigers, was Eduardo Rodriguez. And he's pitched like that so far. I mean, even with the 2 hiccups, his ERA is still 2.1 or 2.19. But I do think we've seen a lot of positive out of him. And I know people are like, oh, they're just ruining their chance now to trade him. I don't think that's changed at all. I think I expected him to be a better pitcher than what he was prior to coming to the Tigers because playing in Comerica Park, for half your starts, having the opportunity to work with maybe a plus pitching coach and a plus manager should help that out too. Also, the defense here with the Tigers on most nights is going to be a lot better than certainly what they were last night when you had Baez make the error or Veerling not making the catch in the other start at Comerica Park. I mean, you've got a center fielder like Riley Green who's outstanding, and you've got an infield that can take care of the baseball, and it's going to help him out as a pitcher. He's not as good as he was those first 7 starts. You're right. You're 100% right in that. He's also not as bad as he was 2 starts ago.
Yeah. He's probably more like he was last night.
Yeah, I would think he's probably a low to mid 3s ERA kind of guy, that's good. We'll take it.
And we'll see what the trade market is for him. You know what's funny about the whole loitering thing that we talked about? They're 3 weeks away, okay?
There will be a market for him, by the way.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
The Tigers are 3 weeks away where even though they're, I think, what are they, 4 games under now? They're 4 games under 500, but the Twins lost last night, so they're still only 2.5 games out of first. We're 3 weeks away from the Tigers playing the Twins 7 times in 10 days. So as we look at the realistic ask, can they just hover here? I mean, it'd be great if they did better, but realistically, if they go into that 7 games in 10-day stretch against the Twins, that could be fun. Now, I wish the first 4 were at home. They're in Minnesota. But try to get there where you're going to play him 7 times within reasonable striking distance.
This is where the trouble comes, because you've got games against Texas and Philadelphia and Arizona and Atlanta before you even get to Minnesota, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Those are good baseball teams. So you find yourself in a situation again where you have got to take advantage of playing Kansas City. Win the series. Go out there, win tonight. I don't care if they lost last night. That's fine. If they end up taking 2 or 3, that's what you want. Take 2 or 3. You got 4 games coming up against the White Sox here at home. Win 3 of the 4 games, right? So I'd feel a lot better about it if they're able to do that. Then you're home against Texas. You're still home. You're comfortable. Hey, Texas is traveling. Maybe win 2 out of 3 there. And then you go to Chicago again. You got to take advantage of that. You're a better team than Chicago. Can you win 2 or 3 at Chicago? Then things get tough.
So we mentioned the calmness that I don't tend to think sees the glass as half full, but I mean, that's fine. I don't, I learned a lot working with Drew Sharp, who I ended up being very good friends with, and which surprised me because when I didn't know him and I just read his column, he drove me crazy. But then I got to know him and I'm like, God, he's not a bad dude. And he's perfectly fine with people disagreeing with his opinion. Carlos Menares, I don't think of as a glass half full kind of guy, but he also, doesn't hold back and throw some stuff out there. And he wrote about the Tigers actually legitimately being in a playoff chase in this division for many of the reasons that we've talked about, right? I mean, it's
a bad division.
Yeah, it is what it is. And he said somebody he knows in the game told him at spring training, this division's so bad the Tigers can actually hang around. And he was like, sure, okay, whatever. And now he's like, yeah, okay, let's go. So Menares actually from today's column printed 2 interesting things about their chances to make the playoffs. It caught my attention of being a fringe playoff team. He wrote, Fangraphs gives the Tigers a 2.9% chance of the playoffs and a 2.7% chance of winning the division and predicts a final win total of 71.8 victories, 4th in the division, behind an 85.3 win Twins team. So they think 13 wins shy of what the Twins will end up. And then he writes, over at 538, the Tigers are also projected to finish 4th in the American League Central with 71 wins, far behind the 88-win Twins. But at least 538 gives the Tigers a 5% chance of the playoffs and a 4% chance of the division. I think they have I would not put, I'm sure they got mathematical formulas and all that, and they'll tell you it's data, it's science. The Tigers' percent chance of making the playoffs, in my view, is the exact same percent chance of winning the division. I can't, under any circumstance, see them winning a wild card spot.
I agree with you 100% on that. That is, I think that's factual.
But 538 is 5% chance of making the playoffs, 4% chance of winning the division. Fangraphs, I agree with a little bit more. 2.9% chance of playoffs, 2.7% chance of winning the division.
See, I think it's interesting, though, when they're saying both say 4th place. So they think that it's Chicago and Cleveland and Minnesota ahead of the Tigers.
Yeah.
I tried to make the case yesterday. I don't think there's a whole lot of separation between these 4 teams. I do think the Twins are the class of the division, but it's not saying much because this division isn't very good. I think, and I don't think there's a whole lot that separates Minnesota from Detroit. And there sure as hell ain't a whole lot that separates Chicago or Cleveland from Detroit. And I think Detroit might be the second best team in the division. But what I'm encouraged by is that they have hung around, that they've dominated the National League to this point, when they have yet to really get into the meat of playing in their own division when you're taking on bad teams. They're starting to get into it now with this, finishing up the series against Kansas City, and we've got Chicago coming up. Those are big games to try to pad it up. If you're better than them, prove it. And if you're not, we're going to find out real quick because Chicago's the next litmus test. But I'm encouraged because Tarek Skubal should come back hopefully within a month, right? He's throwing. He's gonna go to live batting practice is the next step. Then I imagine he'll pitch a couple games at Toledo or a few innings at Toledo. They're talking about Bo Brisky, that he could be coming back hopefully sooner as well because he's doing the same thing. He's throwing these bullpens and he's getting ready to take a step. I don't know how good Bo Brisky is, but I mean, he's another arm that could be added at least to the bullpen and maybe, which has been very good. But
always been a fan.
But if he's better, then he's better than whoever else they have there. Fine. You want the upgrade? Take it. They got some bad news on Casey Mize that he had a little bit of a setback. He's got some back soreness, but the pitching, particularly a starting pitcher, they need a starting pitcher added to this rotation to help make it better. I'm not going to say to solidify it because it's not a solid rotation. Even with Skubal, it still isn't solid, but you have a better chance. Kerry Carpenter needs to come back, and he's probably a couple weeks away from that, but at least he's taking batting practice and apparently hitting lasers all over the place. But, he's got a shoulder issue, and if he can't throw yet, then he can't throw. But if he can hit, he can DH, and they certainly have a spot at DH right now.
All right, Gator, some experimental rules in hockey. Would you be in favor of any of these coming to the National Hockey League? We'll get to that today at 11:35. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1. Javi Baez has been hitting the baseball. I like Javi Baez hitting the baseball game.
Yeah, well, he's got 5 hits in his last 2 games. He's picked it up.
Maybe he hit a ball.
He hit it hard. Some guys just don't get lucky. Torkelson again ripped another one.
Mm-hmm.
There were a couple guys yesterday just ripped the ball right at
It's baseball, though, man. It's baseball.
That's how it is. You know.
So,
but need to see Javi Baez hit, and he is. I'd like to see him hit the ball over the fence. That'd be nice. But the double 2 nights ago was great.
Okay, so I mentioned earlier that the XFL and USFL have done something that's bleeding into our mainstream football. According to Barrett Sports Media, the Pac-12 is strongly considering what the XFL and the USFL do with miking people up during games.
Mm-hmm.
So Pac-12 football games, head coaches will be interviewed during games. Players and coaches will be mic'd up during pregame warmups. Cameras will have pregame and halftime access to team locker rooms, and handheld camera operators will be allowed to film parts of the field and game experience which were previously prohibited, which sounds like some tunnel stuff and in the locker room, et cetera, et cetera. The Pac-12 is losing traction.
Oh, yeah.
Which, personally, as a big fan of the college game, I think sucks. I think it's really fun to have regional conferences. I do not like USC and UCLA coming to the Big Ten. I still am not completely sure it's going to happen. But the Pac-12 is losing 2 marquee programs, losing their biggest market, and looking for a way to catch people's attention. They're marketing at this point. And they're going to do what the USFL and XFL have done in some regards. It doesn't sound like they're going to have quite as much in terms of mic'd up during games. But, Gator, do you like that stuff? Because I've found not enough to make me really watch a ton of XFL and USFL. It hasn't helped that the Panthers have quickly bottomed out after a good start, but that stuff doesn't hurt.
I like if it's totally unfiltered. I hate it when, you're going to mic these guys up and then you hear somebody swear and then you're trying to bleep it out and it's like, just let it go. I mean, we're all adults here. Come on. I don't.
Well, there's not all adults.
Well, I guess I understand, but you know what I'm trying to say here. It just seems less genuine if you're going to be censoring it. The Pac-12 is doing anything they can.
Yep.
To try to be attractive, to land a better TV deal,
right?
Is really what they're going to try to do. I don't know if this does it. What I'd love to see happen is to have that kind of transparency when it comes to the officials. That's what I want to have mic'd up. That's interesting. You do that. What the XFL was doing there, what the USFL was doing. Let everybody in on it. Love it. Yeah. Let's see the replay. What are you seeing? And you have to justify. You tell me why it is that was targeting or why it is that you don't think that was a fumble.
Well, and I think the idea, this is interesting, Gator, and I think it's smart, and tell the Pereiras of the Pac-12 to explain it to us like we're 5 years old, too. Like, don't spare us any detail. The reason this is the ruling is because the rule states specifically that the crown of the helmet is above the bolts. If you go, and it's got to be, you have to use that with forcible impact and, explain as, because when I read the rule that actually defined the crown of the helmet, there's the bolts for the face mask, which also serve as the line of delineation for where the crown of the helmet starts, which I didn't know. And they explain all that stuff to us as you're making these rulings.
Yes, and it has to be the guy who's actually making the ruling, not just your hired hand. It's in some studio. And trying to explain what they're looking at. Mm-hmm. Don't tell me what you think they're looking at. I want to hear it from them because that's what makes it great in the XFL or USFL is that you can actually hear. I mean, that's Mike Pereira's job,
right?
He is the studio.
In the meantime, the Champions League in Europe, Hockey League, is experimenting with some rules, and I want to know what you think of these. Okay? 1, on a 2-minute power play, a goal does not end the power play.
Oh, so it's treated like a 5-minute major?
Yep. You get 2 minutes to do whatever you want in those 2 minutes.
Interesting.
Two.
You want me to comment on that right now?
No,
or-
I'll give you all
Okay.
three.
All right.
2, a goal during a delayed penalty does not negate the upcoming penalty, which I think is a rule in college hockey.
A goal say this
During a
again?
delayed penalty.
During a delayed penalty.
So,
Okay.
official raises his hand, you
Okay.
pull the goalie, you score a goal.
And then in the NHL, they say that there's no penalty in the
Right.
play because you just scored, so you don't get the power play.
And this is the one that I like the most, I think. A shorthanded goal ends the power play. That feels, you know what, that feels devious.
It does. It does. It's like, oh, man. Making it worse. Not only we give up a shorty, but now we don't get a chance to even it up because it was
The
scored.
question I have, what's interesting about that is that will it make the team killing the penalty try harder to score a shorthanded goal? Will they be a percentage or two more aggressive about, I've cleared the zone, let's just get the puck down the ice? Cleared the zone, can we turn this into a scoring chance? You know what I mean?
I think I like 2 of the 3.
Okay.
I'm not so sure about the first one. Treating a 2-minute. I mean, that's the difference. Why you have minor and major penalties, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not just the time, but it's also, hey, it's really punitive if you do something stupid for a major penalty. It's really punitive. I think minor penalties should just be how they are. I don't know. I don't understand what the point is. They think they need more scoring. Is that it?
I guess.
The last one, I do kind of like that because it does put a premium. It gives more incentive to try to score a shorthanded goal, and I think it's triumphant,
Right.
But I don't know if you can have that and not have the first one,
Which is
the one where you get power play for 2 minutes and you can score as many goals as you can in the 2 minutes.
right.
So I don't know if you can have the shorthanded rule without going with the first rule. I think they kind of have to go together. So if you were to do that, I'm not against any of these. I'm least for the first one, but if I like the third one, then I think you need to pair it with the first one. What was the second rule again?
The second rule is a goal scored during a delayed penalty does not end the power play.
I agree with that.
You like that?
I like that one. Yeah, because there's a penalty. You did something to get penalized for it, and just because the team pulls the goaltender, and then it's up to you to get possession of that puck to make sure they don't score it, so that you can have a chance to kill it on the penalty kill.
And one other rule here they are considering is Jamie Benn is always suspended.
Oh boy!
I mean, a cross check to the face.
Was it to
of
the
a guy in a
face?
prone position? Sure looked like it.
It's a penalty, but I don't know if it was a cross check to the face as much as it was a cross checking motion where his glove is what hits him in the face.
I'm
not convinced that's. I mean,
that looked to me like an attempt to maim. Like this wasn't about I'm gonna send a message of how this game's gonna be. That looked like he was trying to seriously injure someone.
I don't know. I didn't see it as severely as you did. Attempt to maim is what Joe Veleno did in the World Championships when he stomped at the leg of another player who was with him along the boards. Unfortunately, the stomp of the skate ended up hitting the shin guard and not anything that could have caused real damage. He's now suspended for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. The Jamie
It's not
Benn
good
thing.
looking. It's awful, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
The Jamie Benn thing when he hit Stone lost control of his stick and it kind of hits Ben in the face, but he wasn't holding it. It was like flying in the air. And I think Ben, being who he is, way overreacted.
Well, I'm not saying he didn't overreact. I'm not saying he should have been penalized. I just don't think it warrants a suspension because I don't think he cross-checked him to the face. I think it's his glove that hits him in the face.
Well, if you didn't see the highlight, you can find it, I'm sure, out there.
It's easy to find.
I thought it was pretty bad.
If you Google search Jamie Benn hit and then go to videos, it comes up right away.
Yeah, I agree with Doug. I definitely think he hit the side of his face and he went downward motion with the stick. I thought it was thuggery. It was ridiculous in my book. He could have caused some serious damage if he would have got him even. I mean, that's the downward motion, like all your weight coming down with the stick. I didn't like it. I thought it was terrible.
I don't like the motion of it, but he actually just hits him with his glove. So, yeah, had he actually caused damage, if he actually had cross-checked him in the face, then go ahead and suspend him. But I don't think that's what happened.
One of the more charming rules in sports is, draw blood, you get more time in the penalty box. So I hear what you're saying about, how much damage did he cause, but I actually, to me, it was like cringeworthy. It was like watching somebody get struck by a car or something. To see a cross check to the face, I just was like, ugh. I don't know. Wasn't even easy for me to watch. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Interesting question out there on Twitter, Gator. I can't wait to hear your answer. We'll get to that today at 11:48. And another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Crew here at The Ticket just found something awesome, Gator.
Well, I like to hear that.
Yep. And I think, was it Falar? Falar found it, is that right, Kang?
Yeah, Falar sent this over to me.
Okay. So this is from the other night, Panthers and Carolina Hurricanes. And it's the Hurricanes Radio Network.
I believe the two guys are Doug Plagens and Bill Lindsay.
So it's Plagens and Lindsay. And here's the call, the end of the game, and I want you to pay close attention, especially to the end. Did he say?
He said clinical, I think.
Did he say clinical or did he say critical?
Either way, he's moving into my territory.
We got copyright infringement, man. We got copyright infringement.
Let's get the Odyssey lawyers on this.
Yeah, is this your line?
I mean, we're restricted what we can say, right?
Well, there's something we can't say.
There's a lot of things. There's a lot of
say.
things we can't say. I feel like that's my stuff, man.
Yep. Yeah, there are certain terms that if we use on the air, we'll get sued. I don't want to get sued.
Okay, I want to hear that again. Do we have it isolated where we're going to hear he's working on it? Good
right.
man. Good man.
Because I'm not sure if it is critical or clinical. But either way, it does feel like somebody's he's biting your rhymes.
He's biting my... Is that how you phrase it? You biting my rhymes, dog?
Yeah, well, that was back in the day.
Yeah?
When the rap version of Doug, yes.
He's bird dogging my stuff. I don't appreciate that.
We got it? All right, here it is isolated.
Maybe it is critical.
Boy, that sounds more like critical than clinical.
Can we go back to back?
Okay, that's Gator. And who is it? Loggins or whatever the hell his name?
I had to speed it up, so you have to give me a sec.
We got Loggins and Messina. Who is this?
Something like that, yeah. Lindsay?
Barkley Plager. Who is it?
Plagans? Plagans and Lindsay?
Plagans and Lindsay, I think it is.
They are, yeah. All right, do we got it? No, we don't. All right, no, we got some issues back there.
Plagans and Lindsay.
Yeah. Stealing your stuff, Gator.
Yeah, they're definitely stealing my stuff. I don't like that.
Question on YouTube, or not YouTube, on Twitter. Saw this the other day, an account we follow. What would your occupation be if you followed your childhood dreams? Because I very specifically thought when I was young, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. So, what would your occupation be if you followed your childhood dreams? Now, I guess we have to start with what is the definition? What would the range of age be for childhood? Because I feel like there's stages in life, like when you're really young and you want to be, I want to be a firefighter. There's like that young version of yourself. Then you start like the high school version. Is that childhood? Because I was probably somewhere 5th, 6th, 7th grade in there somewhere where I decided what I wanted to do. And the reasoning is going to be interesting. I'll circle back to that. And it's not what I'm doing now. That came later. But what would you be today if you followed your childhood dreams?
It's interesting because I can clearly remember being at my friend's house before I was 10 years old, and in his room with a tape recorder, and we were going back and forth like we were the broadcast team for the Tigers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then and I threw it to commercial break and said, well, we'll be back with the play-by-play right after this. And my friend goes, we're not doing play-by-play. Because we're just sitting in his room. Like, we're not watching the game,
They're like, that's not the point.
Yeah, right. I'm like, what do you mean we're not doing play-by-play? Of course we're doing play-by-play.
So you just you were specific, you were going to be the Tigers.
I was going to be the Tigers play-by-play announcer, yeah.
Yeah.
And then it changed that I wanted to actually be a player. And then wanted to be World Wrestling Federation heavyweight champion of the world.
Gotcha.
All that before the age of 14.
Changed careers quite a bit.
Yeah, I did.
I wanted to be an architect. I wanted to design houses.
Just like Mike Brady.
That's what I want to circle back to. I'm not convinced that isn't the reason.
Yeah. You wanted to have a sweet den.
I wanted to have that den with that table.
That poodle hair.
I don't know about the hair so much, but
You didn't know.
I'm not sure if it wasn't because Mike Brady of the Brady Bunch was an architect, but I started like doodling floor plans at a young age. I'm like, this is what I want to do. And then, I took a drafting class when I was still in high school at Washtenaw Community College, and started thinking, okay, I got to take a bunch of math classes to do this, and started to.
I'm out.
Well, that's the thing, is that the prerequisites are boring, but you got to power through them, and as the interest started to wane, and then the whole radio thing started up, and bam. But so it would have been architect for me.
My cousin's an architect.
What does your cousin say about it?
He loves it. He loves it.
So-
That's why they design medical facilities.
I was about to say, my guess is my vision of what I would have been doing is way different than what it's actually like, because I visioned myself just designing house after house after house that would be built, which really probably isn't reality, is it? It's probably more a lot of the minutia of designing.
You know what's interesting? You're telling me this, and I think I've heard you say this before, that you would have been an architect, or you want to be an architect.
Yeah.
And yet I don't get the sense from you that you step into a room and you start looking at it and thinking how you can improve the room, which, because I do that.
Yeah.
I guess from a design standpoint, but it's also some architectural. There's no way I could be an architect.
I think there's parts of it that still, like, I get real estate listings all the time.
Yeah.
And I far prefer the ones that show the actual diagram of the floor plan.
Yeah, no,
so I can kind of assess it. Yeah.
How big is
and
this?
take
bedroom?
a look at it. And that's one part that I wonder if the interest is still, because I'm always looking at houses for sale, and we're not in the market.
Right. No, I know.
But
I do
look
it too.
Probably every damn day. And I wonder if that goes back to my interest in being an architect. Probably the only usable skill set that came out of that is when you're putting together drafting plans, they actually taught you how to write everything in capital letters. And oftentimes now when I'm handwriting, I write everything in capital letters in the same form that they taught us in drafting class at Washtenaw Community College when I was 17 years old.
That's all I only write in caps.
But Kang, what was your childhood dream? What would you be doing today if you followed your childhood dream?
Well, I don't know if I'd be doing it or not, but my childhood dream was I was definitely going to play in the NBA.
Okay, right.
And my dad tried to tell me, but I don't think he did a good enough job because I really thought I was going to play in the NBA. He's like, you got to be pretty tall. It's really hard to get. I'm like, no, that's what I want to do. There was no plan B. There was no backup plan. I was going to play in the NBA. At that age, you're like, well, I'm pretty good. I really like the sport. This is fun. This is what I want to do.
Mm-hmm. Tell him to stop effing with your high.
He was, like I said, he did tell me it's probably not going to happen, but I just feel like he needed to tell me, like, be stronger about it. Be like, hey, never going to happen, son.
Oh, yeah.
Stop dreaming.
That way.
Yeah, I needed that talk because I wasn't thinking about anything else.
I think probably every kid goes through some sort of phase of being an athlete.
Absolutely.
So
I was very definitive. Like, this is it.
You want to know the weird one for me? And it goes down to where our house was and how our house was laid out and our property was laid out. Is the house I grew up within is on the top, it's up a hill.
It's the same house that your parents live in today?
Yes.
Okay.
It's set on top of a hill, but in the backyard, the hill keeps going. And in the wintertime, we set up the most, what I would call, elite sled run within miles.
It's a pretty good hill.
In the city proper.
It's pretty steep.
And it actually started way behind the house, and there were multiple drops, and we would build out this sled run because the problem was there was a fence that we had to get around, and so you had to kind of build this wall of snow so nobody got jacked up on the fence.
We used to get snow, so.
Yeah, we got a lot of snow. So we would carve this out, and at one point, I very specifically thought, I'm going to compete in the Olympic luge contest. I want to be a lugeist. I wanted to luge. Do you just as a singular? I wanted to luge. I was going to luge. When I first saw that, I'm like, boom, that's it. We're already getting a head start here in the backyard.
I feel like when everybody sees luge for the first time,
yeah,
they're like, ooh.
Professional sledding.
Maybe.
Let's go.
Just maybe.
All right, what I want to do is take some texts. What we want to know is, what would your occupation be if you followed your childhood dreams, and what are you doing now? So the difference between them. What were the dreams as a kid, and what are you doing now? And it'd be intriguing to see how many people actually connected the dots. Fell in love with a career and what they wanted to do and knew when they're at a young age. And I mean, I wanted to be an architect.
I was pretty close.
You were pretty close. You're in the ballpark. 248-539-9797. Send your texts over. We'll read a whole bunch. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Coming up next hour as well. That's at 12:30. And this young Detroit athlete, we got something here. We'll get to that today at 12:16. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, take a look around your house right now and see if you've got some problems with your heating and cooling systems. Because if you do, you want to take care of it right now because summer's fast approaching. Warmer temperatures are coming here. You don't want to get caught if you've got a flooded basement or a scorching hot house this year. Not at all. You want to take care of that. So call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They dropped a special offer. It's just in time to beat that heat. Birmingham Plumbing is now including a free ultraviolet light air purifier or a high-efficiency air filter when you have both of your furnace and air conditioning systems replaced. In addition, they include up to full 5-year parts and labor warranty with annual maintenance. And don't be worried about that cost up front because Birmingham has got you covered there too. They offer financing options for your new furnace or AC system for as low as $70 a month. So whether it is your air conditioning or a furnace or a pool heater, a boiler or water filtration, maybe you got a flood in your basement, a clogged drain, a cold pool, or you got a problem with your sump pump, whatever the problem is, make sure you call the experts. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today at 248-282-3971 or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right, we have breaking news at this hour. Just tweeted out seconds ago by Michigan State football. Now, you talked about Monday, Michigan State, Penn State being moved to Black Friday as a possibility, but it wasn't official, right?
Yeah, I don't think they had made it official, but people were basically saying that this is what's going to happen.
Well, it is official. Michigan State will play Penn State on Black Friday. What wasn't known is they will do so on NBC Friday night,
Ooh, it's a night game.
7:30 at Ford Field.
I'm sorry, what?
At Ford Field.
They're playing the game at Ford Field.
Yep. Spartans and Nittany Lions at Ford Field.
All right, I'm going to try to wrap my head around this. Day after Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Weather's always a little sus. It's definitely been sus for this game.
Yes.
We've seen them play in lots of snow in this game. I'm a big fan of if you can eliminate the elements do it.
Oh yeah,
I'd love to eliminate the elements from big games.
I think it's an interesting part of your personality. I didn't know that about you, and I've known it forever. I never would have guessed it.
Yeah, I like playing games, championship games anyway. I certainly like playing those in ideal conditions. When it comes to playoff games, you get home field advantage. I think there's a reason for that. But the championship game is different. This is not a championship game. It's the last game of the season. I find it interesting Michigan State would move it to Ford Field, but I kind of understand it too, because if Michigan State's not supposed to have a great season upcoming, correct? No. Like people are predicting that the over-under total is like 5.5 or something.
5.5, yep.
So Penn State is supposed to be very good this year. Last game of the season, even though it's Penn State, if there's any kind of weather, fans aren't going to want to go. You're going to get diehards that'll go, but you're not going to get 76,000 at Spartan Stadium for that game unless Michigan State's having a special season, which isn't expected. But to put it at Ford Field, where it's now 65,000 seats,
yeah, I mean,
and the friendly confines because it's all indoors, does that give Spartan fans more incentive to go to the game? Where, as before, they're like, I don't want to go. I don't want to watch this game sit outside for 3 hours in the snow or rain or whatever it's going to be.
So there's a few questions that come out of it. One of the first ones is, assuming a season ticket holder just will now have a seat at Ford Field of similar value or
I would assume
price
so.
range or whatever. That's one. Two is typically the last home game is Senior Day.
Yep.
And so what are they going to do? Are they going to do Senior Day at Ford Field? I would guess not. And correct me if I'm wrong, Michigan State's on the road. They are. Will Senior Day be November 4th against Nebraska now?
I was just going to look at
at Ohio State, at Indiana.
Yeah. I mean, I would think you'd want to honor the players at the home field site.
Yep.
So, yeah, I would think that Senior Day would be at Nebraska, at the home against Nebraska. This one's interesting. I kind of like it. I'm torn on this. I'm not sure. Do I like it or do I love it? Is it okay? Is it? I mean, are people are Spartan fans going to be upset that it's not being played in East Lansing?
So, I mean, I guess it depends on how much you love or lock in with your traditions, right?
Right.
If you have a setup where every year, you've got your setup and you love it, and it's very convenient for you, this might be an inconvenience you don't want, but
being that it's after this game is after Thanksgiving this year, the student section would be the first thing I think about. Okay, what about the students? Well, the students they're not in school because it's Thanksgiving weekend, so they're taking off. Some would come back for the game, of course.
It can be a sparsely attended student section.
Yes. So now that you have it in Detroit, and because it's a night game, because it's Friday night, it's not Friday afternoon, you've got Spartans from all over the state have plenty of time to drive in to that game and get there. I would imagine this would be a sellout, because that's what you want ultimately. If you're going to move the game, it better be a sellout. I think that they probably would have pretty good feel on that it would be a sellout. But we are getting one question over and over and over again, and I'll leave it to the caller to ask. Tom's on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay. Good, Tom.
Hey, how trusted is this source?
It's Michigan State's football account.
Okay, well, high school football championships are always that weekend. What are they doing with those?
Well, great question. They can be played that Saturday and Sunday. Is it possible they move it to the following week? Let me see what the Lions' schedule is.
They could go Saturday, Sunday.
Because the Lions are playing at New Orleans on Sunday, December 3rd. Not that it would matter because it's a Sunday anyway. So maybe they just push the high school championship games back a week.
Yeah, that's surprising because they're always. I mean, that's a pretty big pushback for seasons, and that's also a Friday that they always have off as students. So it's just kind of surprising to me that they're doing something like that. Maybe I'll cross-reference it with the MHSA website, see if they've already got something else figured.
That's a good idea. I don't know. Well, how would you feel if they moved it back a week? If they had it on Friday, December 1st, and Saturday, December 2nd.
We know what they're doing.
Oh, do we?
Yes, they are moving it to Saturday, Sunday. According, Evan? I'm sorry, Evan's behind a glass. That's according to who? I can't. I have never.
Michigan State football.
Okay, Michigan State football is saying they're moving it to Saturday, Sunday.
So the high school games will be Saturday, Sunday.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So this is interesting. There are little subtleties. Okay. So the Lions are going to play their Thursday.
It's a lot of football, man.
And Michigan State's going to play their Friday.
And then
there's going to be high school games Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, they're billing it as 4 straight days of football. Thanksgiving week will be full of action according to Michigan State's website at Ford Field. So obviously the Lions, like you mentioned, and then the Michigan State, and then high school Saturday, Sunday. Non-stop football. Interesting.
Well, Michigan State fans, how do you feel about this? 248-539-9797. You're torn. I can tell you're torn.
I'm not sure if I like it or not. I want to like it. I mean, I'm asking myself, I'm more inclined to go to the game at Ford Field than I am to drive up on Black Friday to go Friday night at Michigan State at Spartan Stadium. You know, night games. I first of all, I was loving the idea that they were playing on Black Friday to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was just cool, you know, because that gives them a spotlight. Friday night definitely gives them a spotlight.
248-539-9797. Spartan fans, what do you think?
Spartans that weekend, because don't forget the basketball game against Arizona. Thursday, Thanksgiving. It's a lot of Spartan sports that weekend.
That's right. There's a lot going on.
Where is that game being played?
I believe that game
Bahamas
is
kind of deal.
Well, they're playing in Arizona.
Okay.
So
they might be playing at Little Caesars Arena.
Really?
I'm reading more of this right now. I'm reading this on the spot.
Yeah, I know. I got you.
So Friday, November 24th is the Amazon Prime game for the NFL, but that's a 3:00 game. Miami at the Jets.
There's, of course, the Nebraska-Iowa tradition, which those of us that are all B1G love. And this is just more, I mean, I think it's cool, but others, you know, it's certainly not a game I'm going to be covering. But I guess I could. So Michigan, Ohio State the next day at noon.
You want a road trip?
248-539-9797. Spartan fans, what do you think?
There's a lot of games on that Friday. Like you mentioned, Iowa, Nebraska, Oregon State, Oregon, Miami and Boston College, TCU and Oklahoma, Texas Tech and Texas, Central Michigan. Toledo is at Central Michigan. Ohio is at Akron. So you get some action there.
Yep.
And they don't have I'm looking at ESPN's website. They don't have the Michigan State game switched there yet, but obviously this is happening.
Yep.
Friday night, 7:30 at Ford Field. Black Friday, Michigan State hosting Penn State. I think I am liking this.
All right, what do you think? 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so news trickling out on the details of a breaking sports story here. Michigan State football will play Penn State on Black Friday at Ford Field. NBC will carry the game at 7:30. It'll also be streamed on Peacock for those that are interested. Is a college football writer for Fox who is reporting, according to the MSU release, so I guess it's in the Michigan State release. We're just sorting our way through it. This was an idea led by the conference office and will be a standalone game, meaning refunds for what should have been the Spartans' final home game of the year. So I would imagine season ticket holders will be given the option of opting in and keeping the ticket, right? I would
think so.
Yeah, one would think. That's one thing. And it's got to be an MSU home gate, right? They're not just giving up a home gate. So they would get the revenues for it. And the standalone part's interesting because I wonder if it's successful. Would Michigan State and Penn State play next year in like Philly or Pittsburgh? And play the return trip at a NFL venue close to the campus.
Well,
it always kind of is an interesting dynamic that these season finale games are played during Thanksgiving break, because a lot of people go home and the game's played on Saturday, gives you Black Friday at home, and then go to the game. But now it's going to be a Black Friday game, and there's obviously a ton of Michigan State students in the Metro Detroit area, so this might even be more convenient.
Well, yeah. I was going to say for alumni, I think this would be huge. It's interesting, and there are a lot of questions I have. Do they serve alcohol at this game?
Yep.
I guess we're still trying to figure out what's going on with the season ticket holders. Do they get right of first refusal?
One would have to think.
I would have to think that. I mean, you can't take that game away from the season ticket holders. Give them the option, full refund, or hey, you get this game.
Is this more inviting for Penn State fans? Like, do you think that they will show up for this now, or do they really care?
Would they travel? I think they might be willing to travel. Well, first of all, a lot depends. It really depends on what's going on with their season.
Yeah, how the season unfolds.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the big three right now in the Big Ten East with Penn State, Ohio State, and Michigan. And, unfortunately, Michigan State's not in that discussion this year, at least not now, unless things change dramatically. But right now, they're not. They were a couple years ago. They're not right now. So Penn State feels like they got a chance at a great season. Obviously, Michigan does, and so does Ohio State. Those three are going to be battling each other and jockeying for that position. And if Penn State ends up beating Michigan or Ohio State prior to that game, then I could see Penn State fans traveling.
They could be playing for a Big Ten title.
Yeah,
like they are hoping to be in the race right to the end. And if they are, then it might not feel as much like a Spartan home game. Now, again, if the season goes as expected, it might not be as big a deal. If the game had premium on it for Michigan State, then fans might not like it as much. But it's an interesting idea, and more football. This is all kind of unexpected fallout from the new TV contract. Is NBC is going to own most of the night games, not all of them, but most of the night games. Fox is going to own, not all of them, but own most of the noon kickoffs, and CBS is going to, again, own, not all of them, but most of the 3:30s. So you have three networks doing Big Ten football where they each kind of have their own market. I don't know. I think this is potentially very cool.
It's potentially really cool. And here's where it would not be cool to me, is that you get one of those weather days that you didn't expect. Like it's great weather. It's going to be a crisp 50 degrees at kickoff, but clear skies. And because then it takes away what's great about what one of the great things about college football, the whole tailgating experience and going back to campus and all this. And, I hate to lose a home game, but it is the end of November, and I'm not expecting the weather to be good. So have it played indoors, I think you might be ensuring yourself a bigger turnout because of that, even though there are less seats at Ford Field than there are at Spartan Stadium. That time of the year, I mean, it really depends on how the team's playing. If the team's not playing well, if the team's, got 5 wins or 6 wins at that time, then even in East Lansing, people aren't showing up in droves for it.
Well, another thing it's taken away from guys is high school football here. So they're moving the state finals from Friday to Saturday and Sunday. competing with college football and the NFL? Isn't the whole Friday night lights with high school football all year round is, you don't have to compete with college football and the NFL. And then the NFL now says we want a Black Friday game. Now, college football getting a Black Friday game, moving high school football to the weekend. How do we feel about that?
I don't think it matters, honestly, because they were still playing championship games on Saturday, all day Saturday. So now it's Saturday and now it's Sunday. So there's no Friday game, but now it's Saturdays and Sundays. And locally here, and let's be honest, that's the number one thing is we care about the Lions. Lions aren't playing on that Saturday or Sunday because they already would have played on Thursday. So you're not interrupting the viewing of the Detroit Lions fan. It's the NFL fan.
Can I bring up something that's probably completely irrelevant?
Yeah.
Because I'm good at this.
Yes.
How are they going to paint the field?
They can do the quick turnover, can't they?
I think
No?
the look.
You just
the
zip
look.
in, zip out the end
Hey,
zones.
so is it going to say Lions in the end zone with the Lions, Rory in the middle of the field, or is it?
It's going to look weird if it's not Spartans in the end zone with the
Not
block
sure it's
S.
really relevant.
No, it
but
matters. I think it matters.
And I think that's a terrible look when you can still see Lions in the end zone under the overlay, or you could they got to turn it around quickly. Lions game's going to end. They'll have probably about literally 24 hours between the time the Lions game ends and by the time the two teams try and take the field for their first warm-ups. It'll be about 24 hours. Again, not sure if it's all that relevant, but how are they going to paint the field?
Well, I want to take a look at some MAC championship game highlights and see what they did. Well, I'm looking from last year's MAC championship game. I think they kept the end zone, the Lions. They did.
Did they?
So what's the other one? The Quick Lane Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, those games, there's a little bit more time. If you can still see, if they try and paint over the lion, but you can still kind of see it, I don't know. I hate that look.
So whatever they do to the field for Friday night's game, that's just what's the high school player is going to see when they play, right? Because they don't change it for when the Lions are there.
I mean, maybe they'll market this whole thing as football weekend in Michigan, and they'll come up with a new special logo that'll be on the field for all 4 days.
Oh, is Rob Lowe in charge?
Right.
It's just a generic football logo.
I mean, again, is it relevant to particularly anything?
Because it can't say Lions, because Nittany Lions will be like, well, this is our house.
Right.
Good point. We're the Lions.
Mm-hmm. Yep. CK just tweeted us, there's no guarantee Michigan State and Penn State will play in 2024. With USC and UCLA entering the conference and divisions going away, the 2024 schedules have not yet been set. It hasn't been confirmed that the divisions are going away, right? It's just been speculated that they may. But I don't think there's been confirmation that is locked in.
No, I don't think there's confirmation on it either. I'm looking at the Quick Lane Bowl highlights from 2022.
Yep.
And Bowling Green was taking on New Mexico State.
Mm-hmm.
The end zones were blue and white. It says Bowling Green, and I assume on the other side says New Mexico State, but they're in blue and white, like Lions blue and white. So there's no way that it would be Michigan State in blue and white.
No.
Either they leave the Lions logos on the field.
I bet my early speculation is, and we've known about this for all of 26 minutes,
right?
Is that they are going to come up with some special marketing football weekend at Michigan where you can buy 4 days of football for one competitive price or something, and there's going to be a new logo at the center of the field.
They're not going to
covers all bases.
First of all, Thanksgiving Day game is already going to be sold out.
Probably.
All right. This game, Michigan State and Penn State, has potential to be sold out. So I don't think they're going to have any kind of special ticket packaging going on for that.
Maybe not.
But how the field looks,
I think these are.
There's not. You talk about the turnaround. There is no turnaround.
These are important effing questions we have here.
Unless can you just unzip the end zones and zip in new turf?
Yeah.
I mean, they made a big deal about how they have new turf this year.
I got the answer, guys.
Seriously, or
no? This is my suggestion.
Okay.
You paint the end zones a certain color so we can just CGI this stuff. They just change it on the TV
So
for everybody.
it'll just be CGI'd on television.
Yeah.
Great,
You're
like
probably
like the boards at a hockey game.
Yep. The boards at the football stadium would be
You
like
win.
that too.
You always do.
Well, as long as they
Amazon
don't-
Prime.
Yeah, I was about to say, as long as the end zone is, let's say, Geico one trip down the field. And
Right.
Burger King the next.
Right?
248-539-9797. All right, another edition. How are you going to eat that at 12:35? 97.1 the ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Breaking news, Michigan State will play host to Penn State at Ford Field on Black Friday. And people reacting to it. 7:30 game. Intriguing. So we shall see how it plays itself out. So phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson on 97.1. We had a bunch of stuff planned, and then that story broke. Jimmy came in and pointed out, our Georgia Jimmy, our boss, that it is unlikely that Penn State would reciprocate by moving the game next year, the 2024 season, to Philadelphia or Pittsburgh, because they would actually lose seats on a sold-out stadium. They're at 100,000, and neither of those stadiums in Pittsburgh or Philly seat 100. So
yeah, no, I wouldn't see them switching it up.
They seem less likely, unless somehow, some way they can make up for the lost revenue. But Gator, are you ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Yes, you've already whet my appetite with the Michigan State stuff. So now let's finish the job.
All right, here we go. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Gator, we've got actually today have 6 new products.
You know, because we talked about the quesarito yesterday. It's gone.
I think you are
Can't
going
even get it with the app.
I'm going to write down how many of these I think you're going to like.
Okay. You got 6, got a half dozen?
I've got 6.
All right.
Hopefully, you turn your head, I'm going to show the cameras.
All right.
This is my guess. Hopefully. Are you ready, my friend?
I am ready.
Okay. We start with Kit Kat.
Okay.
They're launching a new flavor. Coming in June, limited edition Kit Kat Churro. Inspired by the deep-fried pastry coated with cinnamon and sugar. Kit Kat Churro. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Hell yes.
I thought so.
You kidding me?
Yep.
Love churros. Ken, you're down with that, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Love Kit Kats, love churros. Great combination.
Yeah. That sounds like a great combination.
I actually might try this.
Yeah, you will.
I think it
like the
sounds
real
really,
version with
like
sugar.
like the real one, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cinnamon is an underrated flavor.
I love cinnamon.
Yep. All right, so yes on the churro.
Great
Kit
name
Kat.
for a stripper, too. What?
Is it?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Any kind of spice.
Disney has an end zone food court at the Disney All-Star Sports Resort. Coming in June, they have the Bases Loaded Burger. This is a burger with bacon jam, an onion ring, beer cheese sauce on a toasted brioche bun.
Okay. You know me and my feelings on bacon, right?
Yeah.
I like bacon, but I prefer it on the side. I don't like it on my burgers. I don't like it really other than as a side item, but I do like bacon. But bacon jam is different because now I'm not getting the 2 slices of bacon that's going to get there and get in the way, but it's bacon jam, so it's evenly spread out. To go with a beer cheese sauce and an onion ring on a brioche. I love the brioche bun. Yeah, I'll go with this.
All right.
Kang, you down?
Absolutely. I don't mind bacon on my burger. I know you don't like it on yours, but whenever in doubt, you eat at a new restaurant, just go with the burger.
Solid. You always want to know.
Right?
You guys got a good burger?
Yeah.
You better.
All right.
Because if your burger sucks, I'm guessing the rest of the food's not good.
2 for 2. Next up, Burger King. Inspired by the new Spider-Man movie that's coming out, I think they've done this before, but they have a Whopper with a red bun and black sesame seeds. All the traditional Whopper toppings and melted Swiss cheese. Would you get the Spider-Man Whopper with a red bun and black sesame seeds?
It's off-putting, but the Whopper is an institution in this country, and I love the Whopper. I get them like once every couple years. I just don't do it often, and I used to really love the Whopper. You know what makes the Whopper great is the onions.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that it's now available in the Impossible Whopper.
No. Well, I'm sure it's great for you. I'm happy for you. Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that it's off-putting because of the red bun, I'm not down with the red bun or the black sesame seeds, but it's not going to change the flavor profile. It's still a Whopper, and it's got Swiss cheese instead of American cheese.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah, I'd go for it.
All right.
Kang?
I love the Whopper, but
Oh.
the Swiss cheese, I don't really want the Swiss cheese in my Whopper. If I'm going with
You want the American cheese?
it has to be American. I would try it, but usually these things work on me, the marketing with the fast food, but
Yeah.
I'm not, the red bun doesn't say, I got to go try that.
Here's the thing about the cheese that I don't like. You said melty cheese, melted Swiss, right?
Yep.
I don't want it melted. I'm a guy, this is me. With my burgers, I don't put the cheese on until the burger's done. And I'll let it melt naturally on it. I don't want it melted. I just want it starting to, warm up and curl around the burger so it stays on the burger, but it's still cheese.
Gotcha, but you will eat it.
Yes.
All right, next up, the Rocket City Trash Pandas are the Angels' single A or double A affiliate in Madison, Wisconsin, have something called the Pig Out Sandwich.
The Trash Pandas?
Yeah. The Pig Out Sandwich, which is smoked bologna, pulled pork, barbecued Conecuh sausage, bacon, barbecue sauce, and cheese on a brioche bun. There's a lot going on there.
Too much going on.
Too much?
That's a no.
No?
Sorry.
Okay.
It's a no. I mean, if you had a pulled pork sandwich, brioche bun, love it. Want to add some cheese, some kind of slaw to it, I'm down with it. If you just wanted to go like a fried bologna with cheese sandwich on a brioche bun with some barbecue sauce, I'm down with it. But you throw all that crap together, no.
Okay.
Too much. Kang?
Yeah, I'm with you on this, Gator. It's just, these are like Instagram burgers. People just want to take pictures and show them off online, but there's no real easy way to eat a burger like this. It's just too much. You're just throwing stuff between two buns at this point.
Yeah, I don't need to do the hunch, the Guy Fieri hunch.
They've gone this route with a lot. It's like the Bloody Mary thing, where you just start throwing everything into the drink.
You get these.
There's a chicken tender and a rib and
an Oreo cookie.
You went from adding, just a little bit of some, like a couple olives to your Bloody Mary, to then you had skewers that had all types of stuff, and now you have like actual dowels put in there to support, the rack of lamb and
I'm telling you,
everything from your
head?
garden
What?
and a hanker for a hunk of cheese in there. It's like crazy.
Yeah, the straws through the snout or something.
Yeah, exactly.
What is going on?
Delicious.
All right, too much.
Too much.
All right.
All this.
Arby's is introducing chicken bacon loaded fries. The description I read wasn't very specific on what the chicken was. Like if it was little chicken tenders or chicken nuggets. But it's basically a tray of French fries with chicken, bacon, cheddar cheese sauce, and Parmesan peppercorn ranch, all smothered on top of fries.
Yeah, it sounds good.
All right.
I mean, that's something you eat with a fork. You pick at the fries, maybe with your fingers, but then eventually you go with a fork to get the chicken and everything else. It sounds okay. I mean, I'm not clamoring for it, but I'd try it.
Okay.
Okay.
I pretty much love like all loaded fries.
Yeah.
You're right though. Grab a fork though.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough to. Fries are generally just finger foods unless they're loaded.
And don't skip on the cheese.
All right. So there you go.
You don't skip on the cheese. What about you? Oh, it's got bacon.
Yeah, I would try it without the bacon. If you can ask for it without bacon.
Sure, you could.
Yeah.
Doug, do you eat cheese on your turkey burger, or you just go?
No,
Okay.
I put
Just
cheese
wondering.
in.
Doug likes cheese.
Yep. All right. Final thing here. Today is National Asparagus Day. Stone Brewing in Escondido, California, has an asparagus IPA, a bright hoppy beer with a robust, pungent aroma and a rich golden hue.
Well, I was joking doing this sniff test because, of course, everybody says, hey, when you hear asparagus, the first thing that comes to mind is
it smells bad
how
when it
bad
comes
your
back.
pee smells. Yeah. So I love asparagus. I love fresh asparagus. It's grilled or fresh asparagus. It's roasted. I love asparagus in the can. I know it sounds funny, but I grew up with having asparagus out of the can. My parents used to make this sauce that goes with it. It was delicious. It was like mayonnaise with lemon juice and Parmesan cheese. It was awesome. This sounds absolutely disgusting and vile. You and I are on board. The same thing. We're not IPA fans, okay? No. I don't begrudge people to like IPAs. That's your own business. I don't love an IPA. I'll try an IPA, but if it's too hoppy, I don't like it. But you're going to try to entice me with the pungent aroma of something like asparagus to go with the IPA? I think it sounds horrific and vomit-inducing. No, sir. Under any circumstance.
Yeah, yuck, bro. Throw it in the garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. So I guessed.
Wow, you Doug.
Yep, four out of the 6 Gator liked. I guessed you would.
Oh.
I thought you'd like 5.
Which is that's the one you thought I wouldn't like?
That's the one I thought you wouldn't like. I thought you would have dug the swine sandwich from the trash pandas, but I guess not. You said something. Gator said something that people are texting in over and over. Same thing?
Not the same thing, same topic. It's pretty funny.
All right, we will get to that today at 12:48 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. It's on car. Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So, look, we did get breaking news at the beginning of this hour. The Michigan State home game against Penn State is being moved to Ford Field and going to be played on Black Friday. A diversity of opinions has come in via the tweet that we sent out. Hunter says, I think this hurts MSU. There'll be more Penn State fans, especially if MSU has a down season. I always prefer a true home field advantage in big games. It's definitely going to be an interesting stretch of football that week. Alex asked, and a bunch of people have asked, how does it impact the high school state finals? They're being moved to Saturday and Sunday. Ben says this is a joke. Black Friday belongs to the MHSAA state championship games. Tradition matters.
I don't think it matters.
Anthony says
they'll play the game. I mean, some of the championship games are played on Friday, and some of them are played on Saturday.
Yep.
So now it'll be some Saturday and some Sunday for 1 year. You know, unless they decide to do this again in a couple of years, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
248-539-9797 if you want to get your 2 cents in. Do you like this or not? In the meantime, Kang, you said people reacted to something Gator said during Are You Going to Eat That?
Yeah, right before we started that segment, Gator, you said something about cinnamon. And cinnamon being a
stripper's name.
A good stripper's name.
Yeah.
And then Doug, you were surprised, and Gator, you said that any spice.
Any spice. And as soon as I said, I'm like, jealous for 2 minutes. You have a very sexy lady. Here's nutmeg.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that really doesn't work.
No, because we got
Here's
text.
Chinese 5 spice.
Yeah, we get text. Hang on there, Tiger. I know I jarred something loose, but Gator, hey Gator, can you try dry mustard? Is that a good stripper name? Going with your spice theme. Really, Gator? Any spice for a stripper name?
I misspoke.
Let's welcome to the main stage, Myrrh.
Here's Mace.
Gator, do
Sage.
your stage voice with this. Chinese 5 spice, Old Bay, and smoked paprika. Also, I mean, these are all different people texting, okay? Now coming to the stage, give it up for celery root.
Woo! Celery salt, celery root.
Are they sisters?
Here's cardamom.
The Celery Sisters.
Yeah.
So, Gator, do all spices make good stripper names?
No, I was quick to take that back. Yes. I agree. Although it would be interesting. Paprika's got to be a redhead, right?
Stay away from nutmeg for sure.
Chili powder?
Yeah, chili powder, sure. Yeah. But you could have like chili. You can see chili. Like was that one of the TLC girls?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the crazy one.
Dude.
I have no people. I mean, you kind of just threw that line away, and then we went to the segment.
Yeah, as soon as I said it, I'm like, my first thought was, nutmeg doesn't work.
Right.
And then I start going through the rest of my head. We go to commercial break, and I'm like, none of these work. What are you doing? Hey, what do I say, Doug? They ain't all gems.
No. It's more true. A city in Texas.
Yes. Austin, Houston, here's Dallas.
Is that pronounced cumin, right? Cumin.
Cumino.
Be Corpus Christi.
Right, Christmas.
She's Corpus Christi.
Here's Waco. I mean, Waco. But two ends, get one very sexy lady. Here's Waxahachie. Waxahachie. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Oil Trough. Oil Trough. Midland. Odessa.
That works.
There should just be 2 competing strip clubs. One Texas and one Spice Rack.
Yeah.
Spice Rack.
Where you guys want to go tonight?
Right.
I don't know. I was in the Spice one last night. I got to tell you.
Too much oregano.
Yeah. I was not impressed with oregano.
Too much.
What, was it Italian oregano?
I know, right?
No, I went to a Spanish. Oh, no. Well, Mexican oregano.
Do you call up and go, which garlic is performing tonight?
Yeah.
Is it
Is
powder?
it powder or salt?
Is it fresh?
Yeah. Here's peppercorn.
Ooh.
Is it black peppercorn?
I know.
Hello.
Turmeric.
Turmeric?
She's not from here.
What about yeah. Ginger works.
Ginger does work.
Yeah, that works.
That's one. Ginger and cinnamon. That's it. Good night, everybody.
Doug only likes the organic spices.
Right, of course. More expensive for the lap dance, though.
Right. He'll pay for it. Too expensive for us.
Guys, if you're getting the organic dance, it's going to cost $20 more.
Less toxins.
Right.
Just say it.
Gluten-free on deck. Doug's like, ooh, anyone like change for a 20?
Do you guys take Venmo?
Right. I've got Cash App. What do we got? Non-GMO? Oh, that's good. That's good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's a line. Guys, there's a line. Go to the Texas part.
Right.
Another trip to Austin.
Here's Galveston. Here's Padre. Ooh, that doesn't look good.
No.
Did not expect that.
Well played.
Abilene.
It works way better with Texas.
It
with
does,
spice.
yeah.
Way better.
But then you start to run out of Texas. You're like, oh, maybe not so good.
Yeah, Lubbock. Lubbock ain't so sexy.
Lubbock is sexy in her own way, okay?
You think?
Okay? Lubbock has a good attitude.
There's a market for Lubbock.
There is a market for Lubbock. There's, Lubbock displays a confidence you would not have expected.
Yeah, right?
And you know what? Confidence is sexy. Lubbock.
Maybe dim the lights for Lubbock.
How many drinks you had tonight? 6. Lubbock is on that.
The boring stripper's called Plano.
Oh, sure. Well, yeah.
Could never find Fort Hood. Ever.
Oh, no. You find Fort Worth, though. Let's not get in any more trouble.
We exhausted this. Not crossed any lines yet.
So they want to play that game at Ford Field. How does it affect tailgating? They don't allow tailgating for Lions games anymore at the
Eastern Market.
The Eastern Market.
I actually think downtown Detroit tailgating's great. Done it several times. Love it. Now, given twice was at Eastern Market, that was a big part of it.
But it's not college tailgating.
It's not.
College tailgating is on grass.
What about recruiting that
campus.
weekend? Can you have recruits in for that game?
Well, I'm sure you can. Yeah. Of course you can.
I don't know.
Wait a minute. I don't know because you're I don't know what the rules are. State are there any rules with recruiting?
I mean, there probably are, but there's. I'm sure it's out. Well, I shouldn't say I'm sure.
Well, that's a question. That's a legitimate question, though, because you're outside of a 50-mile zone or whatever it is.
Yep.
But because this game has been moved specifically to Ford Field, can they allow for the busing of recruits to the game? I would hope so. Think so. I don't know.
I'm sure the NCAA will do the right thing.
Right.
I mean, look, if you're Michigan State, your big recruiting weekends are the Michigan game and the Penn State game, I assume. Well, Washington could be a big game.
Yeah, well, it's your last game is your biggest one because it's the last impression you can have, and it's against a really good opponent. So this will be a big. Should be a big recruiting weekend, even though it's a tough one because it's Thanksgiving weekend.
Yep.
And it may not because if other states are having their state championships that weekend, you would think it's going to rule out a lot of players.
Well, it's going to rule out some for sure that might still be playing. I mean, how many? There's no telling how many might be on the Spartans' radar and vice versa. But all stuff to consider. Michigan State moving the Penn State game to Ford Field on Black Friday. 248-539-9797. All right, some stuff to get caught up on. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, if you want to continue talking about the Spartans in that game at Ford Field. This young Detroit prospect starting to stand out a little bit. We were going to get to it last hour, but the news broke on the Michigan State game being moved to Detroit. We will talk about him today at 1:08 here on 97.1 The Ticket. So Ford Field this year, Lions will play home games there. MHSAA will play their championship game there, championship games there. The Quick Lane Bowl will be played there. Michigan State will now play a home game there. The Michigan Panthers play there. Dates are filling up fast.
That they are.
Yes.
It's a hell of a weekend, and that's actually kind of fun. I mean, it's always been great with the Lions game, traditionally Thanksgiving, and then you've got the high school championship games going on, and now you bring in Michigan State for a night game. That's pretty cool. I mean, I'll say this. I'm fine with it because I have low expectations for Michigan State this year.
Mm-hmm.
If this was a couple seasons ago, in where Michigan State was a really good team, this would have been unfortunate that you would take that game away from a hometown crowd. And yet that was the one that was played in the snow that Kenneth Walker carried him carried the team on his back again, and they were able to beat Penn State in the snowstorm at Spartan Stadium and have that great season. But you don't want to take it away when the team's good. Like, this wouldn't happen at Penn State.
No.
Penn State wouldn't. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons why they wouldn't. The number one reason they wouldn't is because of the disparity in tickets, because it's a 100,000-seat stadium at Beaver Stadium, right?
Yep.
And you're not going to approach that with the NFL stadiums they have in Pennsylvania. This is closer to it, 77 at Spartan Stadium, at 65 at Ford Field in terms of 77,000, 65,000. But I just can't see that happening if this was a better team.
I could have seen a time in my life where I would go for what we would probably call it animal days, where I'm like, let's do all four. Let's do all four. But I'm not sure, like the high school football it's a cool little tradition. How many people outside the teams that are playing, like, do they get a walk-up crowd of just like a bunch of guys saying, let's go watch some high school football? They probably get a few hundred of those.
Yeah, they get some, but it's not like all of a sudden you've got 50,000 people at Ford Field to watch high school football.
It's not like the Minnesota State hockey tournament where they sell out an arena in Minnesota.
Or probably what they get in Texas for their championship games.
Right. But I wonder if anybody will attempt to do the animal days and just say, let's do 4 days of football at Ford Field in a row. It would help if they serve beer. We don't know if they're going to serve beer at the college game. I suspect they will.
I suspect they will also because, I don't know, because it's becoming a neutral site.
Well, and more campuses are allowing for alcohol sales. I'm not always in the stands at every stadium I go to, so I don't see if they serve alcohol, but they have beer at the Big Ten title game, right? So they'll have beer at this game. They got the liquor license in place, so I suspect there'll be beer for those that want it.
The beer and MAC championship game, right?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Yeah, they did. And the last MAC championship game I went with, the head coach for Ball State was Brady Hoke. That tells you how long ago
I was with you
at
that game.
That was fun. Okay, so what's going on with Sebastian Cosa?
Seabass?
Yeah, the Red Wing goaltending prospect.
He's been playing very well for the Toledo Walleye.
Picking it up.
In the playoffs, and I think the last 10 games of the season or so when he played, he was really picking it up. But in the playoffs, he's been great. They used two goaltenders there. So he's 4-1 with a 95% save percentage, a 950 save percentage.
Pretty elite.
Yeah. And also his goals against is, I forget what I wrote down. It was 1.41.
1.41.
It's outstanding. They're down 2-0 in this current series that they're at. And I forget if they're in the finals or if they're in the semifinals here of the ECHL championship. But he's been great. He's really turned things around, and I think it's great news to see another Red Wing prospect getting better. You know, because the Red Wings desperately need to reap the benefits of what they've drafted, and they've hit on some of the first-round picks. But can you start to see the other guys come into play? And this guy Sebastian Coase was a first-round pick, and they moved up, I believe, to get him. So, want to see him perform well. Is he going to be the future goaltender of the Red Wings in a couple of years? He very well may be. Did not play particularly well when he got a very small opportunity to play in Grand Rapids this year, but did when he went back to the ECHL. And before that, had been playing out in Western Canada with the Edmonton Oil Kings, whatever it was.
I was talking to an acquaintance of mine who works with an NHL team about projecting goalies. It's extraordinarily difficult. It is one of the toughest things that organizations have to do is, and a lot of them need a long runway. Like you have them in your organization for a while before you really can make a call. So, hey man, there were the good performances were fewer and further between, it seemed, with Sebastian Cossa when I did the parachute in every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
But now he's playing better and better. So he's going to be at Grand Rapids next year, right?
Yes, I believe so. So, but what's encouraging about this is, okay, so that's a goaltender, lower levels of minor hockey, going to go to the Grand Rapids next year, and how soon we'll be on a fast track to get to Detroit remains to be seen, probably a couple years away at least.
Mm-hmm.
But seeing other players, because this is such an important offseason for Steve Yzerman, and what is the Yzer plan? We don't know what the Yzer plan is for this offseason, but we know that they're poised to take a jump that should put them in contention for a playoff spot. We need that as Red Wing fans. We want to see it. So how do you do it? There aren't that many free agents of consequence that you should go out and just buy, but they do have assets if they wanted to trade. They have lots of draft capital, a couple first-round picks, 3 second-round picks. In fact, the 3 second-round picks are all in a row in the late first half of the second round. The idea that they could move a piece or two from what you think is their core, it's possible they could do that if they want to entertain the thought of, hey, here, let's dangle Lucas Raymond and some picks and get somebody who's better. Okay. I'm not against that. I don't want to lose Lucas Raymond. I love our own guys that you have that you're developing. But again, if you're getting an upgrade, you get upgrades when you can. But what's happening in the World Championships right now is you're starting to see some other Red Wing players. I don't know if blossoming is the right word or not, but they're playing well. Jonathan Berggren and Lucas Raymond playing for Sweden. They both had 7 points in 7 games.
Did I see Carter Mazer had a great assist and a game-winning goal?
He did for Team USA against, I think, Sweden.
He possessed the puck in the zone for 5 or 6 straight seconds and then
went around the net, cut back in, and fed somebody out in front, and they scored. And, so he's played well. And then they had Dominic Kubalik leading the tournament in scoring with 12 points in 7 games, including, I believe he's got 8 goals in those 7 games. So he's played well. Joe Veleno was playing really well, although now he's gone because of suspension, because of the stomping incident, which he should be suspended for. It's just despicable what he did. And I know he was very apologetic for it afterwards, and the player he did that to didn't want anything to do with it. Like, we're not even talking. Just go away.
Yep.
So that's unfortunate. But they've had some Red Wing players and prospects kind of stepping up here, which is good to see. And does that give pause at all about the, got to trade these guys and get and find other guys to get better? Or are you going to trust the process if these guys are, in fact, part of the Yzer plan moving forward, to hang another year on them or give them another? It's not hanging a year; it's giving them a year of experience,
another year of seasoning.
That maybe they take another step forward.
It's just, I feel like, what they're doing. They've done a really good job at building the supporting cast, but they don't have the stars necessary.
Right.
I mean, I think there's some good players mixed in here, and I feel like the Red Wings are a bunch of really good 3rd and 4th line players.
Yeah. And they have a couple of guys that are legitimately on top 2 lines.
Yep.
But they need more of them. They need more scoring threats. They need several more, you would feel like, 30-goal scorers.
They're closer on the blue line.
Yeah, the blue line looks a little, they made a huge improvement defensively. But can Lucas Raymond be that guy that takes his game to another level?
Yeah.
Marco Kasper with a full season at the NHL level, is he somebody that you're going to see kind of take off? Can Dylan Larkin build off what he did last year? Point-a-game guy last year. Does he now get into the 40-goal range in scoring? And there's a lot of questions to be asked, and there's a lot of chatter what's going on with Toronto and all the great players they have in Toronto. They're blowing everything up there with the coach, the GM, and what do they want to do with their players? They're going to hang on to Austin Matthews or Mitch Marner and the like, John Tavares. Are they going to hang on to those guys or not?
Well, it's good to see Kosa playing well more often than not, and we'll see what it leads to. When does free agency start? Free agency.
Well, after the season, so
that's true. I know, but I got that.
Several
but
weeks.
I want to know when. Red Wings could be active. We shall see. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback.
I'm sorry, Doug. It starts traditionally around July 1st.
Okay. Well, month and change. We'll see if you go shopping. Okay, so many people made this observation during the Lakers-Nuggets Game 4. Wonder if you saw it, if you had the same observation. We will get to that today at 1:20. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So show got hijacked a little bit with the breaking news that Michigan State was moving their Penn State game to Ford Field, which is interesting, and I suspect there'll be quite a market in Metro Detroit for that. But Right as we were going to that, we had that Twitter question, something we saw on Twitter. What would your occupation be if you followed your childhood dreams? So it was, what would your occupation be if you followed your childhood dreams? And we also want to have you let us know what you're doing now. Okay. I was going to be an architect. Kang was going to play in the NBA, and Gator was going to be the play-by-play guy for the Detroit Tigers. And you all know what we do. Here is what some people have said, and it's interesting. Jason writes in, I was going to play basketball for Michigan, then the Pistons. My father emphatically told me there was no way either would happen, ever. I went to trade school. I now sell HVAC. Okay. Adam, I wanted to be a marine biologist. I'm a house painter. From James.
Just like a stanza.
I saw Jurassic Park when I was like 7. I wanted to be a paleontologist so bad.
Yep.
I'm now a nurse.
Okay.
Tyler, on a tractor, I grew up wanting to be a farmer. Now I'm a farmer.
It's on a tractor.
Chris writes in, I always wanted to be a surgeon. Now I'm a registered nurse and treat doctors like celebrities. Dustin in Ann Arbor, I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I now work in college admissions. Not at all related, but I do stick my hand out the car window and pretend it's a plane. From Aaron at Madison Heights, I wanted to be a police officer or detective. Now I work for a city DPW worker. When I was growing up, I wanted to be a stand-up comedian or actor. I spent 20 years in IT, but now I'm a real estate agent. All right. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a transformer. Now I sell insurance.
Want to be a transformer.
Yeah.
That's tough to do.
Spence listening on Odyssey. I'm so old, I wanted to be the guy who pumped gas at the gas station. Yeah, my parents would laugh at that one, and I never understood it. Sounded cool as a little kid. Hey, at least I didn't want to be the guy who hit the buttons on the elevators for people.
I think at one point in time, I probably said that I wanted to be a garbage man because I thought it'd be cool to hang on the outside of a garbage truck.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it? The stuff that kids are like, yeah.
That's cool.
Unnamed texter, my childhood dream was to be an ESPN sports anchor or commentator. I'm a mechanical engineer. Mike writes in, I wanted to be an NHL goalie because I was really good at playing street hockey. I'm now a CNC machinist in Colorado.
Gonna make you sweat?
That's CNC Music Factory. Is it CNC? CNC Music Factory?
Yeah. Was it Freedom Williams?
I never knew who was in the. Was it Freedom Williams?
I think Freedom Williams was the guy in there.
I wanted to be a garbage man. Oh, here you go, Gator. Reason was I perceived it as all that cool stuff that people just throw away, I could have.
You still can. You don't have to be a garbage man to do that.
I want to specifically be the fireman that guided the rear wheel on fire trucks.
Just like Kramer.
I didn't say what he's doing now. Drew in Berkeley says the Florida Panthers announcer Doug Plagans is from Trenton, so maybe he was listening to 97.1 and took your line.
Could be. That could be.
Sounded like he said critical.
What did Plagans say?
We might have said clinical, but we couldn't tell. It's close.
That sounds like clinical.
It does. I want to be a marine biologist. Airline stewardess. And yes, I said airline stewardess because back then that's what it was called. Unnamed texter. If I followed my childhood dreams, I'd be the center fielder for the Angels. Okay. Robert says, I wanted to be a dinosaur so bad as a kid. I would run around the neighborhood roaring. Then I became a doctor. Thought I'd practice medicine and come back to my goal of being a dinosaur, but I forgot how to do it. Okay.
You don't. Kang, I don't know if you heard that one.
Is that a movie?
Yeah, you almost watched the whole thing.
What movie was that?
Step Brothers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't. Let's see, the whole thing.
When I was young, I wanted to be a dinosaur.
He knows some of it, though. Doug knows some of the movie.
I do know some of the movie. That's, I want to do karate in the garage. Yeah.
We just become best friends?
When I was 5 years old, I wanted to be a fireman only because I thought it was really cool to break down doors with axes.
Yep.
That's a good enough reason.
That
By
is
the way, I thought of something else.
What's on the other side of the door can be scary.
I thought of something else when you're a kid and you think it's going to be a big part of your life, and we mentioned quicksand, hot lava.
By the way, quicksand was the answer on Jeopardy the other night.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
That's great.
I'm like, it's quicksand. And none of I think this was maybe when Jeopardy Masters and nobody could figure it out. I'm like, quicksand. It's quicksand. Felt so smart.
So what we have? We had quicksand, we had hot lava, cooties. People thought they'd catch on fire a lot because of how much you did stop, drop, and roll.
Or how much you lied.
Yeah. How about this one? UFOs or flying saucers. When you're a kid, didn't it feel like they were going to be a big part of your life?
Yes.
Yep. Another one.
Bermuda Triangle was one.
Bermuda Triangle came in. How about Bigfoot? There's a lot of discussion of Bigfoot. I remember being in grade school.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when they had the $6 Million Man. They had the Bigfoot episode when Andre the Giant was Bigfoot. They had that show In Search Of with Leonard Nimoy. Oh, yeah. They had always some Bigfoot stuff there. Yep. Although they did have the Finding Bigfoot series that was what came out on 10 years ago or so. That I don't know what's documentary. It's crap. It was absolutely. Remember these trails are really squatchy. Sasquatches love Sasquatches love the telephone poles, right?
Do they?
So, well, that's what they said on the show. We're like, come on.
Like
it's a really squatchy area because there's a lot of telephone poles. Go away. There's no Sasquatch.
All right. I mentioned this before the break. Game 4, Nuggets-Lakers. Vin Diesel was there.
Family.
Did you happen to see it?
I did not. I was watching the Tigers and probably something else.
Okay. So a video circulated of him, and I'm doing this for you, okay?
Okay.
But the video circulated of him walking to his seats, and he walked just like he was still playing Dominic Toretto. Like
you did the Dom Toretto walk?
Yeah, the Dom Toretto walk. Like almost as if he's either marketing or just as assumed this as his personality.
Like chest out, head a little bit back.
He's never broken character. Or he's done so many movies, he thinks he's actually Dom Toretto.
Maybe he is Dom Toretto. You ever think of that?
Have you seen the two in the same place at the same time?
I mean, I'm trying to think of the other movies I've seen with him in it. And they're all kind of that. I'm like, he's just been this superhero kind of guy. Well, there was a movie Boiler Room where he played a stock market guy.
That was a little bit different character role for him, but that was way early in his career.
I didn't like that movie either.
No.
Maybe that's why I didn't like Wolf of Wall Street because it's the same
type
premise.
of, yeah.
So I only heard about this, but again, these are movies. I don't see a lot of movies. But Austin Butler, who played Elvis, hasn't he been roundly criticized for now he just talks like Elvis?
I think he sort of had that accent anyway, and that's like maybe part of the reason why he was cast as Elvis.
Yeah, people are saying he's still
a handsome devil. That Austin
just
Butler
keeps talking like he's Elvis. Like that's become who
Doug showed me a clip, Gator, this morning, and he was accepting an award for the movie.
I've never thank everybody for your vote for Marina.
Yeah, kind of. I've never seen Austin Butler. I didn't know who Austin Butler was, but I'm like, I heard about this, and so we Google searched it, and up pops this video of him accepting this award, and I was like,
I looked and I go, oh my God, he thinks he's Elvis. Still, have a hunk of good time, everybody.
I want to thank everybody. My girlfriend Priscilla helped me out.
His girlfriend at the time, maybe he was dating Vanessa Hudgens, one of my favorites.
Was he?
Yeah,
that goes back old school for you.
Love Vanessa Hudgens. She's dating a baseball player now.
Sorry, man.
I know.
Not a Piston?
A baseball player?
Yeah, well, I just wanted you want to be a Piston. If you'd set your goals on being a baseball player, maybe you'd be her boyfriend.
That's what kept us apart.
That's what I'm trying to get at, guys. She's totally accessible. No, anyway, so...
is she dating Jose Altuve?
Why, she like short guys?
I'm just asking. Maybe you still got a chance.
Can you tell her about me?
I'm
just going to stand and put the vibe out. You tell her about me.
I will be your wingman all day for that.
So anyway, you got to go find this video. I wanted you to see if that's Dom Toretto sitting courtside at the Lakers-Nuggets Game 4.
All right, let me Google and see if I can find Not a Vin Diesel
I
fan.
mean, if people yell out Dom, he's going to look, right?
Probably.
Hey, Dom! Yes.
Wasn't he even kind of dressed like him?
Yeah, so if you watched any of the 12, 13, 14 movies, he has either like a white or black tank top or T-shirt at all times. Maybe a sleeveless. But it's the general, and because they don't put logos anyways, but that's his.
This guy.
Right, Gator?
I mean, he's walking with his kid, so I don't want to give him too much crap. It looks like his daughter. And he's wearing the black sleeveless shirt. Hey, do you work out, Vin? Yeah, I'm still working out. He's got the sunglasses indoors, which I hate.
Yeah.
This guy.
Is Dom Toretto sunglasses indoors kind of dude? Is that kind of cat Gator?
I don't know. I don't think Dom does that, no. But Vin Diesel, movie star, does.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like that.
248-539-9797. Okay. Projected NFL rookie stat totals. Some Lions show up near the top. We'll get to that today at 1:34. Carson Anderson, 97.1. So the big news today, breaking right around lunchtime, was that Michigan State was moving their game with Penn State to Ford Field on Black Friday. Something has surprised me as far as the responses, Gator, that has less to do with like what Michigan State fans, how they feel about it. I'm a little surprised at how much reaction it's drawing about the MHSAA games. Not because people, I'm not surprised that people care. I guess people don't like that tradition being broken. I mean, there's no predicting who's going to be in that game. There are fan bases in high schools that kind of think and have optimism about it. But moving the games to Saturday, Sunday instead of Friday, Saturday seems to have ruffled some feathers. Now, I don't know who that, I don't want to overstate the case either, but that's been one of the more consistent, like looking at Twitter and social media, there's been a lot of, what about the MHSA games? The MHS, that's a tradition. And I'm like, it is a tradition, but the tradition was always Friday, Saturday. And so does it really matter if it's Friday, Saturday or Saturday, Sunday?
I don't think I think if you're upset by that, then you're looking for something to be upset by, because it's the weekend and it's okay. So now the game's not Friday. Now the games are Saturday, Sunday. You still get the games. It's still the same weekend.
Yep.
What was it? Somebody had said, well, the students would get that Friday off. They get the Friday off anyway because it's Black Friday, right?
Yep.
So.
And they've got Sunday off. We know that.
So what's the problem here?
If it's a tradition that I don't know how many people can count on that, because maybe we've read the crowd wrong a little bit. Maybe people do gather around the TV and watch those games or go, but I don't know about that.
I don't know about that either. And I don't know. Look up the ratings on TV and see how the ratings are. Take a look at the crowd. How many people are actually at the stadium while this game's going on? If
you're going Friday, Saturday, the one thing about Friday is that it's not an NFL day, although it is now, and it was still college football to be watched.
College football.
Do they not like playing on Sunday against the NFL? Maybe that's it.
But you're not playing. But it's here we're not worried about it nationwide. We're worried about it here.
Right.
So
the Lions
aren't playing on Sunday. So what difference does it make? So you love the NFL and now you can't watch the NFL? Really?
No, I hear you. I'm just struggling with why that would bother people, and maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's just I'm seeing these reactions.
I'm open to. I'm going to say this. I'm open to hear what people have to say if they're upset about it, why it is they're upset. But my gut is telling me people just want to be upset by something.
Yeah.
They can't just say, "Oh no, that sounds like a great idea."
Okay, ESPN fantasy football writer Mike Clay has put together predictions that he is thrown together based on history, depth charts, roles, offenses, league coaching, and player trends. These are rookie predictions. I'll give you an example. He's got the 5 quarterbacks. From 1, Bryce Young, he thinks will throw for 3,553 yards and 19 touchdowns. All the way down to number 5, Stetson Bennett for the Rams will throw for 522 yards and 3 touchdowns. There's no prediction for Hendon Hooker. As one might expect. But rushing yards and touchdowns. What would you consider a reasonable goal to be for Jahmyr Gibbs?
For touchdowns and yards?
Rushing yards and touchdowns. Just rushing yards and touchdowns. Kang, I want your 2 cents here.
I would say rushing yards, I will go with, because he's going to be splitting time. And I think Montgomery probably gets more carries. So I'm going to say 750 yards rushing.
Okay.
And touchdowns, can we go combined, like receiving and rushing?
It's just rushing.
Just rushing. 5?
Okay, Kang?
Just rushing totals here, right?
Yep.
I will go. You want?
Just rushing yards and rushing touchdowns.
I'll go 650 rushing and 4 touchdowns rushing.
4 touchdowns rushing. Okay. We'll circle back and give you the answers here shortly. Receiving yards and touchdowns. No Lion got projected to be in the top 5 amongst rookies. Running back receiving yards and touchdowns. Running back receiving yards and running back receiving touchdowns. Kang, you go first here.
I will go with 575 receiving.
Yep.
And 4 more touchdowns receiving.
Okay. Gator?
I like your style. I'm looking at what DeAndre Swift did his rookie season. And he only played in 13 games because guess what? He was hurt. But had 300.
You don't say.
You don't say. But had 357 yards receiving and a couple of touchdowns. I think he's going to be used more than that. And that's why Kang's got a good number there. But I'm going to go a little higher. I'm going to go 600. I'll stay with it. I'll agree with the 4. The 4 touchdowns sounds good.
Okay. And tackles. Jack Campbell's projected to be amongst the top 5 rookie tacklers. Gator, how many tackles do you think he will have?
Well, looking at what Rodriguez did last year, Malcolm Rodriguez played 16 games, had 87 tackles.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Anzalone played 17 games, had 125 tackles. I'm going to say somewhere in between there. So I'm going to look at 100 tackles for Jack Campbell.
100 tackles. Kang?
What's the NFL record? No, I'm kidding. But I do have high expectations for Jack Campbell. I will go with 112.
112 tackles.
Saucy.
No Lion got put on the list for interceptions.
Well, yeah, let me ask. I know you know the answer to this, but where would you have put it at for Jack Campbell? Because you're like president of the leg humping Jack Campbell fan club.
I would have put it healthy total over 100.
Okay.
Yep. All right. We'll start with the rushing yards and touchdowns for Jahmyr Gibbs. He is projected the second most of any rookie. The first rookie is Bijan Robinson, 1,118 yards rushing and 8 touchdowns. Gator, you said Jahmyr Gibbs, 750. Kang, you said 650. The projected total by Mike Clay, fantasy football writer, is 738. Gator,
Very close, Gator.
within 12 yards.
All right.
Touchdowns. Gator, you said 5. Kang, you said 4. Mike Clay, fantasy football writer for ESPN, says 7. Running back, receiving yards, and touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs is projected to be the most productive running back as a receiver out of the backfield. Gator, you said 600 yards. Kang, you said 575. Mike Clay says 379 yards receiving.
Oof.
Gator, you said 4 touchdowns. Kang, you said 4 touchdowns. Mike Clay says 2 touchdowns.
Way off.
So we expect better receiving.
He's got him at. Is that less than 1,000 yards from scrimmage? Or no, he's got over 1,000 yards.
Yep.
Yeah, I expect big things. Yards from scrimmage is where obviously I've got it over 1,300.
I've got it at 1,100, I think.
After what you said for rushing yards. Yeah.
But we were playing that game, of course, in our mind. Combined total yards.
Yeah. Yeah, I expect him to have 1,300 yards from the line of scrimmage and 9 touchdowns.
Next up, tackles. Jack Campbell is projected to be the number 1 rookie in tackles in the NFL.
214 tackles.
Gator, you said 100 tackles. Kang, you said 112. Fantasy football writer for ESPN, Mike Clay, projects Jack Campbell to have 97 tackles. Read all rookies.
97.1 tackles.
That's right.
Yeah, well, the comp is, if you look at last year with Malcolm Rodriguez, right? That's the comp. Because Rodriguez got to start most of those games. He had 87. So he says more than what? You said 97?
So 97.
And I had 100, so I'm okay with that.
You did pretty well, Gator, to be
well, with this guy. I mean, it doesn't mean
Yeah, with Clay.
Yeah,
he's just locked up with Clay.
He is locked up.
I don't know if I want to be locked up.
Well, you
with
are
Clay.
Mr. Fantasy Football.
That's right.
Especially defensive stats.
Former champion with the Furious Plankton.
That's right.
Or Plankton Furious. It changed every other
I thought
year.
it was Fiesta de Pantalone.
No, that's another team.
Okay.
Another team in the league.
But don't you guys expect more out of Gibbs in the receiving? And that's without Jameson
I'm
Williams.
surprised he said that.
They got Montgomery back there.
That's why I looked at what DeAndre Swift had done in his career to start off, because he was and Swift had 521 rushing yards and 357 receiving yards. So that's 878 total yards in 13 games. So had he played another 3 games or 4 now because we have 17-game seasons, would have been more? Sure. The second year, Swift had 617 rushing and 452 receiving. So that's, over 1,000. It's 1,069 yards again in 13 games because, he's always hurt. And then last year he had 542 and 389 in 14 games, but also was treated a little bit differently. He didn't carry the ball nearly as much, even though he played more games, and he didn't catch the ball in the backfield as much, even though he played more games.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Hump Day. Cure your midweek blues with bourbon and brews at Twin Peaks. Your favorite Twin Peaks girls, dressed to impress. Their finest black lingerie, ready to serve up a variety of liquors and craft cocktails. This week, Twin Peaks is featuring their tequilas. Stop in and sample some of the unique tequilas. Sampling includes the illegal Mezcal Margarita. Not a bad way to spend your Wednesday night. The playoff action going on, wall-to-wall TVs. Of course, there's MLB baseball involving a local team. They're ready to serve up your favorite dishes like their hot and crispy breaded wings. Also, no one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever you got, whatever you like, they've got it. Tequila cocktails, extensive bourbon category, top shelf spirits and cocktails served over ice, local craft beers, handcrafted whiskey cocktails round out that great drink menu, second to none. My favorite are the 29-degree man-sized drafts. Thank you for the mug, by the way. Freeze it my own fridge, my own freezer. You guys have a 6-hour freezing process. That's the attention to detail at Twin Peaks. Sign up for the E-Club and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Day one of a new era here. The YouTube live era. How do you think it went? We do okay?
Sure. I think we did fantastically.
Yeah.
I don't know. We hope to grow the audience every day with our Twitch audience and our YouTube audience. So,
yes, we do appreciate those of you who continue to watch on twitch.tv. And now you can watch on YouTube. Just search up 971 The Ticket. It's if you look at it, it's the same.
It is
the same, but it's different. One's on YouTube, the other's on Twitch. Also, the Odyssey, the app, download it for your mobile device today. It's a great way to take in the show no matter where you are. So, oftentimes, Gator, when we do the show here and I say, oh, do you know that's National Taco Day or it's National Pizza Day or National Whiskey Day? And you say, I'll step up and take advantage of that.
That's right.
Remember what I told you it was today?
I do not remember.
It's National Asparagus Day.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
So?
So am I going to get on board with some asparagus tonight?
Yep.
Nope.
No?
Nope. I don't see that happening.
You have a good relationship with it.
I don't mind asparagus. I just, I don't have any in the house, and I don't anticipate going out to purchase any.
No?
No?
Have you ever put asparagus in the Vitamix?
No. No. Hell no.
By Vitamix, do you mean garbage disposal?
Okay, what about you? How's your relationship with asparagus?
I actually don't mind asparagus, but for me, it's got to be accompanied by like a steak or mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
Like I don't just want asparagus on its own. It's got to be a nice side item.
It's a side, yeah.
To a good entree like steak. Doug, whenever we go out to eat together, which is not often.
Yep.
I feel like you always substitute fries for asparagus.
Or whatever their vegetable, yes.
Yeah, like you're one of those people.
I'll do that.
The thing is...
They walk among us.
All right, Gator?
Yeah.
We know one of them. Well, one of them actually lives with me right now because my wife is doing a personal detox.
Oh, is
so
she?
She's like eating nothing but like vegetables and some fruit. So today after work, I've got to get her some asparagus.
That's great.
And some toilet paper.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I like asparagus a lot as a side item. You're right. I've made Christmas dinner at my house for years, and asparagus is pretty much a staple for that. It's a steak, usually a beef tenderloin, and just a side with some roasted potatoes and roasted vegetables along with asparagus. Yeah, it's delicious.
You didn't ask the wife, though, about poop ring yet?
Wow. Nice segue.
Well,
right?
I know you've been talking. I texted with the wife. I want to know.
Speaking of roughage,
I want to know if she's on Team Doug as it pertains to this.
I will check back with you today,
right,
both you guys.
Okay,
Yeah, I did
good.
not ask her.
All
We
right.
have like 5 minutes a day to talk to each other without someone screaming and interrupting.
No, I understand.
It's absolutely insane.
wow, she's really insufferable.
Will the kids eat asparagus?
My daughter, my 4-year-old, actually, she loves lettuce, romaine, tomatoes, mushrooms. So she actually does pretty good with, I don't know about asparagus. Broccoli, they love broccoli.
Will the kids wear a poop ring?
Wear a poop ring. Oh,
I hate. We need to be careful with the term because people who didn't hear the story about a ring that fell down the toilet, it could sound.
It's cleaned and disinfected.
Yeah.
And Doug still wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't. But
wouldn't he? Even if you get the diamond reset on another band, and it has been cleaned and disinfected, Doug's not wearing it.
I'm out. Well, it was 13 years in the muck, man.
So what? It's a diamond. You can't penetrate the surface of a diamond.
You know what I would do? I would go a 1-to-1 disinfectant ratio. Set it in disinfectant for 13 years.
Oh my God!
And then I might consider it.
And then he might consider.
I might. I was actually kind of relieved when I got home and I asked my wife, "Would you do this? Would you put this ring back on after being in a sewer system amongst the muck for 13 years?" I was kind of relieved when she said no. I was like, "Okay, good." But did you hear the latest with Ja Morant?
No. Is he apologizing again?
No, the last half-hour story popped up on ESPN's website. Police in Tennessee conducted a welfare check on Memphis Grizzlies star Ja Morant following cryptic messages on his Instagram story account Wednesday, with officials telling TMZ that he's just taking a break from social media. Earlier Wednesday, Morant posted and then deleted messages and pictures to social media saying, "Love ya, Ma. Love ya, Pops. You the greatest baby girl. Love ya." And he followed those with a simple post that said, "Bye."
Oh.
Yep.
That's I'm glad somebody wanted to do a wellness check. I hope he's okay.
Yep.
Look, it's not the end of the world for this. I mean, not by a long shot. It shouldn't be. I hope he doesn't feel that way.
Yeah.
You know, it's a mistake.
Shelby
We'll
County
pass it.
Sheriff's Office told TMZ that officers went to Morant's home to check on him. He's fine, the sheriff office spokesperson told TMZ. Morant was suspended from all team activities, blah, blah, blah. The video appeared during Instagram live session on Morant's friend. Okay, so we know all that. But apparently there was nothing to the cryptic messages, and he's okay. So
Well, that's good news.
Yep. It's a little
Hi,
scary.
Rico.
Hey, what are we talking about?
Somebody had to do a
Wellness
check on Ja Morant after basically saying "I love you" to his family members and then posting "bye." And
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
yep. So,
Wow.
well,
Yeah. No. I mean, you need.
it's
I'm glad they checked him.
yes, and I'm also kind of like, we can take a step back from piling on at this point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we never should.
What? Social media showing mercy and kindness?
Well, I'm not
No,
expecting
it's all
social media.
cookies.
It's not. I'm not expecting social media too, but that's a little scary.
A little bit.
Yeah. All right. So, what do you think of this game being moved to Ford Field?
You know what? I see both sides to this. At first, I was like, okay, you know what? They just solved the problem because everybody kept saying you're going to be playing at night. It's going to be too cold. All right, it's at Ford Field. You give up a home game. But
How many people were going to go?
well, not how many people were going to go. Well, it depends on
How the team is.
How the team
Yeah.
is, but most of your people are kind of from this area. So if it's a night game, I don't need to book a hotel room. I can just kind of go to Ford Field.
You're not going to get the college atmosphere.
You're not going to get no, you're not. But from what I gathered, talking to some folks, players are in love with it. But then again, what player doesn't want to play in a pro stadium?
Yep.
But yeah, it's if they're 5-6, then people will be very upset because you gave up that final game that you needed to make the bowl game. You're playing it down at Ford Field. But this was one where it kind of goes to the stuff that Mike hates. Once you start cashing those TV checks, you're kind of at their mercy.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I didn't realize how many branches of this discussion there would be. Like, can they host recruits? How are they going to paint the field? Can they zip out the end zones? What will happen to the fans with season tickets? Will there be a student section? Will tickets be
Well, I
made
have some
available?
of those answers if you want them.
Good. Penn State, how many tickets will they have access
Screw
to?
them.
More or less than normal.
Gator Field.
The one that got
totally
me
agree.
was the feedback that came in from people that seemed to be not happy about MHSAA being displaced.
They got moved from because that was the other thing. I was like, wait, I thought they're playing the state title, but they're playing them Saturday and Sunday instead of Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, and I don't know if that makes a particularly big difference, but
If you're driving all the way from up north, it would be, but still, it's one. If your team's in the title game, you're going.
yeah. And if your team's in the title game and it isn't played till Sunday night, your town's giving you school off Monday anyway.
Exactly.
You know, so.
Exactly.
All right, well, I'm sure you'll have plenty of discussion about it.
Well, I have those answers for you in the show. So
Okay,
Excellent.
good. I'm sure people want to know. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Wow. Who knew Tuck was a pacifist? Hi, everybody. Beautiful day outside today. I was having a great day. Driving in, then a text changed it all. Oh, we're going to get to the Tigers.
Was good morning.
No, not you.
Jeez.
Listen, I have a completely different take than what I heard on the last show, and I'm going to offer it to you. It's what I get paid to do. I mean, basically, Lil Bro's back. MSU is just, you may as well change the nickname of the school to Michigan State Capitulators. I mean, it makes me sick to my stomach. Pete Thamel reporting Michigan State made major concessions to the Big Ten for, quote, the good of the league. The league hates you. Wake up. They've never looked out for you. They don't like you. They protect Michigan and Ohio State, and they will throw you into a flaming garbage can the first chance they get. Why are we doing anything in 2023 for the good of the league? Why? Good of what league? The Rico Media Market Pinata? You're giving up a home game. You're giving up your senior day on its appropriate date. You're taking tickets from season ticket holders that have already been paid for because your bum-ass commissioner didn't even have the decency to sign a regular contract. And now, what's the reward? We're going to go down. It's going to look like the Quick Lane Bowl. They're not going to have the end zones. You're not going to have the branding. You're not going to have a college atmosphere.
Not necessarily true, but continue.
How would you do it in less than 24 hours?
You bring your own stadium and equipment team down, and they just work throughout the night and the day.
There you go. Invite me to dinner and ask me to cook it too. It's a joke. And you know what? I got news for you. For any of you morons who think this is a great thing, newsflash. Wake me when Penn State gives away their home game in Happy Valley next year and we play it in, say, Heinz Field. Wake me up. Because it won't happen. Just like Michigan won't do it or Ohio State won't do it. I mean, this is right back to MSU playing in the Tokyo Bowl. Nice flight home from Japan, losing by 60 to Wisconsin. It's pathetic. Oh, and by the way, the idea came from the league office. I'm sorry, did that come with a Joker mask and a gun? Did they put a Beretta to your temple? You didn't have to do it. You just tell them what Kenny tells them. We'll pass it on. It's absurd.
Mike, Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan State made concessions. Did Michigan do it? No, they didn't. But then again, when Fox paid all that money, Fox bought all the rights to the Michigan games.
At noon.
So
because that's the preferred time slot.
So therefore, you got to take them out the equation.
Yeah, but my whole point is that's where I don't need to hear other people here. I don't need to hear callers call up and go, oh, well, real cool idea. Is it? Cool. You give up a home game.
Now, the home game thing, yeah, you're giving it up. If you're a season ticket holder, you're getting your money refunded back to you.
Wow, what a blessing. For the opportunity to buy this garbage.
You get first priority to buy the game down here. It's a night game. It's senior day, but here's the deal.
They're not doing senior day in Ford Field.
No, they're not.
Senior day will be November 4th.
It'll be, yeah. Or they may try to do it another day. But as I told David, go ahead and hit the thing. I was there, senior day, 2015. This is the team that went to the college football playoffs.
It was an ice storm against Rutgers.
Mike, do you know? There were more people at the spring game for that ceremony. So that's one. People can get upset. But when you it's their senior day, you don't show up anyway, Spartan fans.
So when the product's bad, they shouldn't.
The product had never been better.
No, I know. That was in fairness. Right. Is that the game I'm thinking of where Rutgers wore the white helmets? That was a wicked ice storm.
Still.
Okay.
I'm saying, but this was the best team ever.
I know.
This was Connor Cook. This was all your captains.
So fun.
And you didn't bother to show up. So that's not going to happen. Now,
you can do your spiel now. I've said everything I need to say. TV's ruining the sport. I hope you're happy. And MSU, honestly, $9.5 million coach, 10-cent athletic department. What an absolute crock.
Because they moved the game to Ford Field?
It's because they capitulated to the Big Ten again.
You were going to have to play the game at night. So everybody was saying, what's going to happen? It's going to be cold. It's going to be cold. See, here's the thing. See, David, here's how he set me up. he went to this extreme. I'm not a big fan of it, but now he's making it that I have to defend them.
No, you don't. No.
I'm not a big fan of it, but
this isn't First Take. Just have your opinion.
Let me tell you something.
Khalili!
Blueberries.
If you don't like it, say it.
No. The fact that they solved the whole how do you get out of the cold weather, they're moving it to Ford Field. It's the catch-22. This is going to be great if they're winning. Nobody cares. But this is what I was told to me. This is what I was thinking. This was told to me from the athletic department. They're 5-6, and they need this game.
Oh, hey, you gave up a home game.
You gave up a home game, and nobody's going to be happy. They realize there's a lot of people not like you, not happy about this at all.
And I want to help you with something, too.
Players loved it.
One of us used to have season tickets. All right? Here's my advice to you if you're a season ticket holder. Get rid of them. They don't care about you. You're nothing. You're a maggot on a grocery bag. They are literally telling you, hey, thanks for sending us your hard-earned money. But now we've been pimped. So we're going to go ahead and send you that back, and, well, you'll get first priority to now buy tickets to a place that's not Michigan State, that's not East Lansing, that's not the campus, that's not the place you love, that you're not going to tailgate at, not if you plan on having your car not up on blocks. Like, give me a break. You're going to sell people tailgating in Eastern Market? Oh, wait, we can't do that anymore. Look,
I'm not selling people tailgating anything. It was the night game. Everybody said, well, this is horrible. It's going to be nice. It's going to be cold. What about this? What about that?
This is what you wanted, Mr. TV.
This is
what you wanted.
Yes, they fixed it. The game is down there. And let's be real. A lot of people, a lot of alum are from Detroit. You don't have to make the drive. You don't have to buy the hotel room. You can simply go to the game, hop in your car, go home, and be in your own bed that night.
It's also a joke. The game's on a Friday, but I digress. You do it the opener for Labor Day weekend, I kind of get it. Non-premium game, you do what you got to do. They played at Ford Field 20 years ago against FAU in kind of a little exhibition thing. You know what? Whatever. It's the 12th most important game on the schedule. But Penn State is a conference game. It's one of our 3 biggest games. To take that and punt the home game, to quote, do it for the good of the league. That's a quote that Pete Thamel was given. Why does MSU owe this rotten conference a thing?
Mike, but it wasn't just MSU. I mean, it's for this game, but other teams have done the same thing.
Yeah, except the one.
Well, yeah, because that one.
No, but guess what? Did MSU have to do this, yes or no? No. The answer is no, Rico.
No.
So that's why I'm tired of them capitulating.
But, Mike, you know what? You know why it is little brother thing? It is, as you put on the sheet, little brother's back. Because
I wrote that. I did.
Because we're still comparing ourselves to Michigan.
No, we're comparing ourselves to the elite programs in the conference that you're yearning to be.
Ohio State is playing a night game that they didn't want to play.
Right. Well, they didn't have to do it either.
Like Penn State did. Like everybody, like, all right, I guess we'll just
and
do
what
this
happens
for the good
if
of the
everyone
league.
said no? That's my point.
Then you're giving back money, and nobody wants to give back money.
And now we've arrived back at David's topic that I support, and I'm voting Hatchet 24. TV is ruining sports. 248. Go ahead, David. In a lovely salmon polo. Or peach, or I don't know what the hell that is.
You're right. Everyone has to make the decision because of TV, and I think that's the problem that many fans, I know I have a problem with it. You should be able to make whatever decision you want to make because it's your university, what you want to do.
Yes.
But now TV says, no, we want this, and now you have to give it. And granted, you're right, Rico, Michigan isn't giving up a thing. So as a Michigan fan, I'm like, okay, I look over, okay, Michigan State, do what you do.
Now it
but you're selling your soul.
It has not affected you yet.
It won't ever affect Michigan.
Don't say never, because money doesn't care. Like your season ticket holders at State, to quote Sir Mix-a-Lot, now let's play Big Bank Takes Little Bank. Here's what's going to happen. Okay? The Peacock Network, way more money than what your season ticket holders are paying for that game. So guess who's got the higher priority? That's the way it is, guys. Once you started cashing these checks, you got to do what they say.
We didn't.
Well,
and guess
you didn't.
No,
I mean, talking about
no
the
one
team.
cashes the check. And guess what? The cost to pay these players is still being passed on to the fans. You want to start doing this stuff? You want to let Big Daddy Kane, the Big Ten Conference, pimp you out? Well, then you should be paying the NIL.
I've said that. I said the TV money should be paying the NIL.
It's ridiculous.
But this is what happens now. Next week, when the 2024 schedule comes out, we'll see what happens. But
I'm sure Penn State's going to move the game to Andover, Maryland for us, right?
They may not. They may not even be playing Penn State at the end of the year.
Even better. We go right back on the flow chart to David's topic. It's ruining the sport.
Just call them.
But David,
the little NFL at this point.
It is the little NFL, but there are. You know what? It's a consideration that maybe this does become a thing where they play in Philly, they play in Detroit. When they play each other, if they play at the end of the year.
Let me know when the good folks down in State College get rid of a gate worth over $100,000 on Senior Day with that stupid lion sound effect. Let me know. Now, could we have softballed this? Could we have rolled it out there like one of those disgusting 1980s cheese balls with the nuts on the outside of it that no one ever ate on the cracker tray? Right. No. We just came out guns blazing. But now, if you want the soft serve, here it is. Do you like this 248? Okay? I don't. I think it's a disgrace. And I think MSU needs to nut up. Christ, always apologizing, always capitulating. Oh, we'll do it for the good of the league. And then you know what the league does? They pull their pants down and they rip ass in your face. Why would you do anything for this conference? They hate us.
I don't think you did it for the conference, Mike. I think you did it because you didn't want to give back money. And that's what it still comes down to, what David said.
Flow chart.
He's not paying attention.
No, I'm the flow chart.
But yeah, it's money. Because plain and simple, NBC and Peacock were saying, if we can't have night games, then you owe us money back. Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, so here's my point. When they call you and ask for a night game, you go, great, get your parka. You come in East Lansing for it. Oh, we'll give you a night game. Oh, you want to play Penn State, Michigan State tonight?
No.
Okay.
Okay, but see, here's the thing. And it wasn't you, okay? So I'm not yelling at you.
I'm not mad at you.
It was a bunch of people saying, it's going to be too cold out there. It's November. This is wrong. This is wrong. Well, they fixed that problem.
Giving up home games in the name of TV is wrong. Warm, cold, otherwise. It's wrong. Now, if you have a 50-year tradition like Florida, Georgia, we're going to do something different. The game's equidistant. We sell 50% of the tickets here, 50% of the tickets here. That's fine. But this is another example. Like MSU, how about this? The school down the road is doing it brilliant right now. They're having 8 home games a year. What are we down to? 6?
6.
You don't think it makes a difference? When you were home last year? I'm sorry. I think it's absurd, and I'm tired of it. Christ, just leave. Honestly, just leave the conference at this point. Go play in the Pac-12, win that thing 2 years before it collapses, fade to black, end the movie. What's the point? We'll do it for the good of the league. What are they going to do for us?
Pay you millions of dollars.
It ain't coming in my pocket.
I'm just saying, that's what the league is saying.
And that money doesn't get passed on to the program because MSU acts like a poor.
The money goes to the program.
Where?
I'm not the accountant. I don't know. They get the money.
Got people peeing in troughs. Yeah, it goes to the program.
Sell your soul for the money.
They just do that to piss you off.
Yeah, right here.
Wait, Mike wants us to fix the bathroom? Oh, no, they have good bathrooms,
No,
Mike.
it's just, David, you understand what I'm saying. I got to listen to this guy go, oh, man, MSU's getting hooked up. They're daddy fat stacks. Oh, really?
They are.
Poverty bathrooms.
David.
Poverty concessions.
If you go to the north of the south end, they've upgraded the bathrooms. If
you
keep going to the same one Mike goes to,
you know what?
That's that one.
Hey,
but on the other ones,
it ain't
David,
that one.
David, they have music. They actually have like the soft towelette.
That's nice.
They give you a warm towel when you're finished.
Soft towelette.
That's nice.
I love it. The warm.
And don't worry.
Music.
The team's busy taking a dump on the field.
You good?
Take kids to school. Do whatever it is you're about to
Let's
do.
take kids to school. You got it right. All right. If you want to come in and give your fiery opinion about a school or a program or a team, radio could be the thing for you. Specs at LTU.
You want to capitulate? Go to State.
Specs at LTU can help you get a radio career started so you can come out as fiery as Mike, or maybe TV's your thing, or graphics design. Specs at LTU has you covered. Why? Because the classes are taught by instructors who actually work in the industry. They teach you everything you need to know. So you're not going to be wasting your time with boring lectures. You're going to be in the lab. You're going to be learning from day one what it takes. So if you're looking to get a broadcast media arts degree, broadcast media arts in the broadcast digital media arts program, or the graphics communications program, Specs at LTU is where you need to go. Very simple. Go to ltu.edu/specs. ltu.edu/specs. Get your career started today.
Thank you, David. Spring, start of baseball season. Great time to get some great rest. But not during the games anymore. But Serta will help you. Serta Arctic, 15 times better cooling power for more comfortable sleep. The iComfort, the coolest, coziest all-foam model and the perfect sleeper if pressure relief is what you're after. Up to $1,000 during the Serta iComfort closeout event. It's family-owned, over 70 years, made in Michigan, so every purchase helps the local economy. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. It's Serta. We make the world's best mattress. All right, David, give me a few of the ticket texts. We'll get to some of the calls. And again, MSU playing at Ford Field, doing it for the good of the conference per Pete Thamel. I'm sick of the whole narrative.
I mean, it is mini NFL. They're literally playing on an NFL field. This is what happened. This was, I think, the compromise. But I know you didn't want the compromise. You basically wanted them to give the middle finger.
Yeah, because that's what other schools can do. I'll pass it along. Oh, really? That's a great idea. Last I checked, we have a stadium on campus. You want the night game? Come on up. No. MSU had to. We'll do it. Why? This conference never done you a favor.
Yeah, bringing it to Ford Field was something that was a shock.
That was an NBC ask, a league office ask. And you know what you say? No, the way you railroaded our players? No way.
Yeah, would have. That I agree with you.
And where's Mel Tucker in all this? Mr.
No say so.
What? You don't think a coach making $9.5 million a year doesn't have a say with his own athletic department? To go, guys, I vehemently disagree with this decision? Stop. Tom is only playing basketball games with Marvin the Martian on the planet Nebula if he doesn't want to.
I was about to say that may be a bad example because Tom plays everywhere, but I get what you're saying.
Tom does it because he wants to.
I get what you're saying. But yes, Tom would play on that rock out there.
I tell you right now, I know it all comes back wins alone. This guy better win this fall.
And that's what I say. Right now, I think a lot of anger is because they were
an embarrassing
5-7.
David.
They were 5-7 and they did not make a bowl game.
Nice clock management. David.
Some of the best matchups in the series are marked by bad weather. November games 2017-2021. To get rid of the second biggest home game is disgraceful.
Correct. As a season ticket holder, think about it, David. Now, if you're a Michigan State season ticket holder, the only game you get worth a damn is Michigan. And if you're a Michigan season ticket holder, the only home game you get worth a damn is OSU.
Yeah, but if you could come down and buy tickets to this game. This Ford Field may actually have more people in the stands than Spartan Stadium.
That's fine.
That day.
It attacks the point. You are buying to go to campus. That is why we do this.
NBA Jam, Mike is on fire. Best segment ever.
Really? I think the people disagree.
No, they agree, man. John in the car. Michigan State is dead over Thanksgiving weekend. It's a dead town. OSU, Michigan have actual populations that live there. Ford Field will be way better than that awful stadium that Michigan State plays in. Okay.
No troughs.
Oh, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment.
Have you not gone to the other bathrooms?
It's irrelevant to the point I'm making.
Okay.
You have a Big Ten stadium where you're top 20 in attendance and top 20 in revenue, and you're having people pee like they're whole hogs.
Yeah, that was a fun time when I went to that
It's a total embarrassment.
Well, you had your other son with you, David, so I couldn't give you the key to the other bathroom.
What is bad about having a primetime game in an NFL stadium against a premier opponent? What's bad about that?
I don't know. If it's so sweet, you do it with your school. So you know what I don't need? Any of you rat-faced U of M fans offering your opinion, telling me how great it is. Because you would never allow it. You would never. You'd have blood coming out of your eyeballs if they took a home game from you. It's a joke. It's a complete and utter farce. If I wanted to, you know where I like to play NFL games? On Sunday with NFL teams. Sorry, hate to break it to you, Ford Field kind of sucks. You know what makes Ford Field cool?
Fans.
You, the fan. You make it a great environment when the Lions are there. But that stadium is a nothing burger, okay? This isn't Notre Dame, Wisconsin at Lambeau to kick off a season. Something interesting, something neutral site, something non-conference. Act like playing in Ford Field is a gold star. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're going to have a lot of Detroit alums, fans. They're going to buy the tickets. They're going to be there. Okay. So if the fans make the environment, the fans are going to be there.
Have 5 wins going in, you'll have 30,000 people.
Okay, now that's something totally different. Okay. That's something, Mike, that's
I'm not coming
different.
at you. I'm just trying to explain to people.
That's different because here's the flip side. If they're sitting there 11-1, or I guess it would be 10-1,
then it's even worse.
Because at that point you're thinking, okay, we get a chance to see them in Detroit.
With the Lions logo on the field.
Exactly.
I think that the logos and all of that stuff will get moved. David, don't throw logs on the fire.
David, just keep feeding. We got a slow burn going in the fireplace.
David's standing over there with cans of gasoline. Here you go, Mike.
Let's go to Carl, 97. Carl, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Mike? Hey, Mike, it's a national TV game for an MSU. That's what you need to take away from this. A national TV game. Anytime you have a national TV game, kids are hyped.
Right. So is it not a national TV game at Spartan Stadium?
No.
Oh, it's not.
To see a national TV game from Spartan Stadium.
Oh, wait a minute. So NBC wouldn't televise the game had we stayed at home?
I don't think so. No.
Yes.
Why?
Carl, they would have. Let me
wrong.
help you with that.
Come on, Carl. We got to do better than that now.
Yeah, but see, this is what I'm saying. You got recruits. So now you're going from the East to nationwide now. So you get out there, have this game, and win this game. Now you got more recruits.
Why?
coming in.
So
You got
people
more
can think.
recruits
So
interested.
people can think Michigan State doesn't have their own stadium and plays in an NFL one. Come on, Carl. 0
No,
for 2.
because they play because as a recruit and as me being in high school, now I know I'm gonna get to play in an NFL stadium. Me as a high school player, there was nothing greater than me going to a pro stadium and playing football.
That's the sales pitch. That if I go to MSU, I get to play in a half-empty Ford Field. You know what? Maybe that's why we suck, Carl. Goodbye. Nonsensical. 0 for 1. Let's go to Nick and Macomb. Rico, I'm just not. I'm not playing around with it.
I wasn't interfering with you, Carl. You were entertaining me.
Nick, go ahead.
Hey, okay, guys. So I'm with Mike on this one. I think honestly, it instantly cuts the legs off of the battleground. And the battleground is, I kind of want to explain it like this. This is the analogy. D-Day, the Battle of D-Day, happens only one place, right? And if you were to move that battle to anywhere else in the world, it wouldn't be as cool or important at all. And I feel like it just rips the fabric away from what the rivalry is about. It's about our ground, our land. And if you just put it on an NFL stadium, just rips the life right out of the game. And it's like, I can't even believe we're actually talking about it. I think it's ridiculous.
Look,
I'm with Mike on this.
And look, the big thing, and I know Rico doesn't appreciate it the way I do, it's just college football, the venue is everything. Playing these home games, it is hard. Like the NFL, it's easy to win a road game compared to college football. You don't let Penn State off the hook. This isn't even a win, by the way. MSU's had plenty of big crowds for the Penn State game. The team has to be decent. I admit that. Hey, here's an idea. I know, Rico, you picked 2015, the low point, based on it was a freaking ice storm. I sound like Dr. Evil. Lasers.
No.
What was the attendance in 21?
No, Mike, it wasn't that. When people say, "Oh, it's senior day for the activities," the crowd's never there for the activities at the beginning of the game.
You and I both agree senior day should be the opener.
Yeah, right.
Full house, night game, celebrating your big year.
So I'm not sitting here saying people don't show up. For everybody was like, "Oh, well, what about the senior day moments?" You're not there. I got pictures I can show people of the crowd, and it looks like a spring game. But this was one that
it has nothing to do with the TV, though.
I was shocked, and all this is doing is just really further pushing all the chips in the middle of the table for this season. When you do things like this, man, you better win, because wow, this is not going to look good. You're just adding fuel to the fire for everything to backfire in your face. Because I thought, okay, Friday game at night, Spartan Stadium. Not a big fan of it, but you know what? Play it. And then this morning at noon, we find out they came down to Detroit, worked it out with Ford Field, and a lot of, you're going to have to flip the field over. You can put your logo on the field. You had to move the state high school championships to Saturday and Sunday, because that was my next question. Like, well, when are they playing theirs? So, yeah, that's what's going to happen.
And look, if you're out there and you're like, well, I don't mind it, you can go ahead, but you better have better reasons than Carl did. You can tell me you like it. You can tell me you're lazy and you want to make a 10-minute drive. God bless.
I was about to say, I think that's the biggest thing.
I don't hate the hustle.
If you're a Spartan fan in Detroit, you didn't have to get a hotel room or worry about if it was bad weather.
What I'm talking about is the fabric of the game.
It is, and it was eroded years ago. It's now come to the front porch of Michigan State. David hasn't really felt it yet. But trust me.
And I won't.
He won't.
He will. He will.
Which is why we don't need to do anything for this rat conference.
He will.
This conference throws us under a bus any chance they get.
We'll let y'all do that.
He will.
Christ, the only thing the Big Ten didn't do was send us an invoice for Devin Bush's landscaping fee. That's all right. The Big Ten champ had a kid who had a gun violation get on a plane 4 hours later. It's just like, come on. Good of the league.
Well, let's just wait.
Alan Haller should have taken that call and gone, oh, Interesting idea. Hold on. Let me give you my thoughts. I'm going to collect myself. He should have unzipped his pants and right into the receiver. I'll pass it on.
Walk down into the stadium, went into the trough, put the phone in there.
Yeah, exactly. And then hydrated. All
Tell him
right.
something.
Moran Buick GMC. Need a new ride for summer? Sure. GMC Acadia. Flexible third row of seating. They make they make a model for everybody. They get new stock arriving daily. They got great online ordering. They are sure to have the vehicle you're looking for. So bottom line, get to Moran Buick GMC. It's moranexpress.com. Stop in. You get that free loaner when you have the certified service appointment. They do it the right way. It's on Telegraph just north of Eureka and Taylor at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. David has just broken my heart. Okay, listen, we're going to go right to the people. You guys want to rap about it? We're going to do it. I'm upset about it. I think it's a joke. You know how I feel. I don't like the direction of college football. I don't like Rico Beard's TV market mania. And the bottom line is, MSU.
I feel like I should just put on a suit and some Urkel glasses and just do the shows from here on.
No, Detroit is media market. But, like, the idea that Michigan State is playing a home game now at Ford Field for no other purpose than to what? Help out the conference because Kevin Warren was a boob? No. You know what you say when the league office goes, hey, would you, could you, maybe? Nah, F you. How about that? How about that? I mean, you don't have to go very far to see the last time MSU got boned, where the conference had no interest in helping them. It's just, no. You would never see OSU give up a home game outright, full stop. You'd never see Michigan. I don't think you'd see Wisconsin. And you won't see Penn State.
Wisconsin has.
When?
Haven't they played at Lambeau?
That's to open a season. Neutral site, non-conference showdown.
Still a home game.
No, it is neutral site, mutually agreed upon years in advance as a showcase game. A conference game. One of the best games you've had in a decade was 2021 in the snow, Michigan State, Penn State. It was a great game, great atmosphere. Ask anyone who was there. You know what? Screw this. Playing indoors, and no offense, Ford Field's great because of you guys. It's not great because of the building. It's a D- pro stadium. You think it's some big thrill? You're not playing at SoFi. You're not playing at Jerry World. And no offense, it's not even a trip to Miami to take on the U. You gave away a home game for a program that's coming off 5-7. Oh, but that's okay. We earned Big Ten points, which are redeemable nowhere. Because all MSU does is capitulate. And I'm sorry, part of the blame goes to your guy. Straight up. Mel Tucker.
Okay. I didn't know which guy because I got a lot of guys.
I can't keep them all straight.
I got a lot of guys according to you.
But part of it goes to Mel Tucker. You make $10 million a year, you get a say.
You do
don't
get a
tell
say.
me you don't.
You get a say. You're
went
absolutely
along
right.
with it. It's a joke. I don't need a pacifist coaching MSU.
So you'd rather them just hang up that phone call, say, no, we're not doing this? We're going to play the game on Saturday.
Yeah, you can nationally televise it. You can have it at 7:30. Hell, we'll play it at 8. But it's at our place. Ridiculous.
Yeah, is there no way, just a question off the top of my head, is there no way, and I understand how Warren left the Big Ten with the TV deal, but is there no way the new Big Ten commissioner could have came in and said, look, NBC, just give us concessions for a year. Let us figure this out.
You know what? Here's the thing, David. What I also found out this morning, Warren is more like Roger Goodell than I thought he was. He wasn't going out there running roughshod. You know who he answers to? School presidents. You know who wasn't in the room? Athletic directors, coaches. They weren't there. Presidents all were behind him.
Which would be like the owners.
Yeah, the owners. He talks to the presidents. He doesn't pick up the phone and call the ADs and say, is this cool with you guys? Doesn't care. Presidents okayed it. We're moving on. Could he renegotiate? He could. I doubt that he would because it would take too much to undo all of this, and you've become a powerhouse. Now you just got to cross the T's and dot the I's.
Let's go to Alex, 97.1. Alex, how are you?
I'm all right, man. How you doing?
Okay, bud. What's on your mind?
Listen, you wanted a Michigan man's opinion. I'm going to give it to you.
Yeah.
Michigan State sold its kids out for $1. And you're right. The coach should have said something and stood up. But he's so desperate for attention, craving it anyway, that he would have done anything to make this happen. It's a shame. Like you said, it's senior day for the kids. They opted to go to Michigan State. They knew what they were getting into. This ain't Hawaii. This ain't Michigan. This ain't Miami. This ain't Miami or this ain't California. We knew what we're all into, whether it's Ann Arbor, Columbus, Lansing, hell, even in Rutgers, Maryland. It's just as cold.
Right, and look, here's the bottom line. Alex, barring an act of God ice storm, if your team is good, people show. All right? And that's it. Exactly. People will show up. And it's not like Ford Field has some big, huge gate possibility. It's 13,000 seats less than MSU.
Ford Field is nothing spectacular. The only thing, it's got a dome, and that's all they wanted was to hopefully get decent attendance instead of showing a bunch of seats, and they didn't have to put on, bullshit masks like they did in the...
Up the cuss word, Alex. Can't do that. All right. 248-539-9797. No, and by the way, here, I'll just answer it for you. I don't think the game sells out.
It'll sell out.
Okay.
Why won't it sell out, Mike? Because you're angry right now in May 24th?
I don't think the team's that good. I don't think there's an appetite for it. I think you still have a number of D'Antonio loyalists who will view this as another sign that the program hoed out.
Right.
I don't think it'll sell. And
Right,
I don't
but
think Penn State fans are like, ooh, giddy up. We get to go to, checks notes, Detroit.
Okay, here's the thing.
Thanksgiving weekend. It's not happening.
Yeah, I think that it will sell out because I look at different sport, but every time Michigan State plays in Detroit down at Little Caesars, place is sold out.
Well, that is a 17,000 seat place.
But it's sold out. I think the people will show up and come out to the game.
Okay. Hey, I hope you're right. I hope it's a grand old time at the Grand Old Opry. KC, 97.1. What's up, KC?
Hard to follow that. But, yeah, the only way that this makes sense, which I have not seen anything to corroborate it, but, like, if there was a game at the Link next year, they would have to give up a home game, too, which I don't, like you said, I don't think it's going to happen. But that's the only way that it should happen in this sense. But, like, to give up a home game, and I can't even take credit for this. My buddy Pat, who was a trainer back at MSU back in the day, he was like looking at stats. This is one of the games that is decided most by home field, not by the team that is the better team. I've seen MSU teams that should not have a chance win at home, and likewise, like we have the better team. We go to Happy Valley and just get the doors knocked off us. Like it's part of college football. That's why you play. That's why you want home field. It's a huge advantage. It's more than any other.
You're right about that because Lord knows it took 7.5 hours of lightning delay. But when Saquon Barkley played for them and they finally beat them at MSU with like 10 people in the crowd, but yeah, you're right. The home team normally has an advantage. That is an excellent point.
Yeah, and when we sent LeVar Arrington package and put up almost 400 yards on the ground.
Mark Renaud and Cedric Irvin with 200 a pop. Yeah, that was special. It was fun. Hey, but that's all right. We'll have the same feeling with the Lions in the end zone. It'll be great.
No.
I know. KC, it's a joke. And my point in all of this is what I'm saying, it's a microcosm of the macro. We are losing everything we as fans love about the game.
100%.
It's preposterous.
Yeah. That I knew. I was going to wait to spring that upon you when I saw you in person, but you beat me to the punch as you called me on the way in.
Sorry.
No, I was because I knew you were going to have a ton of questions, so I was trying to gather the answers before you hit me with all the questions that you did.
Well, there you go. All right. Capital mortgage funding. Well, the market's changed substantially, almost as much as college football. It's going to be nuts. You need multiple offers, overbidding, chaos, because there's no inventory. You need to be pre-approved. You must be pre-approved before you go to these houses, or you got no shot. Call 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry Glanz, Dan Burke, the whole staff at Capital Mortgage Funding, they're going to make the process smooth, easy, and as hassle-free as they can. That way you're prepared when you get out there trying to find a house. Check them out today, 1-800-LOW-RATE. That's Capital Mortgage Funding. 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. I want to tell you something. I've been upset, but you guys callers have been fabulous. Minus Carl. That was a terrible call. But you guys have been fabulous. You're into this. I respect that. Because what I'm not going to do is ask you your favorite brand of garden hose. This upsets me. We are fighting we're fighting a losing battle to preserve the sport that we love here in Big Ten country. You know why I like it out here? It's not our roads, for damn sure. It's not our weather, despite today being beautiful. Sure as hell isn't the food. You know why I like it out here?
Motown Museum?
Absolutely not. Because we love college football. Because this is one of the only big cities in this country that gets it, that loves college ball. You don't get this in Boston. You don't get it in New York. You don't get it in Chicago, despite having Notre Dame a stone's throw away. You get it here because we get it. We understand the magic of it. We understand what it's about. And the only reason we insult each other so much is because we love it that much. Or you're a low-grade idiot whose life is going nowhere. Either way, the point is we're losing it all. We're losing it all because of people like Rico Beard. That's what this is about. Yes. Because of this TV nonsense.
Just call me Monty Burns.
Think about Excellent. Like all these Big Ten teams are jumping through hoops because the Big Ten commissioner's greed was so outrageous. He promised 2 women the same goods. And now Big Ten schools, think of how stupid this is, guys. Big Ten schools that were already the envy of the college football world with the money they're bringing in. Those schools now, if they don't fix this, have to write checks for a deal, not that's 5 years off or 3 years off, this year, 3 months off. Today's 100 days, isn't it?
Yeah, 100 days.
100 days to college football. So MSU decided we're going to serve our fans a poo-poo platter. We're going to pimp you. This is Snoop Dogg and that Don Juan guy he used to hang out with the green jacket and
Bishop
the gold.
Magic Don Juan.
Bishop Magic Don Juan. That's actually the Big Ten commissioner right now. Because MSU just got pimped again.
No, but here's the thing, Mike. The schools can go back to exactly what you and the fans want.
Sure.
All they had to do was give back some of the money.
And that would have been
That
fine.
was off the table.
Which is a joke because...
Which tells you...
Where does the money even go?
No, but it just simply says, yeah, let's not let the schools off that easy either. Like, they could have all easily just said, we're not... Whoa. We're not doing any of this stuff.
Right.
Maybe we bit off more than we could chew. Scratch a check back. Here you go, Fox. Here you go, NBC. What they decided, what can we do? Capitulate, because that's the word of the day. What can we do to make sure that I keep my millions, David keeps his, you keep yours?
And the point is, it doesn't benefit the fan ever.
It does not, and it never will.
Well,
and
no,
until you
that's the
start
problem.
realizing
no,
that.
but that's the problem. College football's always had an element that there was a benefit. That when you attended games, when you spent money, when you donated, it had a direct impact on the team. Now we have reached pro football where they want to subsidize that to the fan as well. Well, that doesn't happen in the NFL. The NFL, I buy my ticket, I go to the game, and hope I don't get stabbed.
Right, but here's the thing. They've been doing this for the longest. They're just more blatant about it now, but it was personal seat licenses.
That's my point.
It was
Rico,
that.
it's been an escalation to a point. I think anyone who buys season tickets is a sucker.
Yeah.
And it comes from experience because I had them up until 2016.
And come future, you're right. You're paying for 1, maybe 2 games
So you know
a year.
what you should do? You don't buy the tickets, and then you wait and you go on the secondary market for the one big game you want to see, and you could show up like Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy in Trading Places. Feeling good, Lewis? Show up with a limo. Show up with champagne. It'll still be cheaper than getting pimped by your school. Like if you're a Michigan fan, your team is outstanding. You have one game worth watching. What's the point? You're a State fan. You just lost the Penn State game at Spartan Stadium. Now, Rico's going to say, hey, a lot of people live in Detroit. Yeah, well, a lot of people don't.
You still got 2 games if you're a State fan.
Yeah, what are those again?
Washington
and
Michigan.
Yeah, great. Final score, 84-3. Okay.
You know what?
David,
David, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm out.
Rico, today is not that day. Not that day.
All right.
No, you're fine. I'm not coming at you.
You know what? Wait a minute. This man should be happy.
Why is that?
David, what happened last night?
The Celtics are the balls.
You know what? Don't mess around and let us win one.
That's what they said. That's what Brown said.
Don't let us
That's
win
what
one
Smart
game.
said.
It's on. You know who else did this? The Boston Red Sox.
Sure did. And guess who was sitting in the stands
Who?
at the game last night? Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez, who was on the Yankees team that lost to those Sox.
Oh, you know what? This man should be over the roof. It's over. It's Boston versus Denver. Get your tickets now.
I don't even know what's happening. Let's get
Just
to
trying to make you feel
we're
good.
in with. I'll tell you a lot more than that. We'll get to your calls, guys, in a moment. I promise. Let's do on the board briefly. It's quick. All right, this music's pretty bad too. Sweet. All right. David is pulling up odds for Celtics to win the series, where Rico's going to back that ridiculous tirade with his money. If you're going to play a game tonight, maybe you go Panthers. I think they've ripped the Hurricanes' heart out. Controversy, the last game, Rod Brindamore freaking out, a 1-0 loss. The Panthers just kind of own them. They're at home. You're getting minus 110. It's a standard bet. It just feels like the Panthers have every answer for anything the Hurricanes do. That'd be where I would go. Now, the other angle, it's up to you. Many of you guys are part of the optimist army. You love this Tiger team. You're playing the Royals that are absolute ass. Tigers are underdogs tonight. Plus 110 in Kansas City. You got to be
110?
Yeah, and again, I wouldn't feel great about it. It's Matthew Boyd, who's been an atrocity, against Zach Greinke, who's been slightly less of an atrocity. These are two bad baseball teams. But if you wanted to do it, you wanted plus odds, and you wanted to root for your home team, I respect it. I get it. Rico, what do you got? Go ahead. Celtics to win the series. Go ahead.
No.
I dare you.
I'm going with another home run from the man himself,
Aaron
Mr.
Judge.
Yankee.
Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge.
He's had quite a week.
He has, plus 220 to hit another home run tonight.
And it breaks your heart that while the Yankees have been a bit resurgent, it just breaks your heart that those lovable losers out in Queens just can't seem to get it together. David.
Just for you, Mike. Plus 210 for
Wait,
the Celtics
whoa.
to win the series.
Hold on.
Plus 210?
You're only getting plus 210 for a team that it was down 3-0?
Correct.
Did you not see they had the eye of the tiger, man? They were ready. They knew. You messed around and you let us win a game. You didn't kill us. We were on the mat.
Who's softer, the Celtics or Alan Haller?
That's nope.
Wow, Celtics 7.5-point favorites tomorrow night?
Mm-hmm.
They're going back to Boston.
Oh, Vegas has been way off on this deal because the Celtics have been big favorites in all these games.
Except the one time they were not the favorite was last night.
All right. David, what do you want to play?
Yeah, this is what I want to play. Don't laugh at this, Mike. It will win you money. The Las Vegas Aces of the WNBA are going to the Sparks.
Okay, that's on the
minus
board.
13.5. They
No.
are out for blood this year.
Can you name a player on either team?
Yeah, Alja Wilson, Candace Parker, Chelsea Gray, Kelsey Plum, Jackie Young.
You're in. You can bet on it. As long as you weren't getting on the air and handing out a WNBA pick and you don't know any of the players.
They are a super team.
Okay.
David, you can make money. I made money off Iowa women's basketball all season long.
Clark, yeah.
Well, yeah, that girl who was shooting the ball from 50 feet away.
Yeah. Between her and Joey Hauser, please.
Great place to stop right here. I'm getting to your phone calls next, guys. 97.1. Oh, my God. All right, FanDuel NBA playoffs. Well, whatever's left of the playoffs for my team. New customers get a no-sweat first bet risk-free up to $1,000. I'll tell you right now, if you've got the guts to bet Celtics minus 7.5 tomorrow night as your no-sweat first bet, you got a real set of cool yuns on you, if you know what I mean. FanDuel's got it all. Official sportsbook of the NBA, more betting markets than anyone. Take advantage of it. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay up to $1,000. Risk-free for your first bet. It's FanDuel, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. That refund is issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? 1-800-270-7117.
Good afternoon. We're brought to you by the good people at National Benefit Plans. Tigers in Kansas City tonight against the Royals. Rubber match at a 3-game set. 7:40 the first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. ESPN has updated its top 150 MLB prospect list. Not one is a member of the Detroit Tiger organization. Lions at OTAs again today at Allen Park. Lions running back David Montgomery throwing some shade in his old team, saying in essence he was tired of all the losing and lack of competitiveness with the Chicago Bears. The Black Friday game this year between MSU and Penn State is now being moved from East Lansing to Ford Field. It will also kick off at 7:30 p.m. It will be the first Ford Field game for MSU football since 2010. And Tennessee police conduct a welfare check on NBA star Ja Morant after concerning posts on social media. He was okay. And this one's for Mikey. 16 counted members of Congress have sent a letter to the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority. Didn't know there was such a thing, urging a full investigation of 8 thoroughbred deaths, including 2, they say, under, quote, highly unusual circumstances.
Yeah. 2 words for you, political grandstanding.
That led up to the Kentucky Derby. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3
That was
o'clock.
a funny day.
That was a good one. All right, so a couple notes, and I want to get to the callers. A lot of people want to call in about the Michigan State, Penn State thing, playing at Ford Field, Black Friday, MSU giving up a home game to, quote, help the conference. Just what a sad sack minor league group, honestly. Help the conference. Yeah, let me know when the other power brokers help the conference. And I get it. We're not Ohio State. We're not Michigan. You know, we're top 20 in attendance, we're top 20 in revenue. We're one of the only schools in America that's had dual success in football and basketball at the same time, and recently. Start acting like it. You got a $9.5 million coach and a 10-cent brain at that place. Get with it. They operate with a 10-cent brain. Giving up a home game to go to Ford Field. Why? NBC wasn't going to bring the cameras an hour to the West?
So the vitriol is for giving up the home game.
Yes.
Okay, because I might say Penn State and Ohio State have also made compromise.
No, but my point is this conference never done a thing for us. They don't like us.
Okay, now that's I cannot disagree.
Help the conference.
And it wasn't help the conference. It was
Alan Haller should have taken a picture of his ass and sent it to the conference.
It was how do we keep the money in our pockets?
Well, and again, it gets us back to the root here is I'm watching my favorite sport slip away. I really am.
David, should I tell him it's gone already?
Okay, fine. Grandma's gone. Just tell me they pulled the plug. Don't let me do the show till 6.
Well, we wanted you to say your goodbyes.
Well, she's dead. It's like that scene in Private Parts. Monaco. Either way, she's dead. I'm sorry. I think it's another sign of it. Because again, you're MSU. You struggled last year, right? You had 21, you won 11 games. Last year, you couldn't get out of your own way. You're not in the business of giving up home games. Season ticket holders are going to be sent refunds with an opportunity to what?
To buy the tickets here.
Yeah, and go to Detroit the day after Thanksgiving. First of all, it's the other thing you refuse to acknowledge. Ain't nobody trying to play on Friday. Nobody is trying to go to games on a Friday up here. That's not our thing. You want to play the Egg Bowl on Friday? Go ahead. That's Mississippi's thing. Not our thing. You put the game on Saturday, it's a lot easier. Friday, quick turnaround, get done with Thanksgiving, you get up the next day, and you got to go to a game?
Here's the thing, Mike.
Not happening.
They actually will because I see it all the time, except for the high school championships. And they fill out Ford Field, believe it or not.
Well, that's also those kids one moment in the sun.
No, I'm saying so fans will watch football
Little
on a
Bobby
Friday.
plays for Muskegon. Right, that's the only time little Bobby's going to play anywhere anyone cares about.
If the team is winning, that place will be filled. If
Okay.
they're losing, it's going to be a problem. We can put a pin on this because we're going to bring it back and say, you know what? You had an opportunity to go to a bowl game, but you gave away your home game. The one caller may have put it best when he said, this is a series.
Home field matters.
The home field does.
Dude, look at now we're geeking out. I was just going to say, look at 1995. That state team had no business competing with that Penn State team. Lost 24-20 with 6 seconds to go. Bobby Ingram, his knee was down. I don't care what anybody says. The point is, that game in Spartan Stadium was a war.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just thinking about the weather delay game with Saquon Barkley on his way, looking like he was going to win a Heisman.
Sure.
And James Franklin showed once again, I don't know what to do when I have great players on my team. Should I run them? Nah. Let's throw the ball deep.
Now, here's the other thing, real quick, and then I'll go to the callers. And I appreciate your patience, guys. John Morant. What on earth? Evan just showed me what he posted.
Yeah, love your ma with a blue heart emoji. Love your pops, blue heart emoji. You're the greatest baby girl, blue heart emoji. Love you. And then he followed it up with a post simply saying, bye, which led people to wonder, was Ja trying to cancel his own show? So they did a welfare check to his house to make sure he's okay because this.
And he claims, well, no, I was just leaving social media.
Well, then just leave.
Just leave.
Just leave. Then you don't need to
Don't
post that to
grandstand.
leave.
Right. You don't need to. And this is it. I will not post again because you have offended me. No, just leave.
I really don't think I've ever. This is right up there with Brewster's Millions. Like, I don't know that I've ever seen someone burn through wealth as quickly as John Morant. Like, if I gave John Morant Richard Pryor's assignment in that movie and said, burn through $250 million, that's what he's doing. He's lost over $60 million in endorsements.
and a $239 million deal that is set to start this season is hanging in the balance. He can't get out of his own way. No. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it.
No, but yeah, he when he put that, and I'd be honest with you, if I was a part of his member of his family,
I'd be concerned.
I'd have been like, hey, somebody get over to Ja's house right now. And you just calling him constantly until either you got to the house or he answered.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the big deal is. I'm just getting off social media. That's not how you do it, Ja.
What a moron. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the people. We'll go to Jared, 97.1. What's up, Jared?
How's it going, Mike?
Good, man.
Great.
Yeah.
I think I totally agree with you on the tradition. There's no more tradition, no more lore in college football. Only reason 2 college teams would ever play in a pro stadium is a bowl game or a championship game. And I don't know why MSU, we keep, helping the Big Ten out. The Big Ten started to keep us out they kept us out for 60 years with Michigan. And when they lost in the bowl game against Wisconsin, the Big Ten championship during the BCS era, they hopped Michigan ahead of us, which should have never happened, had no business. I don't know where this.
Oh, conference never advocated for us. Conference never fought for us. Please.
No. They've done nothing but pimped us out for years.
And that's where I've always said you carry your own mail. But on the other end of it, I ain't doing you no favors. You bleeped on my lawn.
Yep. And then I don't know where a lot of Spartans fans used to have chips on our shoulders. I don't know why some of these guys are getting soft and bending over for the Big Ten. I don't get it.
Listen, MSU's always had a leadership problem, and I get to a point where it's like, you know what? I may have soured on D'Antonio towards the end because I really thought he'd quit. But
no, I'm right.
The guy understood things. The guy understood you cannot be a capitulator and be the coach at Michigan State. You can't do it. You'll get railroaded. Tuck better figure it out, man. He better figure it out. Like last year, we're going to hand out bouquets of roses and apologies. Screw Michigan. Screw that whole institution. Oh, by the way, you see that story about the absentee teachers and the grades?
Yep.
Nice. Leaders and best. Sorry, I'm sure the media will get around to covering that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
They basically found out that they're just handing out grades.
Yeah.
Passing kids.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What is this, North Carolina?
Yeah, but again, David, what happened to UNC?
Nothing.
And you know what's crazy? UNC is a fabulous university, just like Michigan is. You just get tired of it. It's like, what are we doing? And as it pertains to football, by the way, anybody pick up the bombshell Rico dropped to start the show? 2024 schedule could come out, and it might not have Penn State on it. How are we not playing Penn State? They're our rival. They're in our division.
You want me to give you that breakdown now, or you want to save it for later?
I'll just go to Jared, number 2. Jared's been patient. I want to get to him. Jared, sorry about that. Go ahead, brother.
No problem. Yeah, I was just my question. Notre Dame does it with going to Baltimore, the Raven Stadium, Yankee Stadium, Fenway.
Right.
But they make it work.
Well, that's because Notre Dame is a high-priced escort. That's the difference. Notre Dame is this standalone pimp brand. They don't have a conference. They like to do what MSU basketball does. Everything's a spectacle. So they can do the traveling road show, negotiate all of these deals, and they have no conference to be a part of. Jared, I don't think it's a fair comparison.
Well, it seems like the recruits, they enjoy it. They love going to these places. Maybe they just make it work for them.
Yeah, but no offense. You're playing Navy in Dublin. I'm going to Detroit.
Well,
it's not the same thing, bud.
Detroit, home of the NFL draft in 2024.
Can't wait. But Jared, Notre Dame is a standalone brand. It's a different thing. I mean, hell,
Mike, here's the thing. If they're winning, they'll be able to pull this off. If they're not, with the year that they've had, it'll probably be the final nail in the coffin. Let's just call it what it is. Because you're right. You probably should have said no. We're playing this game in Spartan Stadium, but you didn't. You keep doubling down. You got to win. That's really what it is. As much as we talk about the money that the networks are changing football for MSU, win.
But here's the
or
other
nobody
angle.
cares.
Guys, here's the deal. When the NFL gets more money, it has no tangible impact on us outside of this new streaming crap, like Thursday Night Football streaming. Nobody asked for. they're not passing the cost on us.
No.
College football still wants fans to fund the very teams they watch while they're getting more money on the field and bilking your children of money with outrageous room and board.
But no.
And tuition.
No, because the NFL will then say we need a new stadium and we need taxpayer money.
And we say no to that.
And not everybody.
Well, I can't help you.
And then, hey, season tickets don't come down based off of how much money they made. No. They just keep increasing.
No, they don't. They go to zero.
Season tickets?
Yep.
Oh, because you're just not buying them.
Oh, hell no.
No, I'm talking about NFL teams.
Oh, okay. I got you.
NFL. They get money too. So it's not like they're just all of a sudden this utopia where
no, it's
here
not
you
utopia.
go,
I just
fans.
think it's laughable what college football is attempting to execute, and I feel like I'm getting gaslit by people. The whole thing's a con at this point. And I'm with David. You know what? I'm not with that shirt, but I'm with David in this
great
regard.
Shirt.
A salmon, little salmon.
No, it's orange. It's light orange.
What is that? Sockeye orange? Now, if I may,
I just bought one of those.
Return it. Let's just take the top 10 teams at this point and form a super league like they tried to do in Europe for soccer. Because the rest of this is a waste of time.
Hey, who just said that, David?
You. I'm saying I hate it, but I'm with it.
It's what it's coming down to. It's slowly but slowly. It ain't even slowly anymore.
No.
They don't even care. It's eroding. And if you don't like the changes, buckle up. It's about to get better because there's going to be more.
Here's how we can spin
till
it.
The schedules come out.
Well, here's how we can spin that. Rico's already broken news. MSU's not playing Penn State next year. So here's the deal. With this latest example of TV and how it's affected college football, is your love for the game growing, lessening, or is it just the same? And I think it depends on who your team is, but I love the sport. I'm the guy watching Oregon State UW at 11 o'clock at night on Saturday night. I love the game. I always have. Even growing up in upstate New York, I loved. College football has been my number one. Always. Loved it more than the Giants. It's hurting my care for the game. It is. Now, you could still watch, but you don't watch with the same interest. You can still watch, but you might watch less.
Well, it kind of goes to David and I were talking this morning. Think about this, Mike.
Salmon.
It's a lovely color shirt, David. I got a long sleeve, full button down long sleeve.
You're doing it right.
But
oh my God, when do we get to see that crime?
Oh, you'll see. But
please wear that in here one day.
Here's the thing. Then you made me lose my train of thought.
Got him. Hey, tell everybody about phone service.
All right. Okay. Well, you've heard me talk about Awaken 180 weight loss another week, and it feels great. As a matter of fact, I was out today, and it's funny because people are looking and saying, you know what? You really are. You really are. You are losing weight. I heard you talking about it on the radio, and I was like, what? Oh, yeah, thank you. That could be you. When you go out places, people will notice the difference. And it's not this diet that you're going on. It's a plan that they will work with you. And they're going to sit down. They're going to find out the things that you like, you don't like. And weekly, they're going to tailor it just specifically for you. So whether you are trying to lose 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 pounds, I suggest you call Awaken 180 Weight Loss and give them a shot. I eat throughout the day. I feel full. It's not like I'm starving. It's just they have me on this great plan. So give it a shot. 844-346-1800. 844-346-1800 or go online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Well, I've just been given a note here from the stunning man in salmon to tell you about Mastercraft. Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait till that hot day to find out the AC's on the fritz. That's no good for nobody. By the way, it's going to be like 95 degrees next week, Rico. Get your AC checked out with Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got a $78 tune-up to make sure you're in tip-top shape for when the heat just gets to that ooh-wee level. Schedule your $78 AC tune-up today at mastercraftheating.com. David, some ticket texts, and then we will get right back to the callers. And we do have other stuff to get to, including the Tigers, which we're missing something on this show. I feel like we're being gaslit by our coworkers and by some of you in the audience, because we see the Tigers and see one thing, and many of you see another. We're going to get to it, though. I want to do a little baseball today. But right now, Michigan State getting pimped again, moving a home game to Ford Field. Do you like it, hate it? Is your love of college football being affected? Because Rico's right. The bigger picture here, she gone. What we loved about this game is toast, and it's only going to get worse. And I do think it's going to end in Big Ten and SEC, 2 super conferences, and a full destruction of what we like about this sport. Oh, by the way, want another example? Report today, Washington State University has ceased all hiring until there's further clarity on the Pac-12's future.
Yeah, within the athletic department.
Right.
All hiring.
Oh.
And trips.
That's a good way to run a business.
And trips have been postponed or canceled.
So no recruiting trips, no nothing?
I mean, like, yeah, I don't know if it's recruiting trips, but yeah, I guess you're right. You're not flying out. If you want to go see that guy, here's a gas card.
I'm just making a point. The silly headlines that are associated with Rico's dream of college football, it's killing my vibe. I can't do it. David, go ahead.
Yeah, someone sent this in saying the Valenti and Rico show brought to you by the word capitulating.
I mean, honestly, I think we should get some pro combat jerseys, and it's like in state script. It just says capitulators.
Oh, my gosh. Someone says, such dramatics. It is still in the state of Michigan. Maybe more people can go who can't get to MSU.
Okay, Brad and Chad, so here's what I would say to you. If it's not a big deal, and if it's dramatics, I'm sure you will gladly take a game from the big house and put it at Ford Field. Bitch. It's not dramatics. It's not dramatics.
Did you really need that last part?
Yeah, I wanted to sign the letter. Regards.
Respectfully.
Bitch. It's not dramatics. See, it's funny when you sit across and you see a house burning down across the street. You're just being dramatic. All right, cool. Let's let the fire come to your house. See who's dramatic. You got a team off a 5-win season that is giving up a home game. Full stop. Oh, but it doesn't matter. It's not a home game no more.
I'm a Michigan fan and totally agree with Mike. This is completely dumb. The only game at Ford Field that makes sense is Michigan State.
And it would never
Definitely
happen.
would make a better atmosphere.
Yeah, but it should never happen.
Oh, it should never
Ever.
happen. I agree.
Ever. I still think it's absurd they do the biggest cocktail party with Florida and Georgia. 2 wonderful home venues.
See, I always thought that they could do the Michigan State game because it would be the venue, the only place that could hold it would be MIS.
See, you know what's going to be interesting?
You're right.
But try to get in and out of that place, forget about it.
Did you just say MIS?
Yeah.
Wow. David?
John L. would never
Capitulate.
tolerate this.
Please. I'll be honest with you.
Guys, but here's the thing. It's easy to say John L. wouldn't do it, Mark wouldn't do it, because there's more money on the line when those guys were there.
The John L. thing was sarcasm.
I know.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I know.
Can we be clear?
Someone says, I think the Big Ten is trying to win NBC over so they can get Notre Dame to move to the Big Ten Conference from
again.
Mario.
Here we go.
Still trying to get Notre Dame.
Here we go.
You know what? Hey, maybe Notre Dame had it right the whole time. Go ahead, David.
Oh, why? It doesn't matter. We don't play them no more.
Yeah, let me read this one for you, Rico. I wanted Michigan State to play a game on Belle Isle this season. Rico can get ferries. Take people across the river.
Hey, look, I
on a summer
tried.
craft.
I sent a boat out there to show you what it could look like for the draft party. When that boat was stuck, I sent that thing there.
Rico's unloading shipping containers of fans. All right, let's go to Andrew.
Over here you go. Giant slide tickets. Here you go.
Andrew, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, fellas. I'm sorry, I got to gather my thoughts here because I think I just heard Rico say that they could play Michigan State at a speedway in Brooklyn, Michigan.
No, Andrew, what you heard me say is if they ever did it, that's the only place in the state where they could hold everybody.
Oh, thank merciful God it'll never happen then.
No.
Mike, I'm mostly on board with you here. The one point Rico makes that I think is a good one is we, and by we I mean the schools in the conference, got on this train a long time ago, and it's probably too late to get off. That does not mean that we, the people who actually bring value to this whole sport, have to be happy about it. And sooner or later, if every step they make along the way is just put just another poke, another jab, another here, we're moving this game to another day, and we're moving it to a place where, I mean, yeah, people around here will be able to go, but nobody from Grand Rapids is driving to Detroit if you had tickets for that game and plans on going. Forget about that. They're not going. And you all, again, the majesty and pomp and everything of college football gets completely washed out in these stadiums. It'd be one thing if you want to do something, like if they want to move the Central game to Ford Field the first weekend of the season, cool, whatever.
Right.
Or if we want to schedule a home and home with Pitt or something, like we play in Hines, then they come and we play them in Ford the first.
No
cool,
problem.
Fine. Like they do with like Clemson and Georgia and all that.
Yep.
This is a conference game. It's on what's supposed to be senior day, and it's on a traditional college football weekend. It should be held in a college football venue. I mean, Rico mentioned the game from 2015. I was at that game, and yeah, it was a small crowd considering, again, terrible weather.
Right.
But it was still a fantastic time. We blew the doors off of Penn State. Jack Allen ran it in for a touchdown.
No.
I remember that the rest of my life.
Andrew, I'm not talking about the game. I'm talking about when people talk about the senior day ceremonies and for the seniors and all of that. Nobody was there when they announced all the players out on the field. So that's what I mean.
But they're definitely not going to be there for that now. But that's kind of a small part of this whole thing, though, which is, again, like for a long time now, like I think you're kind of alluding to, Rico, everything that they've been doing has been about pushing up the number on the ledger book. And that's fine. Sure. But sooner or later, the thing that makes it valuable, which is that people want to watch, is not going to be part of this anymore. I mean, Mike posed the question, are you more or less or the same? You have the more or less the same amount of interest in college football? Less by a lot, and not just because Michigan State was terrible last year. I mean, even the kind of Walker season, like I watched most of the games, but I didn't go because it completely loses. It's not what it was when I was a student there.
No, and it's not, and you're seeing it across the country. That's the other thing. You're seeing less fans go. I mean, it's a way more expensive ticket than an NFL game. Think about that. To drive to the middle of nowhere where most of these colleges are located. Also factual.
Yeah, and I mean, this game goes from being like a 90-minute drive to a 20-minute drive, and I still don't have any idea if I'm going to go. The answer is probably not. I'm probably more likely to have gone when it was in East Lansing. Because
Andrew, I'll say this. I do think that it depends on whether or not what Michigan State's record is. Because if they're winning, you'll make that trip.
Yeah, no, you're totally right about that. And I mean, if they're in line to lock up the division, or if they're in position for a New Year's Six game, that place will be full and it'll be loud.
But here's the argument. If you're good or bad, it's a horrible decision. Because if they were good, if they're really good, and let's say they're playing for, I can't even say it with a straight face, but just work with me. You gave up a home game, and you gave up an extra 15,000 fans. You gave up the elements. You gave up the game day. It doesn't make sense on any level, because if NBC wanted to televise the game at 7:30, you could have stayed at home.
The only way it makes sense is the fact that everybody's going to be 68 degrees and you're not going to be freezing.
Whatever.
That's why they moved this thing. Let's just call it what it is.
Well, then you know what? Shut the sport down. Or put a roof on Spartan Stadium with all of Daddy Ish's money.
All right. We'll add that to the list.
I don't want to hear it. This is the Big Ten.
Just saying. Everybody
What is this,
play.
the Sun Belt? David, are you listening to this?
I'm just giving you the truth. This is why they're playing it down at Ford Field.
Northville Lumber, I'm done. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in America. Why? Because they move a ton of product. Trex decking cover 26 football fields. They just move the product, man. Northville Lumber has got it all in stock. No special orders, no Big Ten nonsense. They just do business. Stop on in. Pricing as low as $1.59 a foot. What else do you need? Oh, you need someone to build that deck for you? Great. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. From start to finish, they got you covered, guys. Stop in, call Northville Lumber today, or just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
And we're brought to you by the good people at Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. Tigers, Royals tonight here on the ticket. First pitch, 7:40. Rubber match in a 3-game series in KC. Matthew Boyd, 3-3, 6.21 ERA against Zach Greinke, still pitching. The Royals a -120 favorite. Interesting stat from MLive. The Tigers, of course, parted ways with third baseman Jeimer Candelario, who would be leading the team in several offensive categories if he were still here. Through 46 games, in case you're wondering, Tigers have started 7 different players at third base. That group has hit an aggregate 180 with a 572 OPS and a -5 defensive runs saved. All right, Black Friday game this year. MSU and Penn State being moved from East Lansing to Ford Field at 7:30 p.m. Stanley Cup East Finals tonight. Carolina visiting Florida. Florida leading at 3-0. And Tennessee police conduct a welfare check on NBA star Ja Morant. After a concerning post on social media, he was okay. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, some damning statistics in that update. It's a perfect segue to get us at 4 o'clock because we're going to talk a little Tigers. And I want to know what we're missing. Because it's clear as a radio show, we're a standalone from the rest of the station and from many of you in Detroit with how we feel about the Tigers. So what are we missing? We'll explain. And look, there's no yelling or screaming. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. David, Ticket Text will knock down the last couple of callers as MSU reaffirms they're not a premium program because they willfully gave up a home game. David.
On my way to medical because I laughed so hard at Notre Dame being a high-priced escort, I dropped the part on my foot. Steve's at work.
Steve, I apologize. But they are.
Thoughts and prayers, Steve.
Notre Dame's going to go and take a seat on whoever pays him. Want us to play in Dublin during a full moon? And it'll be against Navy. We're there. Hey, up next, we're playing at Yankee Stadium for no reason, and we'll put on pinstripes.
I think, did they do the game at Wrigley with Northwestern?
Yeah, I believe that was at Wrigley.
They are a traveling circus, which is another reason college football is asinine. All these changes, and that's what we're protecting?
Yeah, they also played Wisconsin at Lambeau, I believe.
Yep, they're a high-priced escort.
This was sent in from an MSU season ticket holder. He says, I called the ticket office today and told them I want a full refund for my season tickets. The package I bought included Penn State, and now it doesn't.
That's right.
17-year season ticket holder.
That's right. No, and again, here's the issue. Michigan fan, you're feeling it, and it's a double-edged sword because your team is willfully scheduling like garbage. And it's working because you're good and you're going to make the playoff. However, you have one good game on your schedule. It's Ohio State. Mm-hmm. Everything else is a waste of your money.
Right.
Michigan State fans now, who are season ticket holders, you have 2 games worth of damn. Washington and Michigan. You just lost Penn State. And oh, by the way, here's the other thing. And this is where Rico's going to go, okay, Mike, now I've had enough. 2 of your 7 home
Mike,
games.
now I've had enough.
2 of your 7 home games do not take place on Saturday. That might work in the MAC. That doesn't work for people. That Friday night game to start the season, as much as you and I like it, that's a pain in the ass for people.
No, I think the Friday night game, Mike, that's a game that I think most Spartan fans want to see happen. That Friday night game.
All right.
Because
CMU plus 13.5.
No, you want to talk about the game or you talking about the point spread? See, you're still mad because they went 5-7. So that skews everything that you say. But as far as he's giving me the taste shot.
I'm sorry. Should I not be?
No, but as far as that Friday night game, no, fans love it. They requested it. And when they took it away for a year, they were like, well, where is it? We were actually expecting that Friday night game because you made your plans to attend the game and then go up north afterwards. But yeah, so that does mean that now. But you know what? As you guys have been saying, it's been going more and more NFL. Lions are going to be playing games on Thursday and Saturday and Sunday, and no one cares.
I do, but you don't listen to me. You don't listen to my cries.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Thank you. David, go ahead, and then I'll get to the people.
I've never agreed with Mike more than with this BS. He's right. I had the most fun I ever had at a football game when we beat Penn State in the snow in 21. It took me 3 hours to get back to Toledo, but it was all well worth it.
That's
Bob in Ohio.
Well, Bob, don't be sad that it's over. Be happy that it happened. Let's go to Jesse, 97.1. Hi, Jesse.
Hold on. Let me get you guys off a speaker.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
How's it going, fellas?
Oh,
hey,
just
just to let you know, you guys are awesome. I don't get the chance to call in very much because I work midnight, so I listen to you on Odyssey.
Well, thanks for
Thanks,
calling
brother.
in.
Well, we appreciate that, man.
Yeah, and man, Mike, I completely agree with you. I'm a how'd you say it? A rat-faced Michigan fan.
No. You're a beautiful man. I'm saying that those of you who do the Millhouse and point and snicker, I don't need that crap today. If you want to talk like adults, we're good, Jess.
Okay, yeah. Because I completely agree. If Michigan went and played at Ford Field, it would be ridiculous.
You'd lose your mind.
Well, you would also cut down half the venue because you get 110,000 in there, so that it wouldn't make sense financially.
That's not my fault.
Right.
I'm just saying I think it's stupid that Michigan State is losing a home game.
And they didn't have to do it. Because, again, this all comes down to NBC has been promised night games.
It's all money, right?
Right. Yeah. And now all of a sudden and again, society has lost its mind. Let's be fair, Jesse, and I don't even need to bring up specific instances. It's in totality.
Yeah.
Oh, it's cold. We have to move this game indoors. Whang.
No, and I heard you about a week ago, I think, Mike, saying how you think Ford Field, they should cut the roof off.
Oh, I wish they would. Indoor football sucks.
I absolutely agree with you, especially in the NFC North.
That's your advantage.
Well, Jesse, I've often said that what they should have did when they built it was make it a retractable roof, just like they have in Indy.
I agree.
So,
I agree with that.
Right, so, if you got Miami coming in here for a game in December,
right.
You open that thing up.
Freeze them out.
Yeah, exactly, right?
That's it. But no, that's okay. You know, we're just we promised NBC a night game. Well, you know what? Pretty soon Miami and Florida State will be in the conference. Have them play in November at night. Leave us alone. Let's go to Joe. He's going to get the final word, and then we're moving on. Joe, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, brother?
Joe?
Hey, trying to collect my thoughts here a little bit. Rico, I know you're saying if we're winning, it doesn't matter. Everyone's going to show up, but I agree to that. But also at the same time, if we're winning and playing for something, you're not saying a night game in East Lansing, whatever, Mike, you're saying 12, 13,000 more people.
Right.
That place would be rocking. And James Franklin, for whatever reason, always seems to soil himself at MSU. He's usually on the hot seat going into those games. You don't think he's kicking his feet up in his office just laughing? Yeah, I'll go play at Ford Field. Okay, whatever. I'm not giving up a home game.
No, I mean, but it wasn't his turn to have it. But here's the thing. If they played at Ford Field and they're winning, the place is going to be loud. I've heard it loud for Lions fans. Michigan State fans will show up, and James Franklin won't be able to talk to his quarterback through the headset. If they're winning, I don't think this is going to be that big of a deal. If they're losing, this will be the end of the world.
Yeah, if they're losing, it doesn't matter where they play.
Right. But if they're winning, every MSU alum from Brighton to Toledo is going to make it down to this stadium. And they're going to show up and they're going to sell this place out.
Yeah, I want Tuck and I want that program to stand up for themselves. And this is a big swing and a miss to me.
That's fair. I was shocked when I saw the news.
All right, good talk. This was cathartic. I feel so much better about things, except David's shirt. Let's get to a blitz, and then you guys tell us what we're missing with the Tigers. We'll explain. 97.1. Hungry Howie's 50 years of flavor. And look, while you're not attending this MSU game at Ford Field, you could be ordering a Hungry Howie's, right? It's the warmth of your own home. You don't have to go anywhere. Bottom line, they got you covered. The $6.99 mix and match. They got the $9.99 73 classics with 73 spicy pepperoni on top, the little space saucer variety. It's all there for you. $9.99. Hungry Howie's doing it all. Real mozzarella cheese, real toppings, nothing in a can, real in-house made dough. Hey, you want the other stuff and you want Marvin the Martian, Wisconsin white cheese, whatever it is, you can go other places. It's Hungry Howie's. Check it out. And again, they're going to have plenty of special promotions headed to the season. 73 Classic right now, $9.99. Limited time only at Hungry Howie's. All right, David. Give me something here. We going football? We going hoops? What are we doing? All right. A layup line. I'm down because it's the only basketball we're going to touch today. Go ahead.
Yeah, we are going layup line here. I was reading a lot of things on the NBA, and Charlotte Hornets have some decisions to make or who they want to pair with LaMelo Ball. Well, in the draft, we'll see, but they may bring back a familiar face. According to Jonathan Gavoni of ESPN, the front office would like Bridges back, despite him having the issue.
That's felt like the only spot he could return to.
Yep.
It just never seemed real. Now, again, for a minute you heard about the Lakers. I know, Rico, you've brought up the Pistons for a long time. It's always seemed like Charlotte would be the one. I don't know, man. Charlotte is such a dumpster fire. It wouldn't surprise me.
I could easily see Charlotte with the, you know what, kind of a prove it type thing. Miles, you hurt our feelings. You did a lot of bad things.
We were the ones ready to pay you.
Right.
You come back on a 1 year prove it on a zero tolerance policy. It's a smaller market. It's not in the light beam of some of these bigger markets. Maybe it could work, but
which is why I was always wanting him to come here, because once again, it's not like people are going to come after you in the media. You can just come here. If you fix the problem, gone to counseling, and you became a better man, you get a shot at this. If you haven't, goodbye.
So a name that hasn't been discussed yet, I know the offseason hasn't officially started yet, but that name is Russell Westbrook. Okay?
To Detroit?
No, well, hold on a second.
Oh, my God.
I'll get there in a second. But if you were a GM, would you consider bringing him in?
No.
I mean, he's a good point guard. He just can't shoot.
No.
Okay.
Stop right there. No. If you can't shoot in today's NBA, you have no place on my roster. The league is in an offensive renaissance. If you can't shoot, you better be the ultimate rim protector, rim runner, rebounder, springy, 6'10" or better guy. Other than that, I need 4 shooters on the floor.
Yeah, if you can't shoot, you're basically the Ben Wallace of point guards. You're giving out 20 assists a game. No, I would say I would not bring him in, David, because what you have just described is probably half the NBA draft this year. And you can get that person for a lot cheaper. A guy coming in who can't shoot, but he's a point guard.
Well, you're going to love the odds here on Bet Online AG. The leader in the clubhouse, the Knicks, 2-1 to bring them in. Chicago Bulls at 3-1.
I can see the Knicks doing that because the Knicks, as Mike, they're star bleepers.
They are.
They are, and I laughed when you said Detroit because Detroit, 30-1 odds on here, which is not that bad. I mean,
that tells me
in
that's
the top 10.
Is it?
Yeah, that's top 10.
Yeah, but that means there's only really 3 realistic destinations.
2-1, 3-1, 30-1. A little bit of a chasm there.
I agree. So let's talk about this guy for a quick minute. Talk about Jokic, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Based off a tweet that I saw, I want to ask you some questions on him. Magic Johnson sent this tweet out. It says, the Joker is changing the game of basketball right before our very eyes, like Michael, Larry, LeBron, Steph, Kobe, Kareem, and Shaq. He's placing in with these guys already. My question to you is, when it's all over, I know he hasn't won anything yet. We don't know what happens this year. When it's all over, will he have the type of impact that any of these guys?
No, because I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Like I don't tell me what I'm watching other than pure dominance. I mean, I've seen this from bigs. I've seen this from Giannis.
What you're seeing is those guys all kind of did something to change the game. To me, Jokic he's a 90s center. If you put him in the 90s, he's okay. He's above average. Not saying he would be horrible, but everybody in the 90s had a big man, had a center. You had to in order to win. Now, the league has gone away from that, so he's an anomaly, and you really don't have anybody who could shut him down, which is why he could just bully his way to the basket. Once again, imagine if Shaq played in the league right now. Who's going to stop him?
Look, here's the other thing. The thing that makes Jokic special is the passing, right? Averaging 20 and 10 is a big, which is what his career numbers are. And those are wonderful, but they're not Shaq, right? They're not Tim Duncan. 20 and 10. The passing's incredible, And I think what people, and I admit this, I love it too, is he looks like a guy who's coming to your house to fix the toilet. But he's one of the best players in the game. Rico's right in this regard. There's no one left to guard you. I call that the Hunter Dickinson effect. There's no one left to guard you. You should get 20 and 10. Now, Jokic is special. He's a very good player. But I'm with Rico is that if I drop him into another era, he'd be very good.
Right, he's good.
But he wouldn't be this wild outlier.
But he would have to go up against Ewing, and then the next night against Hakeem, and then the next night against Shaq. Like, it was always somebody else.
Yeah. Again, I don't want to demean him. I love the guy. I love watching him play.
But he's not that type of impact.
I'm saying when you step back from the gaudy stat line in a particular game in the playoffs, you go, okay, career numbers. You know, if I ask you, is 20 and 10 that special? You'd go, well, wait, the guy's 7 feet tall. You'd say, no. So am I demeaning him? Am I wrong?
No, you're not. I mean, I think that, you put any of those other guys, Vlade Divac was probably look a lot better playing now than he did then. Because he could pass the ball. He could do a lot of things.
So let's finish it off here with more coaching search news.
Oh, great.
The finalists for the Suns, Nick Nurse, Doc Rivers on the top of that list. Toronto has also interviewed Steve Nash, along with 1,000 other people they've interviewed in Toronto. So my question to you, with the 5 jobs still open, Pistons, Bucks, Sixers, Suns, Raptors,
Celtics.
most attractive, least attractive. Not including the Celtics, as they have not made a move yet.
Bucks is the most attractive to me. The ability to coach Giannis in his prime outweighs anything else you mentioned. I love Embiid, but let's face it, he's a 7-footer who always gets hurt in the playoffs. The Suns, to me, are a train wreck. Durant to me is a one-way player right now at 34, 35 years old. I can't.
Durant makes the Suns somewhat of a train wreck right now, but you would also get Devin Booker in his prime.
Fair, but here's the problem. 4 players they owe $149 million to. Paul, dead body of Ayton, Booker, KD.
Right.
And they have no first-round picks. They have no future. I agree with you. They're not the worst. Right. I think the Bucks, Giannis prime, that's still numero uno to me.
Or you get to tour Shots Brewery or tour Scottsdale.
And then I think raw consensus, least attractive out of the 5,
Detroit.
the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
By far and away.
But the good news is if you take the Detroit job, you will not have an owner breathing down your back if you make a bad choice.
And you will make a bad choice.
I'll leave it alone.
That is your NBA Fast Break.
Sponsored by National Benefit Plans. Tigers in KC tonight. Rubber match at a 3-game set. 7:40 the first pitch. That's right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Matthew Boyd on the mound against Zach Greinke. Meanwhile, ESPN has updated its top 150 MLB prospect list. Not one is a member of the Detroit Tigers organization. Lions back with OTAs at Allen Park today. Running back David Montgomery's throwing some shade in his former team, the Bears, saying in essence he was tired of all the losing and lack of competitiveness with the Bears as a reason he's so excited to be a Lion. Black Friday game this year, Michigan State, Penn State being moved from East Lansing to Ford Field. It'll be at 7:30 p.m. Stanley Cup East Finals tonight, Carolina visiting Florida. Panthers lead at 3-0. Tennessee police conducted a welfare check on NBA star John Moran after concerning posts on social media. He was okay. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1, The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, 4 o'clock, and I want to bring this up. I'm genuinely. Let's go, Tigers. Right, I'm genuinely interested in this. I want to know what we're missing. We not only work at the station, we're listeners of the station. We are members of this community. And I
Gotta
feel
be
like,
ready for who said it.
I feel like we're on an island. And what I mean is, as it relates to the Detroit Tigers. Now, you know what we think of this team currently. Now, you know we like Scotty Harris. I think he's a good baseball man. I think it's going to take time. It's one of the most brutal rebuilds in all of sports. But this team stinks. Now, this division stinks too, but if the division stinks and you're a part of it, well, you stink. Last night, great example. I mean, you go out against a guy with a 12 ERA and you can't score in a morgue. And it's like, look, you're not good. But yet, whether it's hearing other hosts on this station, other callers on this station, other people who work at this station, there is this weird thing with this team of, well, you know, I'm happy that they're hanging around. And you're like, wait, you're happy that they're in a division that could be one of the historically bad ones of all time. And you're happy that they are in second place in May. That's where the bar is. So let me give you an example, just so you understand. Division leaders around baseball, games over 500. One of these things is not like the other. Here's how many games over 500 the division leader is in all divisions. 20, 12, 12, 10, 10, 1. Run differential in this division.
Sorry, keep going.
Run differential in this division. In total, this division in total, including the Twins, in total, this division is minus 181 runs. You are underwater by 181 runs as a division. It's an embarrassment. And by the way, for the people who go, well, they're not as bad as I thought. Well, how bad did you think they were going to be? You think they were going to win 30 games? You think they're a traveling circus that the A's are? No. They had an over-under of 69, right? That was their over-under.
Right.
Guys, you're underdogs against the Royals tonight. A Royals team that if you listen to other hosts on this station, oh, they're about to play some bad teams. Yeah, they lost 2 out of 3 to Washington. And tonight, they could lose 2 out of 3 to the Royals. So I want to know what we're missing. Where is this optimism coming from? Where is this vibe that I listen to all day? Because Rico and I feel like we're on an island. I'm showing Scott Harris grace. I can't be angry. It's his first year on the job. Team's terrible. You heard the stats that Jeff brought up at third base. You've played 7 different guys. They're hitting a $181 collectively with a .550 OPS. I've talked about how happy I am that E-Rod's pitching well because I get to trade him. So
you better hurry up with
that. You know it.
Just say it.
But I want to understand what this fun word means. I want to know what fun means. Because if I hear fun, one more other word that starts with an F, time on this station, I'm going to lose my mind. There's nothing fun about being a middling team in a garbage bin division. This isn't fun. Fun is a World Series. Fun is a pennant chase. Fun is looking at your last 30 games of the season and knowing they all mean something. And that when Comerica is sold out again, it's one of the great home field advantages in the sport. That's fun. Mm-hmm. This is not fun to me.
You want to know why some deem it as fun?
Because they're losers.
No, they're not losers, Mike. It's because this town has done nothing but lose. And you expected them to be god-awful. You expected them to be the Oakland A's.
No.
And when you look up and you see them in second place, you disregard the record and you only see them in second place.
Yeah, but Rico,
we are one step away from leading the division. Oh, my God. We've arrived early.
You could be leading a division where every team is under 500. What does that matter?
Mike,
I know you're explaining the people, not you.
Desperate times, right? Because I
know.
I simply said this a couple weeks ago when it was me and Cookies, that the month of May could produce fake gold, where it looks like you're a lot better, and you know what? You become interesting in June. Water will level itself out, but at least in June, you'll feel good about yourself. And Tigers fans feel good about themselves because they're in second place.
See, that's what I don't get. I want to know why. I want to know why they feel good about themselves.
Because you know you're not going to win a World Series. You know you're not going to win a division. But at least you could say you're not the worst team in the division. You're in second. And if you hit a 5-game winning streak, maybe you could challenge for first place and lead a division for a day.
And then have Erod walk because you didn't trade him because you're stupid.
This is where we are.
No, I'm not. I think if you alter your level like that in life, you're destined to be a loser.
It's not, Mike, but you look at things and you magnify them. It's why, Lions fans look at last season as if they actually did make the playoffs when they really didn't. But man, it was so great because you had nothing.
The difference is the Lions took this major step forward in the sport of football. That when you win 3 games the prior year and you win 9 the next, that's a seismic shift.
Right. So when you won as many games they won last year and now you're not in dead last, you're in second place out of the 3 games, 2 games behind?
2.5, 3. Who cares?
Right.
It doesn't matter to me.
It leads.
They're awful.
It's false bravado.
Right. But if you're halfway intelligent, you look at this and you see a bad baseball team.
Right. But if you're the other side of intelligence and you got a few cocktails in you, you'll take this.
Okay. So here's the question. What are we missing? Are we missing it? Are we the outlier and we need to actually look at this and go, no. This is great. Look, I said this at the start of the year. I had some angst that they didn't really spend money this offseason because I said to you, I think it is a generational opportunity to steal a division, provided you had gone out and got players. I mean, I told you it's a bad division a month ago. Now it's the proof is in the pudding. I mean, the White Sox are off the rails. The Royals are so much worse than expected. Mm-hmm. And the Guardians are actually terrible. They are. The Guardians, this might be the worst Guardians team in a long time. But none of that means you're any good. Mm-mm. And when I look at this team, look, the things I take positives out of, Torque drawing 4 walks, Torque starting to hit the ball a little bit. I need more power. Riley Green, hey, he's hitting the baseball. I need power. Mm-hmm. All right? There have been some good things with the bullpen. They're helter-skelter. Some nights great, some nights atrocious. The point is, are the players that are going to be here in 3 years the ones carrying it? That's the only thing that matters. And unfortunately for me, I'm still turning this on and looking at Akil Baddoo and Zach McKinstry.
Right, but I mean, you got people saying maybe they should just try to keep Erod here and build around him.
I brought the topic up.
Mike, think of it like this. It's short-term thinking versus long-term thinking.
Okay, so
you're thinking long-term.
Right, so why aren't more people? You just fired your
because
GM.
You had nothing, man.
And you know what?
You're starving. You just eat the meal in front of you. You're not looking towards next Friday.
Yeah, but you've just described a street mentality.
Yeah,
I don't care if you're on the dirt roads of Arkansas or the hard-as-hell streets of the south side of Chicago. If you're just worried about that next move, you're never going to get anywhere. So I don't have to think that way. I want to win a World Series.
No, I'm not saying you do. I don't think the same way, but I think that's what some of these fans are thinking. Sure, I know this isn't worth it, but man, it feels nice to be in second place, Dave. Let's go see the second place Tigers.
Oh. So that's what I want to know. Are we missing it? Or do you look to us as the voices of reason? Look, you could tell us you think we're idiots, but we're entertaining. Also acceptable. But either we're the voice of reason on the Tigers, or we're a negative outlier that is missing what the majority of our audience actually feels. And I can't figure it out. I listen to hosts and callers and everything in between, and I feel like I'm on crazy pills.
See, I can't explain other hosts on here because they should be a little smarter. I think people should look to us to give them the facts and the truth. That's what I think they should do. Fans are doing what fans are supposed to do. It's short for being a fanatic.
Okay.
And they're looking at it like Rico's saying, you know what? Just give me a little fun for a little bit. I'm okay with it. Not too many fans are smart looking at it saying, this isn't real. There's nothing here.
Is there an opportunity for it to become real a year from now? It could. It could. You'd have the rotation healthy. I will hope and pray Scotty Harris gets to make a few impactful trades. And yes, not being unfair, I will hope he will be allowed to spend some coin. Now, a year from now, if you're 7 games over 500 right now and you look like a division winner and this division's bad, I'm not going to care the division's bad.
Right.
But you got to play at a level that is suggestive that you're anything more than cannon fodder in October.
Or I'll even take, you know what, all of a sudden the Central is red hot division and you're in second place, but
it has more value.
Like, okay, you got something here, but right now it is simply, man, we haven't had a winner in this town in the longest, let alone for the Tigers. So you just take what you get and you're happy and you don't complain. And I think that's where some, not all, but some Tiger fans are at, where
well, it's also our coworkers.
Season should be over right now, and you're just trying to find the positive.
Look, if you want me to jump on board and go, all right, screw it, let's have some fun. I mean, talk to me on August 15th. You got 6-7 weeks left in the season. You can start counting the games, the opponents, what needs to happen. Rico, it's May. I just think it's laughable.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's like every year we go through this. Well, if you take their record out against the AL East, That's not
how baseball works.
2 years ago or 3 years ago, it was, well, if you take April out, our record is ... It's like, no, I'm not doing that. You are what you are.
Take away the games against Cleveland, and we are,
right. I mean, it's just, look, I'm showing patience, but I don't have to lose my mind here. I don't see them competing in this division. I don't see them in August and September winning. They are bad. There's nothing else to say. But if people want to talk about this team, it's our job to talk about them. So that's where I said, F it. Let's just bring it up, man. Are we missing it? Yeah. 248-539-9797. It's that simple. Are we the voice of reason, or are we just an outlier where it's like, no, we need to get on board and have, wait for it, fun.
And just, tell us what we're missing here. No judgment here. Just tell us what we're missing, because maybe we're just not seeing it as a show. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff. I keep telling you guys, they want to be your Chevy dealer. You need to go out there and see them today, because they'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They'll find you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money. New vehicles are being delivered every day into Hamilton Chevrolet, including the May Rico deal, a new 2023 Chevy Equinox LT, $289 a month for 27 months. You walk in there with $995 down. You drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, you heard me right. A Chevy Equinox for less than $300 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Drive away in this month's Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits. Or wait for like next week when it's 97 degrees out and your AC is out. That's no good for anybody. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they have got you covered. $78 AC tune-up gets your AC in tip-top shape. Save on your energy bill. And Mastercraft also has generators in stock right now. Schedule that $78 AC tune-up today or visit mastercraftheating.com. Okay, you guys have come to play today, and I respect the hell out of that. Let's get to the people. I want to know what we're missing. Now, I'm not going to take any offense. You can do what you want. I don't understand you. I don't understand my coworkers. I don't get this whole, well, let's be fun. Let's think about this. Do any of us want the Lions to just be fun? No, last year, we wanted them to make the playoffs. I said I thought they'd win 9 games, surprise everybody. But it was about something more. No one wants the Red Wings to be fun or make playoffs. Why are the Tigers allowed to be fun? Air quotes.
See, I think the Lions were allowed to be fun last year because they were coming off the 3 wins the year before. So can you at least be interesting? Could you at least win 7, 8 games, and then this would be the year? But they actually catapulted themselves and they jumped ahead. Same for the Wings. This was the Wings' year to be fun, interesting. They were in the playoffs for about 3 minutes for a second.
Fun note, it was 18 hours.
Right. They
were in the graphic for 18 hours.
And then they were gone. I think this is the Tigers' year. Can you just be interesting? Can you just be fun?
But if it's
because
in the
you don't
face,
expect anything.
If it's in the face of the worst division in history, does that impact your viewpoint? You, not the people.
No.
It doesn't.
No, I mean, no. Yes, being in the division that they are in, it's fake. It's like, oh, that's cute, but you're not a real. Yeah, you're not going to be a real contender. But
plus,
good.
I think it flies in the face of what they need to do to get good, which is they have to sell.
They are,
and I want to get good. And if they do this right, and I believe in Scott Harris. Let me be clear. If they do it right, maybe next year could be a year where fun is real.
Because I'm thinking even if the unthinkable happens, Mike, and they become the leaders and they win the division.
So you think people would rather win the division and watch Erod walk for free?
Yes.
Than to trade Erod and do what's right?
Some. Because some people just want to see winning because we haven't seen winning in this town for a long time.
Some people need a hit of a crack rock.
Some.
Let's go to Brad, 97.1. Brad, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? Great show as usual.
Thanks. You, buddy. What's on your mind?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on your side. And these Tiger fans, and I'm a Tiger fan, longtime Tiger fan, but right now these slappy Tiger fans, they're in their feelings. And gentlemen, feelings are for the bedroom, okay? This is, sorry, I had to say it. This is something I'd like to propose to you guys, and we're not playing fantasy baseball here, but I think I might be might have a little something here. Obviously, you move Erod. You move him as fast as you can. I think you can move Lorenzen, too. Let's just say for craps and giggles, he's a Southern California boy. L.A.'s got no pitching.
Sure.
See what you can get. You pluck L.A.'s 9th prospect, 13th prospect, you're going to get better in prospects we have now, all right? Now, here's where the conversation could get a bit dicey, and you might think I'm full of poi, okay? I would, and he's under control for the next 3 years, and he's got a small contract. I'd move Alex Lang. You get a lot for him.
I'm not mad at anything you're saying. I'm not mad at anything you're saying, and I'll tell you why. I look at the bigger picture, and it's all about what is someone willing to pay. Now, you're right. You don't want to be at a point where you're constantly trading anyone who's any good. I view it like you do, Brad. Scott Harris opened up the pantry and has no perishable items. There's nothing in there worth a damn. If someone is willing to pay through the nose for bullpen help, I'm making that trade because I have to get a lineup.
If you can get a 2-for-1 type of thing or a 3-for-1, that now you're playing the law of averages. Okay, you got 3 people in return for Lang or whoever. If 2 of them can become everyday starters or in your rotation, that's a win long term.
And you know what? Build the war chest, get some of those prospects. Now, here's the one where you guys may hang up on me.
No.
I hope you don't.
No.
Okay. Let's hope Torkelson, and I love the walks. Let's say Torkelson starts launching the ball, all right? Move him too.
Disagree.
First, disagree, okay?
I disagree, and I'll tell you why.
All due respect. Exactly. Go ahead.
No, it's okay, and I'll explain. I'm not mad. This is a guy you use the number 1 pick on. It is a cornerstone, corner infield, anchor of lineup spot. You're telling me a hypothetical that he actually starts to show the prodigious power he had at Arizona State. Brad, he has to become my Pete Alonso. That's a guy I'm building around. I ain't moving him.
Pete Alonso.
No, listen,
number 1 pick.
I'm making a point. If you have the ability to hit 40 home runs as a pro, I'm not moving you unless I'm in a teardown. He's young. If he actually figured it out, there ain't no way I'm doing it. It's the same thing with Riley Green. There's no way. What I get tired of is, as a fan, I got to turn the TV on. Why do I have to look at Jonathan Scope? Why do I have to look at Zach McKinstry, Akil Badu? You know what those guys put nonsense on the back of their jerseys? Nonsense. Why am I looking at a lineup that has one guy over a league average OPS? Riley Green. So when you guys talk about fun, I use data. That's not fun. And look, if Alex Lang is the best reliever available at the deadline, I have news for you. If Scotty Harris is who I think he is, you're shopping. That doesn't mean you do it. Right. But when you go back in history, Rico, and I'm not asking you to do this, it's a nerd fest. Go look at where some of the worst trades ever that have been made. It's trade deadline for bullpen help. And the team dealing the reliever wins.
Every time.
They win every time because the other team pays through the nose.
Thinking they got that final piece to the puzzle.
Exactly. And then the no names you got turn into absolute freight trains. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I was about to say that was the Doyle Alexander John Smoltz trade.
Okay, I don't think we need to go back 33 years for something, but thank you.
Speaking of Nerd Fest, totally off subject, but you'll be happy to know Phil Steele says he's almost ready to go to printing for this year's magazine.
Good luck.
I thought about you.
Half the rosters will change by the time it goes to print.
I didn't even think about that, but you're right. It becomes obsolete.
Yeah. I'm not buying it. Screw that guy.
You'll buy it.
I'm out.
You'll buy it.
I'm out.
You'll buy it.
248-539-9797. Go to Mike. 97.1. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
I got a theory for you, but if you just bear with me for a second, I have a question for you experts. I'm a little confused about ownership. We start talking about Mike versus Chris Ilitch. In your opinion, guys, what do you think is Chris's break-even point for his payroll?
Wow. Well, you'd have to know exactly the money for the TV deal. You'd have to factor in what the gate looks like. Look, anytime I talk about spending, it is the idea that at the peak of this franchise, you're putting 3 million people through the turnstiles. You're getting playoff gate. You're getting playoff concessions, playoff parking. You're getting it all. Look, Mike, I'm in a tough spot because I can say this and I can't prove it, and ownership of all teams everywhere can say it, and they refuse to prove it. I don't believe anyone loses money owning a team unless you are spending. Like, look, when Mike Ilitch was spending the number 3 payroll in baseball, he probably was closing in on a break-even point. But I just look at this team and it's like, Mike, there's meat on the bone, and I hope Scott Harris gets to do it. I hope Scotty, and I'm not asking for, I don't need a top 10 payroll. I don't need top 12. But I need them to make a nice, healthy step up here and let Scotty Harris do his job. And we need to be competitive.
Because, guys, that's what I'm really getting to, and you got right to the point, is where's their payroll now? Do you recall what their number is now?
Yeah, I thought they were 20th, but I'm going to pull that up for you right now while you finish your call.
Okay. Because here's my theory, guys. I'm a 55-year-old man. After a hard day at work, and I got to be honest, I'm not the same guy I was 30 years ago. When I come home from work and I'm sitting watching the game at night,
right.
This is really sad to say, guys, but I think I'm okay with just watching a decent game. And I think that's what Ilitch is counting on, that there's millions of guys like me that just want to sit and watch half a game until we fall asleep. And that's good enough for him, and he makes his money, and he's out.
Yeah.
You follow what I mean?
And Mike, you know what? That's, I think a lot of fans are like you.
I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
But I get where Mike's coming from. Mike, to answer your question, they're not 20th, they're 19th. But here's the thing.
Okay.
There's about a $20 million gap between 19 and 18. And there's about a, hold please, I want to make sure I'm correct here. Where's my number? There's about a $32 million gap to 18 and a $40 million gap to 15. So they are 19th, but reality is that there's a chasm there. Where
and so each one of those gaps is another player, right?
Oh, minimum. Oh, easily. My God. I mean, it's yes. And reality is probably two. You know, if I can have Scotty Harris go out and sign two $10 million a year bats, how different does it look?
Yeah.
If so that's where I'm at with it. 248-539-9797. If you're sick and tired of hearing something about Old Nation Brewing, well, listen, too bad. The best brewery around, M43, the Shandy. And look, next week, prime Shandy time. I know a lot of people are going to be getting on their boats, enjoying themselves. Please drink responsibly. Don't be the guy driving the boat. The point is, 96 degrees and ice cold Shandy while you're mowing the lawn. Nothing wrong with it. They're going to sell out, though. So this is your warning. Doppler Mike is telling you it's going to be real hot and real sunny next week. Go get your Shandy wherever you buy your beer. It's Old Nation Brewing. You can go to oldnationbrewing.com, find out who sells their beer, the whole bit. 21 and up, everything. Handcrafted, award-winning, full lineup of approachable beers. And yes, it is Shandy time. It's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up, please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by the good people at Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Tigers and KC tonight against the Royals. Rubber match at a 3-game set. 7:40 the first pitch here on the ticket. Matthew Boyd, he with a 3-3 and 6.21 earned run average against Zach Greinke still around. He's pitching for the Royals. Royals a minus 120 favorite. Lions at OTAs today in Allen Park. Lions running back David Montgomery not currying any favor with his former team, saying in essence he was tired of all the losing and lack of competitiveness with the Bears, as reasons he's so excited to be a Detroit Lion. Black Friday game this year between MSU and Penn State being moved from East Lansing to Ford Field. It'll be kickoff at 7:30 at night. It will be the first Ford Field game for MSU football since 2010. Stanley Cup East Finals tonight. Carolina visiting Florida. Panthers leading at 3-0, and Tennessee police conducting a welfare check on NBA star John Moran after concerning posts on social media. He's okay. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1, the Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, David, I just came up with a new name for your shirt. The Tangerine Dream. Look at that thing.
And it looks great.
You're not a fan of orange?
I
guess
that
not.
particular orange. It's like
Dude,
sherbet.
This is my favorite color growing up.
All right. Good.
It's wonderful.
Okay.
Wear this, I can
What
get
do-
this color with a dress shirt, with a tie.
Screams
put it with a
summer.
suit.
Right.
Yeah.
What do the ticket... I'll show you a nice orange. What do ticket texters have to say?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not wearing the nice orange.
Well, it's like pastel orange. It's like Easter Sunday. Well, you just get to the ticket
New
text.
York slice orange.
Right. Crispy. What do the texters have to say?
I feel like this team is at stage 1 or 2 of rebuild, and the floor seems to be around 70 wins. That makes me optimistic for Scott Harris' era and the reason for optimism around this team.
And I'm optimistic, as I've said to you before, I'm very optimistic that Scotty Harris is a good baseball man. But what I need to see ultimately is this team, they need time. And I'm not going to do the, as Rico put it, the false hope. And I also need to see a payroll of about $180 million. Be middle of the league. Dead middle of the league's about $180 million.
Both can be true. You can understand the team is bad while still being happy they're winning more games than expected. I expected 10 under 500 by now, so I'm glad we have a chance to watch good games. Mark from Chesterfield.
Mark, 10 under before Memorial Day?
Yeah.
You got to be pretty ratty. That's really ratty.
But the expectations were so low.
Okay.
The other night, our 5-hole was filled with a 168 hitter that can't touch a curveball. Perfect example of not very good baseball team from Kevin.
Yeah, and you know what, Kevin, let me say this. If you're bad but entertaining, it's different. This is still a horrific offense. And I think my sensitivity comes into the fact that it's like this, for me, it's been what now? 1, 2, 3, 4 straight years of having a horrific offense. Show me a lineup and I'll show you I care. I really struggle with it, Rico. They're bad.
Right, but because you're not going to get that lineup anytime soon.
Liar.
I think people will just
I'll have it next year. Liar.
Right, no. But right now, you'll just take the wins.
Hope so.
You're a liar.
This is from John. Good afternoon, guys. You guys are the voices of the truth. The AL Central is bad. Tigers are in the AL Central, and they are bad. Second place in a bad division means nothing.
Especially at this stage. Hey, look, if it's August, I'm not going to be slashing the tires of the ice cream truck, okay? But we're a long way from August.
Rico, you're spot on. Detroit fans have been losing so long, we're desperate for anything. We can't listen to Oni Lions predictions all summer. I will take what I get.
No, and you don't. Notice what we did after the NFL draft. I don't speak for any other show. I'm speaking for us. Generally speaking, you listen to this show, you're going to get everything you need in 4 hours. And we do our damnedest, probably to our own detriment, to bring up the Wings, to bring up the Pistons. We're going to mix in Lions because you have to. It's football. And I want to bring up the Tigers. But, guys, Okay, tell you what. Go win 7 in a row. Go get to 5 games over 500. Go lead the division by 3 games. Well, you can have an organic conversation of, are we watching something real? You can't be real when you're under 500.
You remember at the beginning of the season, I had the over-under win streak at 5.5.
They got 5.
They keep getting to 5. They cannot get to games.
Well, and again, let's look now. Here's the other thing I hate, and I'm not trying to attack anybody. It drives me nuts. If I got to hear a host on the station say, they're playing some bad teams coming up, and they're losing to them. Stop saying it. I mean, they get on the air like Sideshow Bob, and they're like, "Whoa, playing the Nationals," and you're like, "Yeah, lost 2 out of 3."
Okay, that was a really good impression.
Stop saying it.
We got to get that one clipped. I need that clip.
I'll do a better one for you when I'm feeling a little better. The point is, look, if they're underdogs to the Royals tonight. Mm-hmm. How many more times I got to listen to people say, "Oh, you got 4 coming up with the Royals in June," and you just lost 2 out of 3? The difference is, if you're any good, you should be pounding these teams. At a minimum, winning series. And you're not. Come on. And it has happened.
Someone says Pastel Wednesday to go with 4 Fridays. Yeah, I like that idea. I think I might try to do that.
I still like the best thing you bring in here is you've got that plum dress shirt. That's when I know something's going on in your world.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't worn that in a while.
I know.
Yeah, it's long sleeve. That's probably not time for that yet.
Trouble in paradise?
No.
That plum shirt means David's got somewhere to be at 6:01.
As I came in with a dress shirt on Monday, somebody said, "You got somewhere to be after work?" Nope. Just put on clothes.
I never noticed that.
Oh, listen, you work with somebody for 15 years, you learn a lot. You'll learn. You'll learn.
I'm just going to come in every day like that, and then no one will know what I have to do after
make
work.
it the new norm. Why don't we all just wear suits?
Well, I'm the money expert of the show. So.
Right. It'll be like 1950s radio. Can you imagine in the 50s, guys were doing radio with fully suited, puffing heaters, wearing hats? What a world. You imagine? Everybody, there was no sports radio, but if you did radio, these guys were all dressed like Walter Cronkite. True. To do this?
Sleeves rolled up.
And there's a revolution in Romania. More at 7. And the guy's puffing his 7th pack of the day. Smoking on an airplane. Another thing that makes no sense.
The smoking and non-smoking section.
The really non-smoking section ended at your booth, and I'm over here in the smoking section.
It's all smoking.
You're in a tube. If one person smokes, everybody's smoking.
That's what we got to do. We got to do like Blazer Fridays in the fall. Royals? The IRS can take away your peace of mind and hit your wallet. You need a team of local lawyers. You need Abraham and Rose, not an organization with random people answering the phone. That ain't going to do you no good. You need legitimate lawyers and representation. Maurice and Jerry are just that. This coming spring, they're representing their clients before the Supreme Court. So whether it's an IRS collection or audit, whether it's civil or criminal or even Department of Treasury, they will advocate for you, they will fight for you, and hopefully be able to save you some money. So don't let your tax issues get worse. Save your dollars and start your plan today. AbrahamandRose.com. 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040. And you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, David, a little football here potentially? Let's get it, and then we'll get back to business, which is MSU's nonsense.
So it's a perfect segue from what we just talked about with the Tigers being not a good team in a bad division. So let's talk about some wild card teams in each division, and if you buy that they have a chance, okay?
Okay.
Let's start with the New York Jets, and there are some reasons here. Of course, Aaron Rodgers is a major upgrade at quarterback, but here's a major one they list, and it's Breece Hall returning from injury, and then the Jets' defense being even stingier in 2023. Do you believe?
Oh, I don't believe, and I've said this from the beginning. Now, look, they might make a wild card, but David, their offensive line is below average. Mekhi Becton is yet to show he can stay healthy, much less be a high-level guy. Aaron Rodgers couldn't even make it through a workout yesterday without tweaking his ankle. So here's the other thing. People always do this. Aaron Rodgers is 40 years old. Everyone thinks because Tom Brady did it, but it's like, no, Tom Brady's the outlier because he sleeps in a space chamber.
And they think everybody else can do it, yep.
Right. Like, I don't buy the Jets. Oh, and by the way, you see the accusations by Ty Johnson, former running back, former Terp, former Mike Loxley player?
Yeah, he got hurt, didn't want to do the surgery, and they told him, no, have the surgery. They cut him after he had the surgery.
The Jets have a lot of noise right now, too. What are your thoughts?
You know what? I think that they can be a wild card.
Now, what this means is we're talking about in their division. Like, they're the wild card team in the division that could make a surprise.
Oh.
So within their division, can they be the surprise team?
Surprise? No, they're not winning. Buffalo's got that.
Yeah, I'll say absolutely not.
No.
I just don't believe it. Hey, real quick question. I thought the Lions made a sneaky good signing. Did you see that?
Yeah, the offensive lineman.
Ifedi, the former Seahawk. Only reason I bring it up, we love the tackles here. We love this offensive line, but they don't have a lot of depth. Matt Nelson's been bad. I love the fact they drafted a kid in the middle rounds. They bring in a former first-round pick. You almost think Troy Weaver's running the franchise. Like the Lions signed Jaleel Okafor. But, like, if Fetty gives you a veteran backup to compete with Matt Nelson where we have legitimate depth, that if and when one of your tackles go down. I know it's not David's thing, but it's football. I continue to love what the Lions are doing.
No, yeah, it brought in depth to them. So.
Now go get me Yannick Ngakoue. Give me a sack artist. Go get me another guy. What?
Oh, you really want that guy, don't you?
No, he's a one-trick pony, but every third down, this is a guy every year in the league, David, he's had at least 8.5 sacks.
You're right.
He's a one-trick pony.
You're right.
He can't stop the run, but if I say, hey, you, go kill that guy, he's capable of that.
Yeah, but you need somebody that can stop the run.
But that's not for third down. I just want to put all pass rushers on the field on third down. It's the only way to stop people.
Line them up wherever you need to. Go get the quarterback.
That's it, brother.
Until you play New Orleans, and then that running back is just going to run right through that defense.
Lies.
He's angry.
Lies and propaganda.
He was disrespected.
Let's touch on the AFC North.
He wears a teddy bear hat. David?
Touch on the AFC North, that wild card team, maybe surprise team, the Cleveland Browns. And one important thing they list here is Deshaun Watson will be available at the beginning of the season and really the offseason OTAs as well.
I think you know in the first 2 weeks what Cleveland's going to be. If Deshaun Watson doesn't come out and look like the player they thought they were getting, they finish last in that division. Yeah. It's that simple. They're either going to be really good or really bad, and it's based on him.
It really is. I mean, he took his offense to a trip to Bermuda or Jamaica or somewhere.
Yes, he did.
How about the end zone? Try that vacation.
You know what? He wins.
It was so hard to watch that team.
I got nothing.
Now, this next division is a weak division, but this team is a weak team. So can they make noise in the division, though? That's the Houston Texans in the AFC South.
I'd be stunned if they win as many as 6 games. I mean, it's just rookie QB, best player on defense is a rookie. I can't. New coach.
I think they've set themselves up for a few years from now. No, this is not going to be a wild card team.
Yeah, I'll mention this next team, but it's a definite no. The division they're in, we'll skip right past it. AFC West, it's the Denver Broncos. They're not making.
No, I disagree.
You know what?
I disagree.
Whoa.
I'll tell you why. No, hold on. Go ahead. You said it. You buzzed in first.
No. I think that honestly, yeah, I think that Denver can. This is going to be kind of how we talked about, Deshaun Watson. This is it for us. Okay.
Yeah, but I think the other thing is Nathaniel Hackett to Sean Payton. Total, no one believed. Everyone knew he was a fool from the first game when he blew the layup with the timeout usage. Look, Sean Payton's real. Maybe he finds a way to vibe with this total weirdo Russ Wilson. The defense is good. I actually could see it. Hey, Kansas City's really good, but you know this. It's very hard to just go year after year after year after year. They're in year 6 of their run.
It is, because for Kansas City, it's not. It's the boredom factor.
That's right.
The playoffs is where it really counts. So we can lose so long as we're in this thing. Now it'll make it a little bit harder if we got to go through Wild Card Weekend. But let's not, just use all of our energy trying to get the best record in the league again. We can win in Buffalo. We can win wherever. So we can get this thing going.
Surprise wildcard team of the NFC East, the New York Giants. It says Daniel Jones has more pass-catching options.
Yeah, but none of them are that formidable.
What's
One of
your
them's a
defense
rookie.
looks like?
Well, good and bad. I mean, Wink Martindale to me is a plus DC. The problem for the G-men stopping a run. Look,
Just put all pass rushers out there.
Here's the deal. I'm going to say this. Rico's going to be upset, and away we go. I think they take a step back this year to take a quantum leap next year. At the end of this season, the Giants will have the most salary cap in the entire NFL. This is a part of a 2-year plan that Joe Shane had. Last year was totally unexpected and miraculous and cute. I think reality comes calling a little bit. You're not gonna win throwing 4-yard passes. So I'm gonna say no. Cannot win division. And I don't think they make the playoffs.
I'm going to say yes, only because there's no dominant team ever in the NFC East.
Philly.
And just when you think that team is going to win, somebody else comes.
You just hate to see it.
It was supposed to be Dallas last year. Like, you literally can put them all in the bag, David, shake it up, and then just pick the winner out.
Ready for this? David, go to the NFC North.
The NFC North?
Yeah.
The Chicago
Nope.
Bears.
Green Bay? Nope. Minnesota? Nope.
Yes.
No one has a shot at this division.
Minnesota.
It's the Lions.
Minnesota. Did Justin Jefferson retire? Did I miss that breaking news?
Dalvin Cook won't be there. I bet you another dinner you won't pay up on. Dalvin Cook's not there to start the season.
No, I'm not betting that. Dude, when do you want this dinner?
When I'm done verbally abusing you.
You know what? How about this?
No.
How about David? How about after the show we all go out and get some nice, hot, spicy Italian food?
Absolutely not. I hate everything about that statement.
And then the last two teams from the NFC South, the Atlanta.
My ENT would be thrilled with that choice tonight. Christ, my esophagus would fall apart.
Do you want the dinner or not?
The LA Rams, Atlanta Falcons. Any chance?
Atlanta, yes.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Weak division.
It's Arthur Smith's running game.
Yeah.
Look, last year when they had nothing, fellas, they were still pounding the rock, and I think 10 weeks into the year they were 5-5. You can't stop them.
Yeah.
So it's plausible. You're asking for a shot, and you're right. It's not Tampa. I'm not ready to go with New Orleans. Carolina's got a rookie QB. I'll say yes to Atlanta. Rams are going to be picking in the top 5.
Yeah, Rams are going to be.
They're horrible.
Bad this year.
If I'm Aaron Donald, I'd walk away.
It is the ultimate. You got the Super Bowl, and now you're bad. And it's like, people, if you just give me a Super Bowl, I don't care if we suck. Well, look at the Rams.
We've always said it. Show me an MSU playoff berth once a decade. I'll be bad the other 9 years.
Yeah.
It's the reality. You need the moment. Or inverse it. Make playoff every year, but lose to Michigan every year. I do it. Heartbeat.
F them picks. And that is.
I want that drop. I want that drop.
How about make the playoffs, but you got to play a game at Ford Field?
Knock down Spartan Stadium and the Troughs. All right, 5 o'clock, we get back into a decision that has angered me as we say farewell to a sport I once loved. We'll do it next, 97.1.
See, folks, that was called a tease and just things that happen in radio, and you'd find out more about that if you went to Specs at LTU, because they're going to teach you everything about radio, the good, the bad. If you want to do TV, they can handle that as well. Graphics design, they got a great graphics communication program that's for you. Now, what do you have to do? You just got to go online at ltu.edu/specs to sign up and get started today. You're going to learn everything is what it takes to make it in the industry when you go through these different programs, whether it's broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics communications program, because your instructors work in the business. So they know what it takes to have you prepared for day one. Specs at LTU, located right here on the campus in Southfield of Lawrence Tech. Go to ltu.edu/specs, ltu.edu/specs. Be curious, make magic.
Sponsored by Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram of Southfield. Tigers Royals tonight right here from Kansas City at 97-1 the ticket. Rubber match at a 3-game set. Tigers losers last night. First pitch tonight, 7:40 here in the ticket. Matthew Boyd against Zach Greinke is your pitching matchup. Royals a -120 favorite. Interesting stat from MLive. Tigers former third baseman Jeimer Candelaire having a bang-up year in several offensive categories, many of which would be leading the current Tiger team. And through 46 games this year, Tigers started 7 different players at third base. That group has hit 180 with a 572 OPS and a -5 defensive run save. ESPN has updated its top 150 MLB prospect list. Not one of the 150 is a member of the Tiger organization. Lions back at it with OTAs in Allen Park today. Black Friday game this year between MSU and Penn State moved from East Lansing to Ford Field. That'll be at 7:30 p.m. First Ford Field game for MSU football since 2010. Stanley Cup East Finals tonight. Carolina at Florida. Panthers lead it 3-0. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, you heard Jeff bring it up in his update that, Black Friday, Michigan State's going to be hosting Penn State. This is due to the Peacock deal. NBC, game will be streamed on Peacock. But then today at noon, Michigan State announced it will not be at Spartan Stadium. It's gonna be at Ford Field. Yeah, not a lot of people were happy about that. Now, some people were. Some people were like, you know what? Great. Don't have to make the travel. It's right here. You're losing a home game. Let's just call it what it is. You're doing this for the money.
Thank you. It took you 3 hours to acknowledge that. Thank you.
What, you're losing it for the money?
No, you're losing a home game.
I knew that.
That season ticket holders were given a refund for money that they already spent. Oh, by the way.
Well, you get the money. No. But at least you get the money back.
I'm saying that's what a refund is.
Yeah.
Mr. Harvard. I'm saying.
I just waited 3 hours because I didn't want to give you the satisfaction.
It's fair.
That's all.
I respect that. I guess the way we can do this, it's kind of how we started, but it is a bigger issue than just this game. I want to know if your love for college football is dying. Because these moves are nothing more than outright pimpage. My issues with MSU are my own. If you're a Michigan fan, you don't have to understand them. If you're a Spartan, you should. I get tired of Michigan State acting like a second-rate program. It's essentially a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, you did this little bro thing. I mean, you have a coach who makes $10 million a year. Tom Izzo doesn't play on aircraft carriers against his will. He does it because he wants to. He does it because he has a seat at the table with his athletic department, with the Big Ten Conference, with ADs across the country. Mel Tucker makes enough money that if this call came from the league office, which it did, hey, we got a grand idea for you. NBC wants to move the game to Ford Field. You know what you tell them? We'll pass it on to the guys. Because the reality is you can play the night game at Spartan Stadium in front of your season ticket holders. Moving this game to a neutral site, and it is. I don't care what anyone tells me. Ford Field, you when you leave the elements, this is a series of Michigan State and Penn State that is dictated by home field.
Right, but I don't look at it as a neutral site because neutral site tells me it'll be 15,000 Penn State fans there. There's not going to be that many Penn State fans there.
Let me tell you something. If Penn State is playing for a Big Ten title and State is 5-6, I will stand at the gate. I'll be a greeter at the game. And I'll count to 15,000 and then go to my car.
Okay.
Rico.
And when you're at it, spicy meatballs are on me.
Thank you. The point is, I hate the idea that MSU did this, according to Pete Thamel, quote, for the good of the conference. What has this conference ever done for us? All this conference has done is railroad.
See, I think Pete Thamel put it the wrong way.
Well, then call Pete Thamel.
I think what he should have said, you know what, I don't have his phone number. But I would say, Pete, here's the thing.
I don't know if anybody does.
The problem is you did it for the good of your pocketbooks. You did it for the good of the other team.
Right. Well, screwing your fans coming off a 5-win season.
It was. This is all about the money.
And I'd be irate as a season ticket holder that I already signed the renewal, which is a contract based on 7 home games. I sent you my money. And now, post haste, you go, just kidding. We're taking one of the only good games off the schedule. I will give you your money back. And you get first option to now go to Detroit the day after Thanksgiving? No.
Unless you're already here.
But I think you overstate that. I do. Rico,
Right.
We have a huge Chicago and west side of Lansing alumni base.
And you also have a huge Detroit alumni base.
Didn't argue it. See, you're strawmanning me right now. I didn't say that. I said you ignore the other side of it. I don't think this is a huge gain. It's also a smaller venue.
But here's the thing. Let's just cut the brass tacks. If they're winning, Mike, you'll drive from Chicago. You'll drive from wherever to get here to be one of those 50-some thousand people in Ford Field that day. But if they're losing, this will be a catastrophe.
Right, and
this will be a disaster.
I'll give you another catastrophe. Let's say it's a miracle. Let's say State is TCU of last year, a team expected to win 5 games who all of a sudden, who the hell are these idiots? Okay. And let's say Penn State's still good. You gave up a home game in a winner-take-all showdown. See, I think if they're really good or really bad, it's a disaster at either end.
Oh, going to bite them.
I don't like that our athletic department and our head coach and our program capitulates and just it's always us apologizing or it's always us doing what other schools won't do. Look, you're right. OSU had to play a night game they don't want.
But see, I'm beginning to think, too, it's not just the athletic department. I think it goes higher than the athletic department. I think it's school presidents.
Yeah, we've had lousy presidents
that just simply say, this is how it's going to be. Well, we don't want that. Well, that's good. I'll pass that along to the fellas.
Yeah, I'll pass it on.
This is what we're going to do.
But
here's to answer your question, I do think that this is taking, not just this, but college football in general is hurting. Because think of it like this. I told David this morning. When the NFL schedule came out, Lions fans were so excited. 9 months from now, there's probably going to be a run on babies because, oh, my God, look at the schedule. They're playing Kansas City, and I want to go to this. And the excitement level in this town, we got 3 primetime games.
It's awesome.
College football, 100 days out, you find, I don't think that same level of excitement. As a matter of fact, it's resentment.
I resent it because it's not authentic. Look, the NFL has kicked off on Thursday night for 20 years.
Right.
What college football is doing is synthetic.
But even the first time they kicked off on a Thursday night, I don't think it was just type of, what are we doing? I can't believe it's like, okay.
Because lines have been crossed.
Yeah, it's the NFL. This will work.
Right, but lines have been crossed in college football, and I think fans see it. Like, look, Michigan's fabulous. They're going to win the Big Ten again. They're going to go to the playoff. They've got, if you're a season ticket holder, there's one game worth going to. It's the OSU game. Go look at it. You guys know you spent your hard-earned money. Mm-hmm. You're a State fan. Now and again, why do you own season tickets? The reality is, and if I'm speaking for you guys and you think I'm wrong, call up. I think it has less to do with the game and more to do with going home. Going to where you spent the best 4 or 5 years of your life. Campus is magical. Whether it's Michigan, OSU, MSU, Wisconsin, it doesn't matter. Campus, you want to be there. You want to be in this place and in this space. Taking this game and putting it at Ford Field, no offense, it doesn't hit the same way. It's just not. So I view it as it's a bad job by State. It's something other schools in this conference would never do. And we didn't have to say yes, and we did. And I'm tired of it. Just like I don't know why we apologized when Devin Bush defaced our field. Sorry, I didn't apologize for that. Your player's a jackass. Right. But here's the bottom line. That's only one part of this. The other part is the bigger issue, and David has brought this up multiple times. TV is wrecking college football. TV has destroyed the conferences. True or false?
True.
TV has destroyed how we watch games. True or false? This streaming nonsense.
True.
Now, here's what else it's doing. We are being force-fed games that don't belong in primetime or on days they don't belong in the name of fulfilling this bogus TV deal that was signed.
Yeah.
Like reality.
Because this game is on Peacock, by the way.
Oh, great. MSU OSU, which will be a 31.5-point spread, should not be in primetime. Nope. Why is it? The TV deal. Just like Michigan and OSU shouldn't be at noon. Or Michigan and Penn State shouldn't be at noon. These TV deals are prime time. I want you all to think about this. I don't care if you went to West Virginia, U of M, Oregon State, or anywhere in between. When you found out your team was playing a night game, it used to be peak excitement. Mm-hmm. Hell, Michigan acted like they invented the night game and put patches on their jerseys. Michigan State has only done like 7 night games in Spartan Stadium, whatever it is. It used to be a big deal. Oh, my God. Hey, we're playing OSU. They're flexing it to a night game. Big deal. Because they were the right games. Mm-hmm. It was the magic of college football. Saturday night in the SEC, right? Mm-hmm. Rico.
Right. The college football used to flex schedules before the NFL did.
Right. Look at what we're getting now. It's all synthetic.
But this is the compromise, Mike. This is why. And I still say this year, Michigan, untouched. They're going to have their time where they're going to have to compromise something because Penn State gave up a whiteout at night to play Michigan at noon. You think they really wanted to do that?
No, it's absurd is what it is. And it robs us.
They didn't want to get back.
It robs America. That's going to be a top 5 matchup. It should be a whiteout. And guess what? Plenty of teams have walked in there, and you can beat them. If Michigan's as good as I think they're going to be, they probably will beat them. But I want that magic. The whiteout is one of the great things in college football. Yeah. You're getting robbed of it, so Penn State can play, wait for it, Iowa. Why? Hashtag TV deal. Yeah. I don't
here's
like
the thing. All these teams, all these schools could simply just give back the money and say, we're not doing this.
Well, here's the way it could be fixed. The way it could be fixed is the following. What I'm sick of, and yes, I'm a jaded person who paid their way through college. These tuition rates are stupid. Room and board, it's stupid. The NIL stuff is stupid. The fact that the next step, what used to be the seat license, is about to become the NIL license. You know what I'd like to see the schools do? And credit to Rico because he's been on this train for a while. You want to keep all the money? You want to screw up our games? You want to ruin the love of the game? Okay. Then the schools should be paying the players direct and pay the NIL. You want to preserve your $100 million check from the Big Ten? Where does the money go? The only people who are more mysterious about where the money goes is our government. Where does the money go? So here's the idea. I don't care about the schools lining their pocket. Pay your players. This NIL thing, done. Every school gets X to spend. It's collectively bargained. Literally, if you step outside the CBA and the NFL as a franchise, they take away a draft pick, right?
Right.
Step outside the CBA as a player, they'll suspend you 6 games, right? Shout out J-Mo. Same deal in college. Go ahead. Oh, big oil man Tex McCallum wants to hand a player a car that's outside of the $20 million the school is paying. Shut the program down. I'm done. No, I'm just making a point.
No,
Once you collectively bargain and paper it.
But see, that's the problem, is that the NFL, as much as I don't like Roger Goodell, they have a commissioner. College football doesn't. You have basically, it's a bunch of families all sitting around a table together trying to figure out what's best for everybody, when really you're trying to think what's best for me.
Well, look,
and screw everybody else.
David brought it up from the ACC pre-show. Now they're thinking about, ready for this? A winning bonus for ACC teams to reshift the revenue. Who do you think's behind that proposal? Oh, wait, Clemson and Florida State.
Oh, was he not here that day? The Magnificent Seven?
I was here.
Yes.
But the topic flopped. I tried to block it out of my mind.
It didn't flop. It was a great conversation. But look at what the Magnificent Seven went out there and said, wait, why are we sharing the same money with every other school that does nothing in this conference?
So here's what I want to know. Hey, look, if you're a Spartan, I'd love to hear from you. If you're a Wolverine, I'm there's no stress. We can talk. I'm embarrassed. I think it's embarrassing. If you want to be an elite program, act like it. No elite program in America is giving up a home game. Full stop. It's not happening.
My thing is this, and maybe I'm taking them for their word. This is a one-time thing.
Oh, yeah, because you know what's not going to happen next year? Penn State's not giving up a home game in Happy Valley when we play them. Oh, wait. Rico Beard reporting MSU might not be playing Penn State next year. 248-539-9797.
You might be asking yourself, is T-Mobile home internet the right choice for me? But you should be asking, does my house have walls? Do I live near a lot of trees? Do I experience clouds and rain and snow? Well, if you answered yes to any of those, then T-Mobile home internet should be a no, because terrain, weather, and walls can obstruct their 5G internet signal. You want internet with supersonic speeds. You want powerful, reliable connections. The answer is Xfinity Internet. To learn more, go to xfinity.com/TMOFax. Now through June 21st, new customers can get started with a 200 megabit per second Xfinity Internet with Wi-Fi equipment included. It's all just for $35 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. Or learn more about speeds up to a gig. That's like 36 times faster than T-Mobile's home internet. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit at a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
All right, we've talked about David Femininio for a long time, and I've told you, you get David, you get paid, but you're also getting the best in communication, a fantastic legal team, and when you get David, you pay nothing until he wins your case. But there's even more. You get 24/7 access. You call, he answers. Not some intern, him. 855-65-CRASH. Or you can go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. It's 855-65-CRASH or getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, before we get to David, I just got to, we'll get the ticket text here. Rico, what did you want to be as a kid? All right, David, the ticket text, please.
I wanted to work with you, Mike. I didn't even know you yet.
Sweet baby Jesus. All right, David.
You all probably would like this. Michigan State should leave the Big Ten for the ACC with Notre Dame.
No, I want to go to the Pac-12. I want to win that bitch for 2 years, and then they fold the whole thing, fade to black, and MSU football ends with 2 conference titles. I'm out. There's no point to any of this anymore.
I'd be upset if I was a State fan. The school basically let you buy a ticket and then took it back and said, never mind, we found somebody that will pay more for it.
Now,
Matt from Redford.
Now, if you wanted to, if this happened, and I'm not advocating for it, but if they said, hey, you're playing Rutgers in late November, now again, State charges a premium for the premium games. We're going to take MSU Rutgers and move it to Ford Field. I could actually, in a twisted way, work my way around it. MSU Penn State. Now, Rico's right. In 2015, MSU was great. There was a historic ice storm. The attendance was an embarrassment. But in these other years, if you look at them, now 17, we had the rain lightning delay. Okay? But outside of David's God punishing fans with weather, 2021 was magic. It was awesome.
It was a game nobody paid attention to, but yes, you're right.
Spartans did. And
Mike's texting me, why are you still there? It's snowing.
It's crazy. What are you doing? But, like, seriously, it just home field advantage and college games and the college environment. I don't want to turn it into the NFL. And I just feel like that's where we are. And guess what, guys? We're headed for 2 super conferences. And I just don't feel like I don't want NFL on Saturday. I don't need it. Don't need it.
And I think that we're headed to 1 super conference. I think that
really,
Mike. I think
so. The SEC what destroys the Big Ten?
No, I just think that the top teams are just going to say, "Do we really need all these little guys?
Oh,
what if we just became the guys?"
Well, that's why it's hurting my love of the game.
It is, and this. For people who want the atmosphere and all of that, you're not going to get it because Ford Field is a sterile environment.
Yeah, the fans make Ford Field. It's not a great venue.
They're going to have to work all night and all day to flip the field to get the lion and all the lion stuff and get the Michigan State stuff painted on the field.
Right, but the whole inside of the building's blue. I mean, you may as well go to the Pizza Bowl. Right. Why don't we get the Little Caesars guy or whatever? Or
the Fatheads.
Or Hungry Howie's the pizza of the Lions. So you get the Howie kid with the smile on his face. Put him at midfield. I mean, what's the point?
Yeah, they're not going to have enough time to do, let's say, like the Final Four. They're not going to have enough time to do all of that.
No. I think they're more so about the field.
They're not even going to have Zeke the Wonder Dog. They're going to have a stuffed animal.
No, he can be there.
It'll be a Lions logo in the middle of the field.
Isn't it going to be great?
Be a Lions logo.
Maybe the Gridiron Band will stay for a nightcap.
Might as well.
Won't be a Lions logo in the middle of the field. As a matter of fact, they'll get their money's worth because you'll see the MSU logo for the state championships.
No, it won't. It will not be a Michigan State logo on that field.
It won't be.
It will be.
You know what it is, David? They're going to have a local community group come out and draw it with crayons.
Okay. Now
it'll be a crooked Spartan.
This I will tack onto the dinner bet and add one for you.
Let me get to the
bet,
peak.
David?
Yeah, I bet you.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's go to Jeff. He's been very patient. Jeff, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. A great
Jeff.
show, best sports talk show in the country, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm alumni. I've got 3 this fall. I'll have 3 kids at Michigan State.
Wow.
And I don't have a problem with this move. I really don't.
Okay.
I think given the timing of late November, I for sure will go. I know that all my kids will go. I know my wife will go. So I agree with a lot of the macro things you're talking about regarding the NCAA, but I think this is a good move for Michigan State, and I think you'll potentially have more Spartans in the stadium that stay to the end of the
Jeff,
game.
can I ask you a question? Just work with me on one thing. So we've seen other schools do this in other conferences, right? So if we're willing to do all this stuff for the good of the conference, wouldn't it be a simpler solution where Michigan State and Penn State years ago said, why are we on the last weekend? Move the game up. We've seen Michigan State played as early as September 23rd, and we've seen it as late as early November. All you need to do is move the game up and go, tell you what, we'll guarantee NBC the night game every year, but you got to move us up in the schedule. Get it into October.
Well, Michigan State, Penn State is not always the last game. So they have moved it up.
That's why I said what I said.
So, so you're saying permanently.
Yeah, I'd sign a 5-year deal with NBC. You want to put it at night every night? Jeff and his family can go up there, and it's going to be in October. Now, Jeff, that's what our athletic department never does. That's what we never do. We don't act like a big boy.
Well, now, not true, Mike, because once again, they're talking about possibly doing this as and Penn State won't play at Penn State. They'll play.
How come we never get Michigan at home at night, but they get us there at night?
I couldn't agree more. You got to move the game up, especially for a big banner.
You're never going to get Michigan at night anymore.
Why? No. Why?
Because they're going to say, well, you guys, look what happened the last time. It was a big fight.
That's their fault. They admitted it, the tunnel. And both teams wanted it all game.
They may have that. That may be a night game.
It'll never happen. Ever. Because we don't have the guts. We don't ever. We don't stand up and, dude, look at it.
Okay, but Mike,
we've gone to Ann Arbor multiple times.
You realize right now you're getting upset over something that hasn't happened yet.
It's never going to happen. I'll bet you whatever you want, we never get them in East Lansing at night. Ever.
7, 8 o'clock to kickoff.
Never.
It'll happen.
Preacher's witness to it. The Tangerine Dream. Look at that shirt. You're a witness. Never going to happen. David, is it ever going to happen? It'll never happen.
It'll happen.
I'll just say go blue.
Capitulation University will never allow it.
I don't think it can happen next year because you'll have too many people saying, look at what happened. But
see, because we're scared.
We're not scared, Mike. It just won't happen.
No, tune out the noise. We want the game at night.
No, because you know
Make Michigan say no and then put it in public. They said no.
You need both teams to agree to it, and Michigan will never agree to it.
So then why do we agree to go play at their place at night? Capitulation, you. Argue it.
I got nothing.
I'm going to Alex. Sorry, I'm not trying to be upset, Alex. I know it's 65 and sunny. That's my bad.
No, Mike. Hey, you're all good. I swear to God, you're my spirit animal. I was at Michigan State from 11 to 15. I ran on the field to Keith Nickel Hail Mary. Grew up a Michigan fan. I bled green ever since. So, but I mean, I swear to God, you channel me, man. So, what I love about you and your show is that you're pretty pragmatic. So, you always can play devil's advocate. And as much as I hate the way that Michigan State bends over to these TV deals, et cetera, and Michigan reneges on them, and their schedule and what they promise, that's why, we'll go there at night. They say they will, or they may never say they will, but it doesn't matter. They do what they want. War Manual's got a lock on it. But my point is, with this being on Black Friday, or Thanksgiving weekend, a lot of our student base isn't going to feel that, especially if we're going to have the season that unfortunately we're looking like we're going to have. They're not going to travel back to East Lansing, leave their family and everything to go pack that stadium. So being somewhat of a devil's advocate, even though I hate it and I think it's stupid, and losing a home game, especially in a potential game against the Big Three in the Eastern Conference, it's dumb. But I think you'll have a lot more localized students and alumni, and you can bring out some of that family base. And I just got to, play devil's advocate.
No, you're fine. Alex, I'm not mad at it.
Here, right?
I'm not mad at it. You just understand if they go into that game with 5 wins or even 6 wins, I don't think that thing's selling out. I think it makes your program look worse. Yeah. Go ahead, Rico. I'm sorry.
You're not selling out a smaller venue. Yikes.
Well, no, and this is the other thing the school doesn't want to do because they're brain dead. I've said for years, you need a full stadium renovation and you got to make it smaller.
Well, they are coming down smaller. They got new seats coming in.
Go ahead.
No, like they almost like those theater seats in the different corners of the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
So
that should be the whole stadium, and it should be 58 to 60,000.
Baby steps, Mike.
The baby steps, I'll be dead.
Okay, if you gut out the whole stadium, where you playing for 2 years?
Nowhere.
You're Northwestern.
Hey, you know what? If the product looks like it did last year, I don't need to play.
Okay. You know what? Shut it down for 2 years. David.
Thank God they kept the troughs. Yay, tradition.
You know what? The next time you come up there, I'm going to give you the key to the real restroom.
Keep it. Give me the key to the end zone. Run that play. I miss it. All right. Well, listen.
I got nothing.
I'm just going to tell you about Old Nation. Old Nation Brewing, just a friendly reminder, they got their full lineup, M43, B43, and yes, the Shandy. It is going to be 96 next week. Huge temp increase. I mean, the weather's nuts. 30 degrees. It was 80 yesterday, 60 today, back to 95 next week. Bottom line, Old Nation's got a beer for every occasion, so keep them in mind. If you're cruising around town and looking to pick up a 4-pack for the weekend, check out your local beer purveyor, fancy way of saying liquor store, and ask for Old Nation by name. Check out oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly.
We're brought to you by the good people at Mother Waddles. This just in, the Dallas Stars captain Jamie Benn suspended 2 games by the NHL after that cross-check last night against Las Vegas. They will play tomorrow night. Tonight, it's the East Finals. Carolina visiting Florida. Panthers lead that series 3-0. Black Friday game this year between Michigan State and Penn State being moved from East Lansing to Ford Field. That'll be at 7:30, the first Ford Field game for MSU football since 2010. Lines back at OTAs at Allen Park today. Tigers in Kansas City against the Royals. Rubber match in a 3-game set. 7:40 the first pitch. Right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jonathan Scope in the Tiger lineup tonight. Last season, he had the lowest batting average and on-base percentage of any player in Major League Baseball that played in at least 65% of their team's games. This season, as of May 24th, he is yet to have an RBI. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, FanDuel, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, baseball, they got it all. And more betting markets than anyone else. New users, that $1,000, that first no-sweat first bet, up to $1,000 risk-free. And look, whether it's the prop bet stuff we do, whether it's just picking a side or a total, hell, David was talking about Celtics to win the series plus 210. I don't see it, but if you want it, it's there. It's FanDuel. Check it out, FanDuel.com/ticket. Get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. You can see full terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. All right, David, the ticket text, and we'll get the gentleman in here for the night show, and we will be back with you guys tomorrow. David, what do you got?
Wait until NBC wants Michigan and Ohio State at night in a neutral site game. I'm sure it will happen because rating.
Won't happen, ever. I'll tell you why. Fox gets first jump. Fox has the obsession with making noon a thing, even though it's not a thing.
Think about this. Fox got upset because NBC did get the Big Ten championship game. So in 2026 or 25, it's on NBC. No, it ain't on Fox.
The noon,
Fox was pissed.
If you like your games at noon, you're good. I don't think Michigan will ever have to have a forced night game because
now the problem is if
they're in
goes
Illinois
down,
or something, that's different.
Or if all of a sudden Michigan stops winning the way that they're doing, and now you don't have that leverage to say what you're not going to do.
But the noon kick, look, Michigan-Ohio State's always been at noon. Fox, they're paying a lot of their TV rights for that game. No, it'll never be an issue. I disagree with that.
It won't be that game, but it'll eventually show up to your front porch.
So as the guys are setting up, I do have a question for all four of you.
Yeah.
Today's an anniversary of
Yay.
something.
I know. I saw it.
Okay, well, you don't answer.
Okay.
What is it the anniversary of?
That's kind of vague, David.
A big moment in Detroit sports.
Big moment in
right?
Detroit sports.
Ooh, the Tayshaun block on Reggie.
There you go.
Guaranteed.
Ding, ding, ding.
Because Reggie didn't dunk it.
No, I was at the line covering that game,
goodness.
and I swear, as Reggie was going up with the ball, Prince was just crossing midcourt. He did. He made up so much ground in like 3 strides.
What an awful series.
19th anniversary.
Brings back the memories.
I believe
it?
that final was something like
73,
77.
Have it here. It was
fun.
72 to 67 Pistons.
72-67.
Yeah, that reminded me when LeBron blocked Steph.
Being proud of that's like being proud of being in second in the AL Central.
You know what? I feel you were talking about me, Michael.
You were, weren't you?
And I
Go
was
ahead,
very
Noah.
offended by one comment
Why?
that you and Rico made, and I can't remember which one of you fine gentlemen
It's not
made it.
personal. I
If
just
it
think
was if it was bad, it was probably
No,
bad.
one of
I'm
you
guessing
said.
too.
One of you said, "Are you willing to bypass what you would get for Erod to win the AL Central?" How is that even a question? Of course you want to win the AL Central. If Erod walks, then you take the money you use to pay him and you sign somebody else.
versus getting premium controllable pieces for a real run.
I don't know how high his value is.
What are you going to get for Erod? He could be who we saw he was the last 2 games.
If Scotty Harris is who we think he is, and no other prime lefty candidate hits the market, Bob, you have a
Okay,
a bit of a
what would Avila get for him?
A bag of balls?
Yeah, bottle of gin. No,
Oh.
it is. You'd like that. Let me just set the scenario. July 28th. The Tigers are in first place by one
does
game.
this to me every
just hold
day.
on, over the Twins. You're still trading Erod, and Erod has like a 3 ERA. He's your ace.
Oh,
You're
got
trading
it.
him.
Yeah.
Trading him.
Yes.
You got 2 months of baseball.
I don't care.
Haven't made the playoffs since 14.
It doesn't matter.
Ridiculous.
I am not interested in a hit like you know what you are? You're a crackhead. You're interested in that next hit off the spoon.
You know what you are?
All right?
I told you something,
God
Mike.
forbid. You haven't won since 2014.
Some people
Let me see
are
your teeth.
living.
Let me see your teeth.
Some people are living for that next meal,
right?
You guys
that
are
next
ridiculous.
game.
Yeah, he's smoking off the foil.
You guys are ridiculous.
No,
You're
I'm not.
telling me you haven't won in for freaking ever,
Okay,
and I'm
but
supposed to feel foolish
This
about
is why
wanting to
they
win
got
the AL
upset,
Central?
because you won't stop coming up with scenarios where they're in contention.
Because it's offensive. This
it's
guy
not.
cheers for the Yankees, and they're in 3rd place in a great division. This guy cheers for the Braves.
Wait.
They won the World Series 2 years ago.
Just so we're clear, the leader in the AL East is 21 games over 500.
You're only 5 out, and you're a wild
and the
card
leader
team.
of your division is 1 game over 500. To
yeah.
make any such comparison,
so
pretty much
reveals your
no,
stupidity, Jeff.
No.
Pretty much the leader of this division is still in last place.
Yeah,
right?
and here's the best part. I'm not happy being in 3rd place in the AL East, but I'd have a reason to be accepting because the team in first is 36-15.
We all spout off about how bad the NFC is and how bad the NFC North
Big
is going to
Ten
be.
West.
This is the same damn thing.
And
it's a bad division. Listen, if they
it's
stink,
unbelievable.
He
no,
won't
if they
stop.
stink,
He
if
won't
they
stop.
stink, then of course you trade whoever. But if you're a game out or you're a
But you're
game up,
not. You're not.
you're only 2.5 back right
You're
now.
not going to be 2.5 back. You're going to be 8 games out.
I stand with the midday show.
You know, oh, good. You do that. Hey, what are you going to eat? 248-539-9797.
I did want to say one quick thing, though. One quick thing.
Come
I
on,
wanted
quickly,
to
please.
I wanted to congratulate you guys because playing that Friday night game at Ford Field should get you prepared for the Quick Lane Bowl.
I'm going to wait for you in the parking lot for when you leave, and I'm going to hit you with my car.
I think that's like vehicular
That was
homicide.
really hurtful,
Can I
Jeff.
video it? Right
Come
there,
on, nobody
right
said
there.
that yet?
No, well, I kind of did.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
I did. You know
Actually-
what? I take it back. You're right. It's just been a long day.
With Jamie, that would have been my oddly enough.
Right, I
Yeah.
kind of
It
thought
would've-
you would say that.
Oddly enough. You'll be playing in the Motor City Bowl.
Shh.
What? Oh, that's right.
2 minutes past.
Oh, yeah. Rico's got to sell something.
I'm good.
Oh.
Oh.
All right. Good night, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Love you guys.
Tapped out.